Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We gonna light it up now. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We gonna light it up now.
Hey everybody, look at me. I'm here and I finally get a chance to use this shirt again. I think it's actually been like 3 years since I've had a chance to. But hey, what's up everybody? I'm Wonder Chef. Tyrannism still getting set up over there. And for anybody who hasn't seen all the announcement, we are here at the Rising Stars Season 3 tournament for Gundam Evolution. I'm so excited to be back. I had a chance to do a little bit of an exhibition match. What was that, last week? And then I got a chance to cast again for the first time for Side 7. I don't know. Maybe that was about a month ago. Time is definitely fake. It kind of feels to me like Gundam Evolution still just released. But Unfortunately, it has not. So, anyway, we're getting set up right now for this tournament. For anybody who's wondering what this is, there are 11 teams, which is actually ridiculous, by the way. When you think about that, that's 66 players, plus the other teams who have already qualified for Legends. But there's 11 teams that are going to be fighting it out in a double elimination bracket. A lot of these teams are newer teams or teams that are kind of on the up and up, and they're going to be fighting for a spot for a tournament later on. I'm really excited for it. We're going to have a few days of action, and I seriously can't believe how many people are showing up. And also, as well, for anybody who isn't familiar with this, is Side 7, which is a mod that has allowed the game to keep running. Gundam Evolution, one of my favorite games of all time, and it's really, really amazing what things have done. So if anybody's interested as to how you can continue to play this, be sure to check somewhere in the chat. There will be a Discord link. But I do know that we are still getting a few things set up for the first match, and we just want to make sure that everything's all good to go tech-wise. We've also had a lot of big improvements to the production value, which is why you get a chance to see me with my nice Zaku shirt. And also, yeah, you can't really see it, but I have an entire shelf of Gundam stuff that I constantly have to cover up for other broadcasts. But we're getting everything set up. We're making sure that all the new production stuff is good to go and all the teams are super ready. So I'll be sending us to just a little bit of a short break really quick while we continue to get set up. And I appreciate everybody hanging on. But we've got so much Gundam Evolution action coming up. And I mean, the next few days, honestly, it's getting a little bit ridiculous. Next few weeks. So I'm going to send it, so like I said, just to a quick break. We'll be right back with the first match of the day. So don't go anywhere. Just giving you a little tease. We'll see y'all soon.
Think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. If we are one grain of sand in the middle of the ocean, can you try to understand how our touch can cause explosions? Rise up, we're too great to be landed. Rise up, we're too great to be standing.
They ain't never gonna stop us, fly at 'em like choppers. Better cook those risks, cold blood in my fists, we fire starters. One out of a million will reach those heights. Always had a feeling that I won't deny that work. Never could die. Look in my eyes, I'm on the rise. Rise, cutting my size, trying to make sense of it all comprised. Your eyes, spinning these skies. Never stuck down, feeling paralyzed, but I'm up now. We all too late to fall. Yeah, anyone coming, I'ma lift them all. Never look down when there's risk involved. I got guts, got a lot, I gotta wish it off. Ain't got no feelings, we just floating. Yeah, I'm that grain of sand that made it out the ocean. A couple milli now, I'm causing a commotion. I've been coasting, hear my name around the world like an explosion.
So rise up, rise up. We are the apocalypse, and a bell that keeps us floating. As we fly above the stars, the light won't scare us falling. So rise up, we're too great to be landed. Rise up, we're too great to be standing.
They ain't never gonna stop us, fly at 'em like choppers. Better cook those risks, cold blood in my fists, we fire starters. Let's go. One out of a million will reach those heights. Always had a feeling that I won't deny that work. Never could die. Look in my eyes, I'm on the rise.
like a captive. I want you. Used to pay to my life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I know my patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me Ain't no luck finding real love. Got a feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the
Hello? Can they hear me? Oh my goodness, I'm free. I'm free, everybody.
Free.
Welcome back. Welcome back. If you guys don't know me, I am Tyrannism. You might know me from casting not the last tournament, but the one before that, the Legends Reborn. Or if not, then you might just know me from, being a part of the community and one of the comp teams and playing casuals here and there. So thankfully got everything working. So we should be able to hop right into matches here. We got an exciting day of matches this Rising Stars tournament. Of course, I think it's the biggest one we've had so far. I know there's 10 or 11 teams playing today, and then there's 4 that are obviously in the Legends Reborn waiting for the winner of this one to join them. So yeah, like 15 teams total or something like that. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, I mean, apologies for the delay. Of course, I had some technical difficulties, but we should be all set with that now. And I think without further ado, we're just about ready to hop into our first match here. Don't want to waste any more time. Let's get into some Gundam. I think we're going to be hopping into ARS versus Soleta Society. That's going to be the first match on this stream.
Right, and we do get to see all the different teams here. Like you said, I think it's 11 teams altogether signed up. Unfortunately, it looks like Phasion, they had some power outage issues due to some weather, which is really unfortunate. And, if there's a god of weather, it hates esports. So I think that's just a classic at this point. But hopefully everybody's all good over on their side. Unfortunately, we won't get a chance to see them, but give them a shout out anyway. But yeah, look at all these teams. I mean, this is ridiculous. You got to remember, too, it's 6 players per team in Gundam Evolution. So when you say a team, or when you say a tournament has 11 teams, that means it's almost 70 players, or if they're subs, then it is over 70 players, which is just a ridiculous amount of people to be able to gather together for a game that reached the EOS. I don't know how many years ago it's been now, but it's been a while. So awesome to see all these teams, and some of these teams I've had a chance to see. We just had a chance to see Skyfall and Soleta Society in a little exhibition kind of scrim the other day, so I saw them the most recently, but a few other names as well that I've seen a lot recently, and that is going to be our first match. I think you just mentioned Ars versus Soleta Society, so I'm excited. I got a chance to see what Soleta Society could do the other day, and they were looking quite good to me, but a lot of teams that I'm not as familiar with on this bracket, which is just the normal. Obviously, I haven't been around as much recently, so again, I thank everybody for letting me come back and cast this wonderful game. But also, I mean, it's a Rising Stars tournament, so I think in general there's just going to be a few players and a few teams that we're not as familiar with, but we're going to get to see kind of what they're bringing to the table today and who's been really grinding, because I know the whole like mentor system has been really awesome in the Side 7 server, and there have been players that have been putting in a lot of work, and also mentors putting in a lot of work to make sure the teams are doing really well, right?
I mean, the mentors always, shout out to the mentors. I mean, they're always in the fucking the training VCs and whatnot, answering questions and taking their time out of their day to help other people get better and improve. So it's always nice of them for their unpaid labor. And I think, just going back to the teams, I think most of these players I recognize. There might be a couple oddballs here and there that I don't know much about, and I think ARS is actually one of those teams that I really don't know much about them. So it'll be interesting to see sort of how much they're able to compete with some of these other big names that are on here. I think basically everyone else except for maybe them and maybe Rosenritter. I think I know most of the players here, so be interesting to see how this all plays out. I mean, we got a variety of, looks like playstyles and comps are going to be coming out today, just looking at some of these names. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of the names that I'm not as familiar with. We can see the map bands are already done. It's so awesome to still be using this tool, but we can see already Canyon Base has been chosen, Flakfort has been chosen, and Thermal Plant has been chosen. And Flakfort was a map that Soleta Society, I believe, chose in their exhibition the other day, so probably one that they're pretty comfortable with, and one that I know some teams kind of enjoy a lot and some teams kind of don't enjoy at all, but they certainly had a good strategy. I saw them break through that first point really well. The other side, we have ARS choosing Canyon Base, which that's a little bit more interesting. I feel like I don't see as much Canyon Base, especially more recently, but again, my map pool is relatively small as far as what I've seen people play. And then it looks like Thermal Plant will be our kind of third tiebreaker match if it gets to that. And so I'm trying to figure out which one actually is going to be our first match. But Flakfort and Canyon Base, I feel like either way, it's going to be relatively no, I don't want to say similar type match, but it's not going to be wildly different as far as just the pacing and stuff goes. When I had a chance to see Sled Society the other day, they were playing a pretty, I would say, pretty standard comps overall, just kind of like a normal, like front to back, nothing super special. Didn't seem like they had, at least from what I saw from them the other day, they didn't have any sort of like melee specialists or anybody pulling out any weird super picks. But we also didn't get to see them on any maps that are too weird, so Black Fort, I expect them to kind of go a similar level of just standard comp at least. Canyon Base will see maybe something different.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about sort of how these maps play out, I think Canyon and Flak are probably going to be pretty similar. I mean, they're both point capture maps, and at least the first point is like kind of straightforward. But I think once you cap that first, when you go into transition to the second point, I think that's where differences start to come up. Canyon Base, you can go left side, you can go right side, you can go down middle, take low ground, high ground. There's all sorts of ways you can go. Flak Fort is mostly, just run up through the choke, and then you can either take main or height. So it'd be interesting to see sort of the strategies that each of these teams have developed. Soleta Society especially, because I know they've been scrimming a lot in the past few weeks. So it'd be interesting to see. I've watched a couple of their scrims, how they developed, I guess, from learning what doesn't work, what does work, based on how they've been playing against other teams. So
Yeah, and also just as a heads up for anybody in chat, I'm reading chat. I'm seeing all the messages. Some positive, some negative. No, I'm just kidding. You're all awesome. Love to see everybody out here again. But if anybody has any information on any of the teams that they want to share as well, I mean, hey, I'll get information from anywhere on this broadcast. Especially some of the teams that may have be a little bit newer or whatever, because it's great to just see kind of what everybody's bringing to the table. Especially like we said, like right, ARS we're not as familiar with, so got to see if they've got any specialties that they're bringing out. Does seem like we're just setting up this match still, by the way. So I think it's actually a perfect time for me to continue talking to everybody in the chat. Great to see you all. I see Moon in there. I see. Who do I actually? My camera's in the way of the chat after I immediately bluffed. But see Val is in there. See just everybody. Hey everybody, how's it going? Glad to see everybody. Oh, I don't know how many of you are in chat are actually playing in this tournament, or how many of you are already qualified for the next one. But like I said, great to see you all.
Moon is playing in the pre-qualify. He was one of the Rising Stars gatekeepers, but
I don't know. Tyrannism's still talking. I think I can't hear Tyrannism for a moment.
Reborn,
I think they may be fixing some microphone issue for Tyrannism at the moment. So I'll continue talking to everybody in chat. And again, I guess I'll just remind everybody, for anybody who wasn't here for the first intro, of course, this is the Rising Stars tournament for season 3, which is wild to say that we're already on a season 3 here in Side 7. There are 11 teams that are going to be battling out for a spot in the next tournament, which is just a huge amount of players, 66 players altogether, plus whatever subs. We're on the Side 7 mod, so if anybody out there, which I know it's really cool, every single time that we do one of these events, there's so many people in the chat, they're like, didn't this game die? And it's like, yeah. Yeah, it did, but not really, not spiritually, not even physically, just because of the good work of the Side 7 crew here. But this is a mod that does keep the game alive after it reached end of service, and it's really impressive. I mean, there's so many new cool like custom skins and stuff. The Idol Warrior stuff is super awesome. There was a custom map. There's just so much going on, and the game runs extremely well. For all things considered, I mean, this is a really cool mod to make sure that everything is still working. Tyrannism, are you back? Are you good to go?
Yeah, we're good. I think I just have some headset issues, so I think I'm just gonna probably mute up whenever you're talking, because I know there's a bit of leakage going on. So I'll talk and I'll unmute obviously when I see a time to jump in. But whenever you're talking, I think I'm just gonna let you do your thing.
I'm breaking the fourth wall here. If there's some leakage, possibly maybe make sure that your default input, like your microphone in your PC, is just your microphone and not some sort of like broadcast stream mix if you're using GoXLR or something like that. Because that way my voice would be also going through your microphone, and also the game sound might be going through your microphone. So that'd be my best thought. Just make sure that your default thing's correct. But that's random technical talk, as we're still looking at these map bands and still talking to chat. So let's see. I don't even know what people are saying, honestly, at this point. But Canyon Base, Flak Fort. So I got a chance to see Flak Fort, like I said, a lot. Canyon Base, I'm actually a really big fan of watching Canyon Base, just because, like you said, there are different ways that you can approach it, and every team kind of has their own strategy locked in if they've been practicing it, obviously. So there are players, or there are teams that go like a lot more direct, or teams that, I mean, just their comps can be a little bit different too. Sometimes you see just very basic normal comps too, but it just allows a lot more flexibility, I think. Flak Fort in general, just talking about the first two maps, I feel like there are only a few things that sometimes you end up seeing, like melee can be really good for defending or attacking on like the first point, and then the second kind of high ground, there's a chance that you can kind of use melee for it, but if they have flyers, you have to worry about that a whole lot more. So just it gets a little bit maybe more standard. I was saying I love turn A on Flak Fort, big fan of turn A on Flak Fort just in general, but I don't know if we're going to see that, so that would be that'd be one of those things to see.
I think ARS has a turn A player, Arihesto or whatever his name is. I think I played him in casuals the other day. He was pretty good, so we'll see if he busts it out on this map. And yeah, just a couple, random strategies on Flak Fort. Obviously, I think Ashmar likes this flyover on attack on this right side of the building, so we'll see if either team elects to opt for that strategy. I mean, I know there's like a couple run-throughs you can do with Z2R or something like that, just to cause annoyances on the back line to allow people to get a little bit more space in the front to try to make a more coordinated push. But yeah, I mean, we'll see if teams elect to use that. They might just, send 6 people through the front and just force a fight on main. Who knows? I mean, it's Rising Stars. Anything can happen. So it'll be interesting to see sort of the strategies that people elect to adopt.
All right, we are starting on Canyon Base. That will be the first one that we're going to be going on to. So Flak Fort, we will definitely see. Hey, okay, actually that's pretty good. I was going to say you got to at least have the full matching set, but I realized at the end that's actually a pretty good one. By the way, I love that about Side 7 too. All the new I don't know, what are they technically called, player cards? I don't actually know what the terminology for that is, but all the profile cards are awesome.
Yeah, the banners, the little custom works. I mean, shout out to the art team. I mean, they handle all of that, and they also do a bunch of the different unit and weapon skins too. So you might see a couple of those pop out here. If any of you are watching for the first time since live service, you're like, I don't remember these skins in the game, then that's fine.
Yeah, there's a whole lot. It's funny because you look at it and it just looks so perfect and normal that you're like, oh yeah, it's just like we're watching exactly like the normal game, right? Exactly like it was back then. And then all of a sudden you see something and you're like, what? You're like, what was that? What did I just look at? But we do get a chance to see it is going to be ARS on the defense to start off with, so we can get a chance to see some of the suits that they're playing, and pretty interesting comp actually. We see the turn A. You were right about them having a turn A player, super correct. We get a chance to see the Susan as well, which is a suit that I think is really good on this map because those kind of like mid-range angles. I love kind of any map where you get those angles from like I don't know exactly how I would say the distance, but this map I think is quite a good one.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I was right in the turn A pick, but I was actually wrong about who it's going to be. I thought it was going to be Arihisato on the Mara side, but ends up being Udon instead. So I mean, I guess I'll just take it anyway, seeing a turn A. I mean, a couple of interesting suits actually from the defense here. Turn A, Hyperion, Marasai, like suits that don't see play in like every match that you're gonna see. So it's exciting to see how this is gonna turn on the other side. Yeah, pretty standard, I would say, for the most part from Solidus Society. Agumon, that saw is obviously that's sort of his bread and butter, and here we go. We're getting into action now. Looks like a bit of a stalemate, but we'll see if Marasai gets picked here on the defense. On the offense, it's probably gonna take a coordinated push on this left side or down middle. Maybe looks like they're grouping up for it now.
I do expect that it's going to be one big push, right? Obviously, the fact that they have Unicorn means that a lot of the time it's going to be one big attempt at trying to get something. They are using a little bit of like air mobility to try to push through. Okay, there we go. They're going to push through directly through the center, it looks like. We'll see if they can get any mileage out of that. But one member already down for Solidus Society. If they can try to grab that little center area, it can be a really nice kind of like second spot to try and push from, but they are already getting melted. So 2 members down, 2 members respawning. They still have a few that are sitting over here. They've got to be careful not to get staggered. Also, as well, if you have the Ashmar Flame, you can obviously see how much damage that can do, but it does look like this first push is going to be pretty much stopped cold in its tracks, and it's going to be tough to with their comp. It's a pretty weird comp, but I mean, lining up means that you're going to get so much damage from both Susan and the turn 8, right? So if you clump up, it is damage city.
Yeah, it also means that Sazabi is going to have a pretty easy time landing axes. I think we saw 2 big ones come out there from Oramus, and that got to 2 pretty early picks, and that just sort of shut down the attack pretty instantaneously. So we'll see if Soleta Society is more cognizant of that this push now, and they want to play around it a bit more. We can see Molly is trying to sort of force him out of position a bit. He's going to be forced to back down though. But no, it looks like they're grouping up again. They might just try the same thing. Maybe try going towards the left instead. I mean, we'll see.
Yeah, left can be nice. The problem is it puts you in that really long hallway, so if they get a quick rotate, it can be tough. And it does look like they're going to be attempting to go left. Looks like Dom's going to be going kind of through the center. Nice axe just barely hitting behind the corner right there. Ogma is going to be able to kind of facilitate this push, at least, with nobody going down quite yet. But it looked like that was a Marasai hook, and that's actually going to take down Ogma.
Yeah, Hoodchook there, and we also see a Turn ult coming out, cleaning up the rest of the fight. He kills 3 with it, and I mean, you know, also a kill comes out from the Dom Trooper on Soleta Society, but he's not able to finish it, so it doesn't really matter in the long run. I think the next thing that we have to think about here, where Soleta is ult usage. We're coming up on our Hades here pretty quickly. We're also going to have Z2R in a bit. They do have ults on the other side as well. They already have their Hades and Marasai ults up, and they're coming up on a few more pretty soon, so I think it's going to be on to Soleta Society to maybe look for a pick pretty early with a couple of these ults and see if they can't transition that into a full like win, but we'll see if they end up getting a chance to counter ult inside of ARS. Push is coming out now. We'll see if anything gets popped. There's the Z2R ult. And a big Marasai on the back. Okay, that's gonna shut down that attack pretty quickly. So Warden did pop his Z2R axe. I'm not sure if he got anyone with it, but it doesn't really matter if he did, because the Marasai with a huge 3k there on the back line. So looks like 45 seconds left. We can like really have, like, I would say one more full, you know, team fight push here. Maybe a couple staggers come in last second, but we're really gonna have to pop some Qs and go here for Soleta Society. We'll see if they're able to find any sort of momentum, you know, with the Hades maybe, and then they have Ash Punch and Uni also coming up. So
one thing they've got to really work on, I think, is they can try to get that Dom ult by the end of the game, but oh my goodness, whoa, oh my, what an ult. That was beautiful. It took out the entire team, Hyperion. That is one of the best. I forget the name of that ult now, but that is one of the best uses of that I've ever seen. I mean, a 4K, that was beautiful. What a shot from above we got of that too. 5 seconds left, and the problem here is just even getting to the point takes a while on this map. We're seeing Harura try to fly over right in the camera, but no shot. That was a disgusting ult. Oh my goodness. I mean, that's such a literal hit or miss ult as well, a G maneuver as well. That, I mean, that is perfectly how you want it to set up. And I mean, what a great option for a team that is grouping up around a unicorn.
yeah, the Hyperion ult, I mean, usually when I see it in custom games, it's like you pop it and you just die immediately, or maybe you get one if you're lucky, but the 4Ks are definitely pretty rare. I mean, overall, just ult usage on the side of ARS, pretty big. I mean, we saw the Marasai into the Hyperion. Those are both like absolutely huge. We saw a big Butterfly got a 3K earlier the fight before that. So the characters on your team that have these big team fight ults are the ones that, you know, got a 3 or 4K every time with it. So definitely great ult usage coming out from there. Taking a look at the stats a bit here, I mean, we can see basically if you're watching that last round, ARS with a really solid hold. I mean, you can see it, the numbers reflected here. I mean, they're up on damage and kills across the board. Their only death is actually on Mazen Kudayo. So, I mean, yeah,
Right.
pretty rough round for Soleta Society, but still drawable. You know, who knows? I mean, anything can happen on defense.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out here, you can see Odon Kirigumi, who is on that turn A that we were talking about, and I was talking about how much damage you can do when a team is grouping up, right? So turn A is such a great option for teams that are trying to push through like maybe smaller hallways with a unicorn, just because they do kind of have to group up. It's perfect for exactly basically what we just saw. And the biggest thing there for me isn't even the fact that obviously they're leading damage by a huge amount in this game, 15,000, but they were the first person to get their ult in the entire round, right? Which is obviously, it's like one of the largest ults to actually build up. So I mean, that's just a huge sign that they were able to just do so much damage against that strategy. We get to see what they get to do on offense now, though, as it looks like the comps are going to be the same pretty much on both sides.
Yeah, I think the only difference that I'm seeing is sort of the comfort pick instead of Hyperion, which kind of makes sense. You know, Hyperion more defensive, positional based unit. Camper is going to be able to get in the back line a bit easier and find a pick, which is going to be what they need to break this point here, although he gets picked first, so we'll see if they're able to counter trade on the side of ARS. Looks like they are able to. They find 3 in return, so it's going to force Solidus Society to probably go back to the point. Although a couple stragglers still getting picked here and there. Warden's trying his best. I think that's his second kill of the fight. So we'll see if that's enough for his team to get back and end up holding this. But it's going to look pretty tough. They already have 3 on the point. Of course, they didn't get any progress, so they only need 1 tick to win it. And that's probably going to do it. Yeah, try on the last second contest, but just not enough. So pretty convincing map 1 win for ARS overall. We'll see if that carries over to maps 2 and 3, or if Solidus Society can bounce back here on I think Flak Fort.
Yeah, should be Flak Fort next. And yeah, wow, I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing from ARS. So I mean, I'm gonna have to assume this is a Japanese team. Someone in chat, please confirm. I did see everybody saying that, but with all the names, that's my best guess. And what an interesting comp. I mean, just a super interesting comp altogether from both sides. We're not, well, I should say on attack and on defense. With Solidus Society, obviously with a pretty, I would say, normal comp, but ARS just, I mean, a really interesting comp that was dealing with that, specifically that unicorn strategy really well, and also dealing with the fact that it does seem like they on Solidus Society's side, they do play around Ogma quite a bit, who has shown to be a strong player as far as like being a tank. But you know, if you're really playing around your tank a lot, there are obviously a lot of comp options that you can use to kind of shut that down, and having the melee and having the turn A and having just the specifically right angles seem to make it a little bit more difficult, as well as just the counter axes seems to be a pretty big deal. So cool stuff from ARS. We'll see if Solidus Society can switch it up a little bit, which will be their map next, right? They were the ones who chose Flak Fort, so at least they've got their pick coming up.
Yeah, just shout out to ARS. Looks like their mechanics were pretty on point that game. I mean, I don't know what server they're playing on, whether it was NA or Japanese servers, but in any case, like turn A and hitting these Sotheby axes, like these are not easy, you know, characters to hit your skill shots with, and they're able to do it pretty consistently. I mean, we talked about how fast that turn A was able to build his ult in the first round, so definitely some pretty impressive stuff here. I mean, it looks pretty scary, I think, not just for Solidus Society, but probably for any team that they come across in this tournament, because if they're if ARS is going to go down, I don't think it's going to be because of bad mechanics, that's for sure.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they stick with the similar comp, or if it was just like a very specific comp for that map, or just based on like who they were playing against. Because, like I said, it's definitely atypical. And one of the big things that I feel like Solidus Society kind of had an option to take advantage of that the other team didn't is their lack of Dom, right, on ARS. And Dom, obviously, ult is just one of the biggest, like, this is our time, this is our push moments. But we actually didn't get a chance to see their Dom on the entire attacking side, I think, get a single ult. They were just shut down so quickly all the time. And I'm not sure if the strategy there is that you try to play a little bit more pokey and you don't like full commit to the pushes, just that you can try to build up a little bit more gauge. And but one way or another, the fact that they didn't get a chance to use it, I feel like if they do get a chance and we have similar comps coming up on Flak Fort, that's going to be one of the things where, you know, a lot of times you will see a Dom ult to kind of counter a Dom ult, so everybody's just like, all right, well, we're all just full committing. We're going to try to push you off. You're going to try to push us off, and we're going to sit a little bit more of a stalemate. For them, I don't know if they had quite as good of an option. Maybe if they had something like the butterfly available, but we just didn't get a chance to see it really come to its full fruition. So we'll see if Flak Fort, they can maybe build up a little bit more gauge, because that was certainly, I feel like, the I don't know if you agree, the biggest weakness of Solidus Society in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with, you know, these Dom and turn A ults, if you're Solidus Society, there is, you know, the round ended so quick and teamfights end so quick that you really don't have much of an opportunity to build that ult, like in the neutral.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I think we just saw that, like, you know, they grouped up, they went in and died pretty quickly, like 3 or 4 times in a row, and they never really got an opportunity to get some damage in and build up their big team fight ults, like the Nimbus Hades combo, I think, was their condition to probably win a team fight, but they obviously never ended up getting to use it. So, I mean, it's also sort of reminiscent of, you know, what we saw in live service, how the Japanese teams usually have a bit more of a different comp than what we see out of NA. Like, you know, most of the NA teams, we see the standard, you know, Sotheby, Pale, Ashe, Dom, maybe like a Z2R and Susan or something like that. That's a pretty standard comp. But on JP, you know, you see more utilization of the turn A's and Hyperions and Unicorns and stuff like that. So, you know, it's pretty interesting to see that that's still carried over to today.
Right. As well, by the way, Lynx is changing their player card, or again, whatever the banner's called. So now they are fully matching, which means now they're going to be undefeatable. No way to stop it. It does look like we are going to start with okay, it's going to be ARS on the offense this time. We'll see if they do bring a somewhat similar comp. Still, obviously, some time to choose on the defensive side, but just looking, maybe we're going to have the Camphor. Not sure if they've already moved forward, but it's been a while since they switched. That could be one pretty big switch for them. Aside from that, it seems like everybody else is pretty generally on the stuff that they're usually on. RX-78, Napalm can be really good on this first points if you can throw it into one of those sneaky little corners. And on the offensive side, Jim Sniper. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, the sniper on attack, it's usually decent enough on this first point if you're going to try to look for a pick, especially if anyone's like peeking on the outside. They can probably decide pretty easily to a headshot from across the map out of spawn door. But I would expect that once they either cap first point or if Society ends up playing like pretty deep inside, we might see him switch off here. But, you know, usually you see it for someone just trying to get a pick. But on the other hand, yeah, I mean, a lot of the same suits for some of these people, but a lot of different ones too. I think we see, you know, Dom now on the side of Risto. We see a GM as well on attack. The turn A is obviously still consistent. No Pale Rider, so, you know, that's one thing to note. Usually it's a pretty core unit in any comp, but we don't see one here. Maybe that's what Wacky switches to if he doesn't find a pick here, but we'll see. On the other side, yeah, we have the Gundam coming out now for Soletta. I think that's the only, you know, new suit that we've seen so far.
Right. I do think that they've used it before, though, so we'll see how this works. Double tank with Jim Sniper, really interesting comp, and like you said, go to the Dom as well. That's just going to make it a lot more tanky of a comp. No real big healers here or anything like that, though, and it does seem like already Ashmar is getting picked off very quickly. Pretty low HP, though, on the side of Soletta Society, so they've got to make sure to back up, got to make sure to heal. They're holding some pretty good angles, though. No melee as well is going to be a pretty big deal for them just being able to kind of hold that bottom ground. They don't have to worry about sending Ogma to hold that kind of close little L-bar angle. I don't know what the actual call-out is.
Right, the little tunnel there. I think the only real concern for him is going to be like Dom and GM splash, but shouldn't be that big of a deal for a Sosme at 1400 HP, right? So a little bit of C4 is not going to be the end of the world for you. We do see he's going to be forced to back up and heal, though, but overall, pretty solid first hold here from Soletta. You know, he found a couple picks, none of them went down, so good on staying alive and making sure that, you know, we keep our point pressure here and the height control on our shooters. So we'll see if ARS is able to switch anything up on the second push here. It looks like they're going to take some point pressure. Ogma's going to just contest, make sure they don't get any progress for it. And shooters come out on both sides. Ogma does end up going down, actually, but they're able to find the trade on the side of Soletta Society. So still even numbers for now. We'll see who is able to end up making the most of it. It looks like a couple more picks going on the side of ARS, so they might end up seeing some progress here. I know that you know, the res comes out and across the echoes, so it's still fightable if you're Soletta. I think you might want to wait for your Soz to get back, and then maybe you can regroup. But they might just be giving this. Looks like they're just pulled back in up now. So that should be first point gone for the side of ARS.
It's yeah, I mean, it's just such a long run back onto this A point, and I mean, it can be tough to break back in from your side. There's less entry options, so it does seem like they are just going to hold. And now this is going to be the second spot to kind of really see where what they're going to do is this kind of high ground. And already we're seeing ARS just kind of flank around this right side, half their team going on the right side, half their team going up center. And how you choose to approach this is really always interesting, especially because the wall is so low that a lot of like vertical mobility options work here that don't work in a lot of other places. But right now, okay, they are going to kind of regroup and head back to that center area. Not a lot of like solid stand there defense from the side of Soletta Society. Okay, they are going to push back up a little bit, but they're playing an interesting angle. They're sitting back a little bit more towards the health packs and making sure that they can't turn the angle rather than that they have to walk up the hill and get shot.
Yeah, they're prioritizing the height control here, which is, it's an important area in Flagport for sure. I mean, obviously, if you have height, you can just look down onto anyone on point and just shoot them, right? So, yeah, I mean, the Butterfly comes out here from the side of ARS, looking to see if they can clean up a couple of those height players, which he will be able to. He only finds Pale, but that probably might be good enough, because most of Soletta Society is still focusing on regrouping here, so they're going to need to use some ults to try to sway the momentum a little bit. We still have Dom, Hades, and Soz coming up, so we'll probably have to use them here, especially with Dom coming out now on the side of ARS. And we do see the combo come out and see how many kills Hades can find. Nothing yet so far. He's probably going to be able to kill Dom here. He's able to. He's 1 HP though. He's going to get traded. Ult's coming out.
Only one.
Soz goes goes down as well. Yeah, it's looking pretty tough for ARS now. Only a couple people left alive, so should be easy cleanups on the side of Soleta Society. We'll see if nope, so Quirky does a pick and he's able to get another res. So good hold for Soleta. Once he goes down, but he should be able to get res. He's pretty safe. But 2 ticks coming out inside of ARS, so one more push like that and they'll be all clear. But they did use a lot of ults for that.
Right. I mean, they are down to literally 0 ults, and on the other side, we are pretty low as well. The only one that we do have is Ogma's ult. So we are pretty resourceless, I would say, at least for a while. We also did just get a respawn for their turn A, which is going to be a little bit of a long run back, so we might not get a chance to get 2 full pushes. I mean, they do have the Ashmar to maybe delay for a second push, but it's going to be a little bit awkward. They're kind of trying to push down through this cave. You can see Linksys trying to defend as best as they can, but so many shots coming out in the flame grenade. That's actually a huge pick. I'm going to see if they can, ARS at least, can push off the back of that. They are just going to go down through the main entrance, but they've got to be careful because there's so many people, well, there were so many people on the high ground, and they do not have that many resources yet. They did build up the gym ult, but that's not the hugest for pushing. Once they can take it, that'll be nice. Yep, there's only, oh, this seems like maybe Tim's muted, so I was just sitting here quietly for a while. But yeah, so only 30 seconds left, so not the worst defense in the world. I mean, a pretty good defense, honestly. Especially, it seems like it can be really, really hard to get a full cap on that second point. So the fact that they held them down to 2 is pretty good, I would say, altogether. Certainly, I would say, I mean, without a question, a more powerful game from Soleta Society this time around than we saw in the last one. There was a lot more good ult usage. Unfortunately, they fell a lot to the butterfly ult once again, which, by the way, Udon Nakiragumi is still the highest damage in the game. I mean, this is an absolute monster player. One that I wasn't familiar with going into this, but I mean, for turn A, which seems like a turn A specialist, as they've used it now 2 games in a row, I am ridiculously impressed. I mean, huge damage numbers. Even once they've switched to the Pale Rider in the second map of the set, still the turn A leading in damage. And a lot of that, I do think, is because it seems like we do like on Soleta Society to group up a decent amount, but I mean, it's not that huge. It's not like the Unicorn's back. They're playing a completely different strategy. It's just this player, Udon, can land their shots, and also their butterfly usage has been really good. It doesn't seem like they've been shot out of it a single time. They managed to get some really nice picks every single time, so really important for the actual pushes. We'll see, though, what they do on defenses. It's going to be the camper switch, and we are still on Jim Sniper for defense here.
Yeah, I was not expecting to see that coming out of Wacky. I know he's on Susan at the end of the last round, but to see the Sniper come out on defense, I know the Japanese teams usually like to hold outside more, so it makes a bit more sense, but you know, it's still a bit of a risk, right? Because if you get your pick on Sniper, great, they have a 10-second respawn, but if you get picked, then you know, it can be a pretty nightmare situation. Although it doesn't look like anyone from Soleta is gonna be counter sniping, so he might be pretty safe, but we'll see if he's able to find any value if they're pushing this low ground here. Maybe on the Ashmar that's flying and contesting him, but nothing coming out yet. It's going to be mostly the Pale Rider that's building a lot of this damage. No one else really taking that much value so far, but you know, a couple picks come out on the side of ARS, so should be a pretty good first hold here. We'll have to see if Soleta Society decides to regroup or if they continue pushing down this right side.
I'm really surprised to see that any teams are still continuing to hold outside. Obviously, you know, different region, different meta, but it's been a long time since I've seen people that maybe, it's been like since a solo queue game, I think, for me, a long time ago. We are going to see a great push up, though, through this right side. There's only one member now down for the side of Soleta Society, and basically everybody just crumbling one at a time. And that's the problem with defending outside, is that you start losing people, and you are just immediately staggered. That run back can be so tough on defense. So this looks like it's going to be a pretty significant full take for at least Solidus Society for it now. I don't know if they're going to try to push back in. I kind of think at this point they can't. So a quick first take, relatively similar to what we saw from the side of ARS in game number 1 of this map.
Yeah, pretty good attack on the first point there from Solidus Society. I mean, they don't have any ults yet. They're coming up on this Hades, maybe like a Z2R axe is going to be what they need to push, but on the other side for ARS, they do have a couple ults online, so it should be a good first hold here for them, but we'll see if Sled is able to keep the pressure up and keep the momentum, and they will. They're going to find 2 picks actually into the turn A and Ashe, so they go the transition that's in this point pressure. You got to be careful if ARS not to keep staggering, which Susan does exactly that, and Saz goes down as well. So here we go, Sled Society should be able to get on point. They should get 3 people on point actually, maximize that, take the progression. We'll see. I mean, ARS is doing this quickly and test this because this can get out of hand really quickly if they're not careful.
Yeah, this seems to be Solidus Society is the best stat. We are going to see that Hades being popped. ZM Chmauza can actually get it, but 1 kill is going to at least take down the Ashamar. 2 is going to be a really nice defense. It doesn't seem like there's an answer for it on the side of Solidus Society. They did get 1 tick, however, it does seem like with this being relatively unanswered, they weren't. Oh, I'm sorry. We also switched the other Hades as well, so we had a chance to see both the Hades all at once. I got a little bit tricked there, but we still didn't get a chance to see them find too much of an answer for it. They didn't lose a lot of ground on the side of Solidus Society, but they unfortunately had to get off right before that second tick, which would have been huge for them. Ogma's going to go down as well. A lot more high ground presence now, it seems like, from ARS on the defense. And like you said before, we are going to see the switch back to the Susan. We saw a little bit ago, but just mentioning it now. Ooh, a flyover from the Ashamar. No, gets down. Oh, no, it doesn't get down. Actually, manages to survive just barely behind this wall. Nice escape.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see the Gundam come out now to try to take some space on the side of Solidus Society, but, you know, that team fight was kind of like, I mean, they had a couple of late deaths on the side of, the punch coming out trying to stop that butterfly, but he's gonna miss that, and that's going to be another 3k for Udon there, so pretty quick attack stifled there from the side of ARS. So they still have Sazult coming up, but really nothing else. I mean, Sazult's on both teams actually, so I mean the ulti code is still favoring ARS pretty significantly here, I would say. I mean, they really have nothing on the side of Sleda except for that Sazabi, right? The next closest one is Z2R at 61%, so this fight probably gonna have to focus on just finding picks in the neutral and doing as much damage as you can, but you know, they're kind of doing the same thing on ARS, so it's going to look kind of tough here. They're going to need to probably find someone out of position. Good Molly actually coming out from the Ashamar there. It's going to buy him a little bit of space, but a couple of people going down, so they're probably going to have to regroup here.
Yeah. That was a huge flame right there, but they like you said, they just couldn't quite get the full takeoff of it. But that is going to be nice to be able to kind of build back a lot more ult gauge just for at least the Ashamar. And they did build a decent amount in that fight. They are going to be able to sneak ahead, and if you can at least get one like sneaky option on point, like maybe if Warden can sneak around and force everybody to retreat back to point, it's going to allow you to get past that choke point a little bit easier on the run back, which they do manage to do. And we're starting to see ARS get pushed pretty far back. Looks like no real attempt to push quite yet. One big thing here is just Dom on the high ground. Okay, no, everybody's pushing in. Big Punch actually is going to be able to actually take out the other Ashamar. A huge win there, as well as Frosty going down. So that's going to be 2 big members lost. A lot of damage lost. And they do manage to, in the meantime, by the way, get a second tick with 44 seconds left. They're fighting for it. Ogma's still sitting on point. No, unfortunately gets taken down. 2 kills from the Z2R on the side of Solidus Society. We can see it right here, are not quite going to be able to pick up anymore. It looks like they're finally getting taken down, but they're just going in one after the other now.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Solidus Society, I'm trying to regroup and get coordinated from one more push. I don't know about staggering in like this one by one, because you know, it might seem like you're able to sort of take that fight into point, but in reality, I think you're just wasting time and time for your team to get back. Now they have 2 people dead with 5 seconds left, right? So it's going to be hard to end up winning this team fight. I think the play was to just sort of get back and regroup and use your last couple ults remaining to try to force one more fight, get the full cap, but they're not going to be able to do so. They do a good job on attack, get a couple ticks, but just barely not enough. So ARS is going to take this one 2-1 in regulation, but overall a much better effort from Solidus Society compared to Canyon Base, I would say.
Yeah. I know that it can be pretty scary, especially with low time on point B, to kind of play patient and wait for everybody to regroup. I mean, it's just such a long run back. That's going to be one of the biggest things about Flag Fort in general, is that once you get to that point, it is just on offense, huge run back, but opposite on point A, it's a huge run back for the defense. So I definitely like get how scary that can be, and I think that maybe they could have waited at least even just a little bit longer so that a few members were together, but they did end up just kind of straggling a bit at a time. Really close though. I mean, they were, just a few seconds away from tying that up at 3 ticks apiece. So they did a great job. You can tell definitely that that was the map that they chose. Maybe it just kind of goes to show that they need a little bit more practice on Canyon Base, which is not the most common map to play on, and especially when we see different metas from a team like a Japanese team, I know it can be a little bit strange. So great stuff to Sled Society, but wow, ARS is looking like an awesome team. I'm really excited to see what they're going to do against the rest of the field.
Yeah, they're looking pretty solid, and I mean, just based on how the bracket looks, I know that the team that they're going to be facing now is going to be what's their team name called? It's like Kovacs something, I think. But I would say they're looking to play probably one of the favorites for this tournament. I would probably say Kovacs Binding 90 Armor. Probably, I would say is like a maybe top 2 team this tournament. So we'll see if ARS is able to, keep up the competition there and maybe even pull off an upset. But yeah, just looking at sort of some of the other matches in the bracket, obviously GSS, taking that DQ win over Phaseon, and then looks like the only other match that we have results for so far is going to be Justaways Neil Armstrong taking on side 2, and they're going to win that one 2-0 as well. So, those are sort of the first round of preliminary matches here, and now we're on to our first full round here. So we're going to have Justaways versus Principality of Z1, and then the other games are going to be Nebulous versus Rosenritter, Kovacs versus ARS, and Skyfall versus Gundam 7 Stars. So we'll see if any of those are, still not in the game yet, to see if we can't hop into spec. But if not, we might have to, just chill out here for a bit while we find a new game to watch.
Yeah, we'll figure out which one we're going to watch. By the way, of course, you can see right here, I was going to mention earlier, but this is a double elimination bracket. So just because you lost, just because we saw Sled Society lose, does not mean that they are out of the tournament or any of those other teams. But it does look like we're going to move forward to Nebulous versus Rosenritter, and we're going to see the maps picked already. Flag Fort once again, Ironworks, which I feel like I've been seeing a lot from teams recently, and then Thermal Plant as the tiebreaker match. So we got some Flag Fort. We're going to see some Flag Fort once again. I'm a big fan of Flag Fort. I really like, honestly, I really like playing Flag Fort. I really like watching Flag Fort. I know that, I don't know, there was a point in time where everybody hated me for saying that, but what do you feel like? Do you feel like people are enjoying Flag Fort now? It's getting picked way more now than it did close to EOS.
I think it's just sort of like a comfort pick for a lot of teams. Like, it's not a very complicated map. There's no real mechanical gimmicks or cheese strategies that people like to do. So it's pretty straightforward point capture. You just sort of walk to the first point, and then you walk through the choke to the second point. And, the same things that apply to all maps sort of apply to Flag 4. Like, high ground control is always important. Like, you have your long range angles for your sniper players, you have your close range chokes for your melee players. So I think it's just like a hard map to really hate as a team. So I think that's why it gets picked a lot in competitive. A lot of teams feel pretty confident in their ability to just take straight up fights. And yeah, on the other couple maps here, Thermal Plant we see again. I think that was the map 3 from the last series, so we actually didn't end up seeing it, even though they picked it as last map. We'll see if we end up seeing it this time around. And then Ironworks, yeah, another domination map. This one's pretty controversial as well. I know a couple teams absolutely hate this map, and they're just going to ban it, basically first ban every time. But a couple teams also like to see it. So we'll see what teams end up electing here. It looks like that might actually be map 1. So, Ironworks, pretty close quarters map, but we have a couple of different points. I always forget which one's the A and the C point on either side, but one of them is going to be a pretty
A is
open
the inside,
space.
I think C is the outside one.
C is the outside one, yeah. So C, you have the outside air for maybe some flyers, and then you have obviously lava underneath you, so don't fall. But the B point, very close quarters, sort of indoors. There's a couple of high grounds on either side. And then the A point, you have like sort of a long hallway with a health pack. Then you have like basically 3 different levels of height. So it'll be interesting to see sort of the strategies that teams bring out on each of these different points. But taking a look at the actual teams themselves, Rosenritter, I don't know too much about. I recognize a couple of the player names, but I really can't say for sure, overall
Mhm.
how strong they are, like, the suits that we might be seeing. On the side of Nebulous, I know most of these players, I would say. We have obviously EV, we have Rafi, Pablo, like most of these players, I have a pretty good idea of what they're going to be bringing out here. So, I mean, I can't really say for sure if either of these teams are going to be favored in this matchup, but maybe we'll see quickly. Maybe we won't. Who knows? Should be a pretty interesting one.
Yeah, I wonder if Rosenritter is out of is like from a different region as well. I do see one person's name has like UK at the end, so I do wonder if maybe there's a chance that they're just that's a reason why we haven't seen them. Oh, again, almost fully okay. All right, well, already. Oh wait, GGGP 2023 champion. Can you get that in some other way now, or is that real?
You can. I think all the titles from the live
They're
service
all
game are just
unlocked.
unlocked.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Okay,
don't
I was
worry.
scared
We
for a
don't have
second. I was
70
like, whoa.
GGP champions playing in this tournament, but
Well, we should. But all right, Flak Fort is going to be the first map. I never know which one's going to be the first map. If I'm being honest, of the first two maps picked, I'm always thrown for a loop. But we'll see what comps we do actually end up getting a chance to see. I feel like there was something else. Oh, I had a thought about Ironworks. I'll save that one for later. You know what I'll just say it now. Shout outs as we see the nice fly through over to what else but the hook. Shout outs to our observers. I'm not sure exactly who we have. I think it's like Glitchrave in the other channel, but shout outs to all of them because I was thinking about it. Ironworks is the hardest map to observe of all time. It is all indoors and it is super vertical until you get to see. So I want everybody in chat to thank our observers. Obviously, thank all of production. Okay, it's Goonslop and Lichgrave, which I still love calling Glitchrave.
can't say that on stream.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Can't say goon stuff. Oh,
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Some of
They can't
these,
stop
some of the
me.
names in our community are pretty cool, and then there's a couple of them that are just like, oh Jesus, what am I talking about?
I know.
Sorry,
But it's always been that way.
Yeah, I guess so. Anyways, it looks like it's going to be actually Flak Fort map 1, so back-to-back Flak Fort maps for all you fans out there. You get to see your favorite map played twice in a row, but yeah, I mean, comp is looking pretty crazy on the side of Rosenritter here. The Methus Mahiru Z2 gun tank combo, of course, the classic from live service, right? So let's see how much value they're able to find out of that. On the other side, pretty normal suits, I would say, for the most part. Except for maybe a Dynamis instead of a Sniper. I know Rafi likes his Dynamis a lot, so we'll see if he's able to find some good value on that on attack. But it looks like Rosenritter is not really going to give him the opportunity to find easy picks. They're not going to hold outside like ARS does. So, more close range shoots. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Right. Well, especially because they have the Mahiru. I feel like, you gotta, obviously I kind of feel like you gotta always, no matter what suits you play, but hey, ARS won, so what can I say? They are going to be holding, I like this, the Mahiru's over kind of in the corner, waiting for people to just enter from that high ground or enter from the low ground. They've got a pretty good angle, but unfortunately they did have to retreat. It's a big push in from Pablo here is going to, oh wow, a great escape using the shield bash for the mobility. I love to see the mechanical skill there, but there's going to be 2 members down now, 3 members down now, and it does seem like this could be a big hold. They haven't actually started capping, so there's a chance to run back and maybe try to get a full retake. They're not getting super staggered, but I expect that there's probably not going to be a super great chance, especially when using something like this comp that we're seeing from Rosenritter. I don't know how you retake with that.
Yeah, I don't know. Z2, I'm just gonna have to do some like J-Kit witchcraft or something, but yeah, they're not even gonna try to do it. It's a pretty easy first cap on the side of Nebulous here. So just looking at the ults, yeah, so Rafi's at 75%. Pablo's basically right there with him. A couple people are, a little bit further behind, but they're way ahead in the side of Rosenritter. So we'll see if they're able to get, maybe Dynamis ult early here and find a couple kills of that before anyone's able to shut them down. But, this is maybe a better area to play if you're Mahiru and Z2M. A lot of close corners, although it looks like they're going to back up to the height, actually, which, they're going to get killed pretty quickly while they're up there. So it's definitely going to be some point progress on the side of Nebulous here again, but now you don't have the option to just give this point, right? So you just have to kind of spawn and go. They're already 1 tick down. They have 5 people on the point. Dynamis ult coming out. It's going to look really rough to retake.
I will say Mahiru's really good at picking up this point again, defending it, but unfortunately they're just like not even alive. They have to run back and they're going to get killed once again. Really good stuff. The Dynamis ult, it looked like, was kind of what took that, and this is probably going to be a full team kill into a full cap. So great first round from Nebulous. I respect the hell out of this comp from Rosenritter. Big fan, big fan. But unfortunately, I don't think it quite worked out.
Yeah, that was a pretty quick attack there on the side of Nebulous. 3:36 remaining on the clock. It doesn't really get much faster than that, practically speaking. So, I mean, we'll see if the other team is able to replicate that here, but it might be hard with their suits. Looking at the damage numbers a little bit, I mean, it's basically what you expect. Like, the numbers are low across the board because the round lasted so quickly. People weren't really able to get a chance to farm a lot of damage, but on the side of Nebulous, they have a couple people that are just way ahead of the rest. Pablo almost at 9k. No one else.
Who was on the gym, right?
He was on GM, yeah. He's a beast on the
Wow.
GM, man. He plays out GM and like Zeta and these shield characters, and he's a pretty solid player overall. So I'm not surprised to see him at the top of the scoreboards here. On the side of what's their team? I already forget what the team is. Rosenritter. I mean, damage numbers. You have a couple of people that looks like they're struggling a little bit. Don't want to call it any names specifically, but I mean, across the board, it was a pretty tough round. But it's map's not over yet, so we'll see if maybe they're more of an offensive team. There's always a chance.
Yeah, I'm curious what their comp's going to look like. So far, they haven't switched up all that much of it. We get to see the Z2M still. We get to see the gun tank. We get to see an Exia that's going to be pretty different. We still see the Mahiru. Now, the Mahiru can get some kind of gnarly angles into this defense. The thing is, obviously, if people are on the high ground, they can get essentially no angles. I've probably played Mahiru on this map way more than I should have, and I'm sure my teammates loved me for it. Hey, look at that! Oh, those nice angles, the blind fire angles. Ooh, okay. There's something going on here. I like it.
Yeah, I didn't think Rosenritter's comp could get any more wacky coming out of the defensive round, but now we see an Exia coming out. Let's go. First Exia of the tournament. Probably not the last, if I had to make a guess, but I mean, overall, like, it doesn't really get much crazier than this. So, I mean, that maybe gives some insight as to their win condition. Maybe they're trying to make fights like really scrappy and chaotic, and they have a couple characters that can maybe punish suits that are out of position. So, let's see if they're able to take advantage of that. Looks like trade's going out on both sides here this first attack, but it's going to end up going the way of Nebulous. So, on the side of Rosenritter, at least you got that out of the way quickly, right? You grouped up and attacked really fast, and now you can just respawn and do it all again, right? You can maybe squeeze out one more attack over the course of an entire round. So I like that they're playing fast, but they're gonna need to keep it up.
Yeah. I mean, it was a coordinated push. It just didn't quite work out for them. By the way, it's almost the first pick in the entire tournament of all of their suits. Almost. The only one is the Jim, who was used on the other side last round, but every single other one is the first time for literally all of them. So we'll see what the attempt is to push in here. I love the Ashamar holding this high ground so you can get the Molly in, just if people start running up that high ground, or if they start walking into the... Oh, actually, they already pushed in through the center area, and it does seem like we're actually going to get a pretty good amount of mileage out of that Exia. Unfortunately, everybody else is going to be going down, so they are going to have to retreat. I do like that, attempting not to stagger. They're not just going to like full commit and say, hey, I'm just going to keep running and trying to get on point of the turret. I haven't seen the turret in a long time, but the turret is going to go down, unfortunately. So a nice second attempt. They just got to find the right angle to try and push in, especially when you have Mahiru. I'm not really sure how you try to follow that up. You force everybody to the high ground, but then what?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be kind of tough because, with a Mahiru also, you don't really have any suits surrounding you that are able to output, like, consistent damage to force people into certain positions. So he's probably going to have to, like, land a stun or something, and then maybe if someone drops a point, he can do, like, a kick combo and find a pick that way. But other than that, I'm interested to see sort of the ult usage coming up here. So on the side of Nebulous, obviously, we have the Ashe and the Saz with theirs. I think the GM just threw his mines down. We have a couple more people that are coming up on theirs. On the other side, on Rosenritter, we don't really have much except for this Exia Transem coming out here, although he's already lost a couple teammates, so we might have to use it on the next push instead, although there's only really going to be like one, maybe two more pushes coming up this round. They only have a minute remaining at this point. So I think the game plan just has to be to build, the rest of your ults here, what you can build, and then just sort of dump them onto point and hope that's enough to take a fight. But we'll see if that'll be enough, because again, they still have 3 more ults on the side of Nebulous that are pretty strong. So, we'll have to see who uses better.
Yeah, and the problem is a lot of the ults on the side of Rosenritter are not really like good big engagement ults, you know? Like I feel like if they had something like a Dom, which I talk about a lot, that could really help them out. Unfortunately, Mahiro gonna go down. The 3 members going down, 30 seconds left. This run back can be decently long, and they are gonna stagger maybe a little bit. If they, oh no, that's a huge stagger. 2 more members going down means that they're completely not gonna come back up. Oh no, actually, you managed to get like one little bit of a repair, but 20 seconds, just getting on point is going to be tough here. They do have the Jim ult, and they have spin to win. So, and the Trans Am. So honestly, they've got some great ults. If they can get on point, the biggest thing they're going to have to deal with is the high ground, which has to be the Exia. We are going to see the Dom ult try and counter, which, oh my gosh, gets shut down immediately with the other ult, and there we go there. Oh no, they weren't on point. It didn't
coming in
quite
from
get to the other
spawn.
team.
Oh, I mean, that's basically, you know, how I saw that fight was going to go. Just sort of ult dump, and then one team was going to end up taking it. But it was the side of Nebulous here with a pretty convincing map 1 win on Flak Fort. Yeah, I mean, overall, it was a pretty well-rounded effort on every side. I don't really think there is any one individual that you can point to say that they were hard carrying. I think everyone is pulling their weight pretty well. So we'll see if they end up continuing that into map 2.
Right. And one thing that I just want to look at the comps, Rosenritter, like I said, I love their comp. It's awesome. Awesome to see. But unfortunately, it did seem like it had a little bit of a weakness. They were able to push in pretty decently, but they had, I think, a weakness to the high ground over in the in on point A, which obviously kind of the whole match was there. But they can walk in, and then Z2M. I personally love seeing Z2M on point A of Flak Fort because it's really good, especially like kind of turning that corner and then forcing shots into its counter. But I mean, it's really good at fighting people that are on the low ground, but if people are above it, it doesn't have the mobility to get up there. And then you see the same thing with Mihiru, who can lob shots into some really nice angles, but a lot of them aren't going to hit. For example, the high ground that's over kind of by the health pack in the center, that little walkway. A lot of times it's going to be people that are sitting on the ground or sitting on specific corners. So Mihiru, once again, not going to be too great at dealing with that. They had Gun Tank, who again can kind of bully their way in and can kind of shoot up to the high ground, but doesn't have a really good way to kind of get up to that high ground. And their only big option maybe was the Exia, who obviously has the kind of mobility to get up there, but them alone seemed like it was maybe not quite enough to be able to stop that level of damage that they were dealing from the high ground. So I would love to have seen them go for like one other option that maybe could have dealt with that a little bit better. However, like I said, their comp, it's fun. I love it. I can't hate, can't say anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, as far as vibes go, I think they probably have the comp of the tournament. But you know, from a competitive standpoint, a lot of their suits sort of rely on other suits that you know, maybe are able to apply more pressure or take space easier in order for their suits to get value. But the problem is they had like 4 characters that fall into that category. So
Yeah.
you know, if nobody's doing the dirty work, then you know the fun suits probably aren't going to get as much value as they might otherwise. But again, you know, if you're just trying to play what you want to play, then I mean, more power to you, right? So we'll see. Yeah, I mean, we'll see jumping into map 2 if they're able to switch anything up at all. If they're just going to stick with it, might be more favorable if we end up seeing Ironworks or Thermal. Like, you know, the Z2M likes both of these maps, I think, and you know, maybe better angles for Mahiru as well. So you know, maybe a bit more of a competitive fight here coming in from Rosenritter if they're able to secure some of these more close range domination points.
Yeah, Mahiru is really interesting in Ironworks. I'm just gonna keep talking about Mahiru and try to not allude to the fact that I threw too many matches with Mahiru. But one of the interesting things about Ironworks is that it can be really strong, or well, I guess which is the case for a lot of things, or really weak depending on how well the rest of your team holds, right? So if you're holding point C, you are awesome. You're just shooting into their entrances, and they just can't get out of those choke points. But if you are trying to push up onto C, you are just whiffing at nothing. Unless they're sitting in the little hut on the side, you can't do actually anything. Same thing with a lot of the high ground. If people are above you on the high grounds for the other 2 points, it is very hard to find the angles on them. B, maybe a little bit less, but A, certainly you're just whiffing over their heads. There's nothing to really bounce off of. But if you can hold the high ground, if you can find people attacking from the low ground, Mihiru can be awesome. And now we don't even know if Mihiru is going to be chosen, but I do see a few things already very familiar being picked, and it does look like we're going to be going a really similar comp, right? The Z2M is highlighted, the Gun Tank's highlighted, the Mihiru's highlighted. Some differences, though. We're going to see... wait a minute. Wait, maybe no Mihiru? Maybe Heavy Arms? Oh, I would love to see Heavy Arms. Dang it.
And I think Rafi's trying to mirror the Exia pick because he saw Eclair pick it last map, but little does he know we're going to be on heavy arms instead. Although actually some changes coming
Maybe
out here,
not,
so
yeah.
let's see if they end up sticking. I mean, this looks like more of a reasonable comp, I think, overall, but I mean, people are still changing characters, so we'll give them some time. It looks like Nebulous has pretty much figured out what they're going to be running. No Pale Rider, which is pretty interesting, I would say, but on the other hand, most of those suits pretty standard. Pablo going to stick with the GM. The only real exception is Rafi on that Exia, but okay, there we go. On the other side, looks like we have Hyperion. We're going to stick with Guntank and Z2M. Sazabi, Pale, and Unicorn, though, I mean, those are pretty standard units, so maybe they're taking this a bit more seriously this time around, but we'll see if it ends up paying off for them. So B point, first and foremost, very close range. We see the Z2M already getting pretty aggressive on the point there. First pick coming out on the side of Rosenritter, so that's good to see if they're able to finish it. I think they are. Point finally opens up here. Nobody's really standing on it though, but they're able to get first point control. So there we go, already paying dividends. The comp change here. So see if they're able to keep it up. Although a couple picks coming out on the side of Nebulous now, so they might be looking to flip this already, and they do. And so gonna have to regroup here on the side of Rosenritter and try to recontest.
Right, and I think this comp is the opposite of their last comp, where they're just a death ball here. This is a hard team to take down. I mean, it's got what, 2 tanks, 2 tanky like options, and a unicorn altogether. So when they push in, they're going to be tough to deal with, which is exactly what we saw from that first push. Unfortunately, it seemed like maybe they were pushed a little bit more off point in that last moment than maybe they wanted to be. And now at this point, we are probably just going to have to rotate over to C. The early rotate over to C, I think, is one of the most important early rotates, because the other ones you can kind of fight from a more even ground, but if you don't get the high ground at C, it is tough. And already 2 members going down on the side. Rosenritter, that's going to be tough. They're fighting pretty far forward here, though, so we'll see who can actually get up to that point for C. Great axes, they're pushing out through the center area, and yeah, Rosenritter is just going to be completely melted. Probably 2 more kills right here. They do manage to get maybe like 1 trade within that. I didn't even see where that was. These 2 are going down, but all the high ground being held here. Now you're really happy you're not choosing Mihiru.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that first point was just sort of Pablo farming. I think he got his GM ult in like 20 seconds. He's already 30% to another one, so he's definitely been outputting some value for sure. On the other side, we already have Hades up on it for Eclair, so yeah, maybe an early usage here before they have much to stop it, although I say that Ashmark gets his punch, so might be a bit tricky here. We don't really have many other ults that are coming up on the side of Rosenritter for the next few seconds, so maybe an early Hades just to build another one by the time the rest of your team gets their ults. We'll see if that ends up happening. On the side of Nebulous, they have 2 ults already. They have 2 more that are basically up, 3 more that are up actually, so it's really just going to be the Dom Trooper that maybe needs 1 or 2 more fights to get theirs, but already 20 seconds left on this A point, and it doesn't really look like Rosenritter is grouping up for a push at all. They just lose their Hyperion, so the rest of their team is probably going to crumble here from behind on the Z2R flanking there. But it looks like we're going to have to rotate over to A for Rosenritter instead of trying to fight for these last few seconds, which is probably not going to work out.
Well, they are going to use the spin to win on that C point in the final moments, which maybe not the best usage for that. I mean, it's quite strong on A as well if you can hit the right angles. I mean, obviously it's a little bit more vertical, but it's an unfortunate one to lose. They are going to have, like you said, the Hades. Well, no, they had the Hades, Eclair going down, and so right now they don't have a whole lot to try and get an early pick here, an early take on A. When the other side is just glowing with ults. They're about to have 5 of their 6 ults, and I'm assuming that we're going to see a pretty aggressive set of usages. Oh, nice axe dodge, actually. But they can just pop every single thing. Pablo actually going down. We are going to see the Z2R ult. I'm not sure they were able to follow that up. It looks like maybe not quite. A few members, though, going down on the other side. Even aside from that, they didn't even need to use more than 2 ults, as this looks like it's going to be a full take and a win in just a few seconds.
Yeah, I mean, we see on the side of Rosenritter that they had 4 ults up when the round ended, so I think that last fight was probably their window to just press Q and go, but ended up not finding the timing, so it's going to be first round going the way of Nebulous there. But, you know, I mean, they had chances on the side of Rosenritter. When we saw they had the opening first few percent on that B point, I think that they just focused on the point a little bit more instead of getting picked individually. They might have had more success, but looking at some of the the stats here again. I would say overall, you know, they're putting up a bigger fight as far as damage and kills are concerned. Still definitely in the favor of Nebulous. I mean, if you look at the KDs there, you only have a few deaths across the team, but you know, the damage isn't that far off, right? I mean, we see Pablo at 15k. He's definitely the standout in the lobby so far. Tabaret is also pretty close at 12 on the Ashe. On the other side, Eclair, who was on Pale last round, putting up 12k, so that's pretty solid. Rest of their team a little bit behind, but it's not too bad overall, I'd say.
Yeah, it was looking quite good to me, all things considered. The problem is, this is a map again that, like you were saying, it can be a little bit weird. I'm sure not all teams really like it. It has such different points that you have to fight on all of them really strangely. Oh, look at this, the Barb coming out from Pablo. The damage number is probably not going to go up all that much higher, but the kills numbers, I'm assuming, will go up considerably higher. Love seeing the Barb. We're going to see the camper as well, it looks like, on the other side. So a lot of switches altogether in general.
Yeah, the Barb's an interesting choice. You know, it's a character that you're not going to see its value reflected in the stats, right? It's basically, I would say, the lowest damaging character in the game, probably, like even lower than Metis and Unicorn usually. So, but the value the Barb gets a lot is basically just being a presence on the map, right? You just hold that right click, do that charge up, that iconic audio cue that I think basically everyone besides other Barb players has a little bit of fear in their heart over. You know, you just sort of have to respect it whenever you hear it, and you know, a lot of space control and sort of fear that it instills. Sort of the most valuable part about that suit. Although I say that, and he's already going to be the first one to get ult here. So, you know, who what do I know? Maybe it is just a damage character. I don't know. Anything.
Yeah. Just hold left click. It's whatever. No, I mean, actually, it's pretty huge. I'm personally a fan of seeing Barb on this map. I love how it fights on both A and B. When you get to C, though, you are a lot less useful, except if you have your ult available. Then it's really good for controlling all those pathways. And oh my goodness, so, I mean, we're just going to see the ult come out right now, obviously. Nice counter there from the Z2M, but that is not going to mean all that much in the end, as we're going to see another big team fight win here. I mean, this is looking pretty good for Nebulous once again. Their melee play is looking quite good. I mean, just being able to shut down, especially too, they're kind of like Deathfall strategy where they've got a lot of tankiness, and I mean, a Barb, hey, doesn't care about any of that, ever.
Yeah, I mean, the Barb overall is actually pretty solid against a lot of their picks on the side of Rosenritter. Like, it shuts down the gun tank and Z2M pretty hard, Exia as well, if you're able to sort of predict that dash coming in. So it's actually a pretty decent pick coming out here from Pablo, although he was also putting in work on the GM. So, you know, I think it's just more of a personal preference at this point, but it looks like it's going to be the opening point control in the favor of Nebulous once again. So Rosenritter, I think your win condition for this fight just has to be use some ults here, right? Obviously, just trying to walk in and get people in the neutral is not working out, so we're going to have to probably rely on either a big gun tank ult or a big spin to win coming out here. Maybe Exia with Trans Am to find the pick. We do see the gun tank ult coming out. It's going to be flying onto the point going after Saz. It is able to kill Saz. And the spin twin also comes out, but he's going to pop it without anyone really on his screen for the moment. So just sort of spinning on point alone. He's not going to find kills with it. He's going to get picked basically immediately afterwards as well. So full point control is going to go towards Nebulous there, and C point coming up in 25 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to get to C at this point. I mean, it is going to be huge to take that high ground. Like I said, it's just the biggest thing in the world. Right now, we're already, again, seeing some ults used, like, kind of preemptively here, and unfortunately, it does seem like... Oh, actually, no, hold on a minute. We got some pretty good picks here from the side of Rosenritter. We are going to see at least one kill from the ult from Pablo, but... I don't know. This is weird. I mean, okay, actually, they turned it around pretty quickly. That was a weird whole fight. I mean, it was a lot of really good picks from Rosenritter, but then it was just not... It didn't lead to anything. Yeah,
I mean, they had a couple picks, but I think Pablo just sort of, you know, used Barbell. He got like 2 or 3 picks of his own, so he's able to cancel that out pretty effectively. And you know, now we're on the C point here, and he just gets bashed out into the lava and says, "Get out of here, Sazabi." I mean, ults on the side of Rosenritter are looking pretty decent. I mean, they have another gun ult up. That was pretty quick. They popped Dom as well, so pretty good chance to flip this point, I would say. We do see the counter Dom, though, and Nebulous, you just look at how many Gs are on their screen. They're going to have a lot to to counteract this. So we're going to be heading to extra time here. We're going to need a touch on the side of Rosenritter. We are able to. Punch gets canceled, so pretty good from Eclair to sort of dash through that. And it looks like they might be able to flip this. Pablo's going to contest from the low ground on Barb. He gets a huge slam as well, but I think the Z2R grenade actually messed him up. I think it actually pushed the down flares away from Pablo, so he couldn't finish it. But it's not really going to matter because Error's just going to clean that up anyway. So, although I say that, I don't know. It's still pretty even trades coming out here. Looking like a 3v3 maybe on the point now. We'll see if anyone's able to eke out an advantage as Z2M goes down. He's going to get finished as well. Tabure is going to clean it up. Yeah, that's probably going to do it. No, not able to touch from Rosenritter. So it's going to be a 2-0 victory on the side of Nebulous there. Good fight from Rosenritter though. That second round. That last point got a little bit hairy there for Nebulous, but they're able to close it out pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I mean that Barb play at the end was really good. I mean, like you said, even the fact that they weren't able to finish that off. I mean, that was like a triple slam or something like that. It seemed like that was. I mean, they were doing a pretty good job from the side of Rosenritter at least. Who's they're still in winners, so they're going to be able to move down. They're doing a pretty good job of being able to hold that C until it happens. So at least there's some signs of life. I'm liking their comp switch a lot. Obviously, the first comp was super fun. This one seemed a little bit more serious, but there were a few picks that I feel like maybe could have been a little bit different, especially in round number 2. It seemed like the Unicorn maybe wasn't getting as much mileage once you see that you're up against double melee, especially up against Barb. A lot of times what Unicorn brings to the table as far as like helping with sustainability doesn't really mean all that much. Maybe something that could have been a little bit more aggressive towards the Barb or something like that could have ended up working. But altogether, I mean, they were looking a lot better in the second map than they were in the first map.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're going to see more out of Rosenritter in this tournament. Actually, it looks like they're going to end up playing Solidus Society from our last match down in the losers bracket. So that'll be interesting to see how that one ends up panning out. And yeah, I mean, it looks like we're going to probably go to a little bit of a break here as we wait on a couple of these matches to wrap up and get set up for our spectators. So I think we are going to take a 15-minute break here. So we will see you guys in a bit. Hold on to your seats. We're coming right back with some more Rising Stars.
I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear the street lights lit this town like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna let it rain tonight. We're gonna let it rain tonight. We're gonna let it rain just like the sunrise. We're gonna let it rain. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna let it rain tonight. We're gonna let it rain tonight. We're gonna let it rain just like the sunrise. We're gonna let it rain.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I give you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption.
If we are one grain of sand in the middle of the ocean, can you try to understand how a touch can cause explosions? Rise up. I'm too great to be landed. Rise up. We're too great to be.
Welcome back to the Rising Stars tournament for season 3. We've got a few good matches under our belt, and we are back for, what are we at now? Winners semifinals. So lots of good matches still to come. Like 11 teams, which is a ridiculous amount, and it's double elimination, so plenty of matches. Unfortunately, I have to leave a little bit later during the day, but I'm Wonder Chef, joined by Tyrannism, and we are going to watch Nebulous again after we just had a chance to see them.
Yeah, and if you look at their opponent, they're going up against Principality of Zuon, which, I mean, for me, they're probably the #1 team to look out for this tournament. If you guys watched the last Rising Stars tournament, they, of course, got second place, right? Runner-up to Serenity, but Serenity's not in this tournament anymore. So you would have to think, just like logically speaking, that Zuon probably the favorites to win it all, but we just saw Nebulous have a really strong showing against Rosenritter, so this should be actually a pretty decent match. We'll see if maybe there's upset potential here too. But yeah, go ahead.
I've had a pretty good chance now to see people from kind of all of the 4 paths of the bracket, and so I know that it's going to be strong, especially getting to the semifinals. And we get a chance to see the map bans live this time around. So already Flag 4 banned out by Principality of Zuon, and Harbor City banned out, which is sad for me, but understandable. Canyon Base as well. So we're not going to be seeing many repeats from what we saw earlier. I mean, I guess we could, but not at least off the bat.
Yeah, there's still hopes for Ironworks or something, but I'm really interested in seeing a couple of these other maps maybe get played here. Conveyance also just gets banned out, so no more side 7 defense hold meta. But Colony also getting banned pretty much immediately. It looks like Zuon kind of just knows what they want to ban and pick. They're pretty much doing it instantaneously, so I think they've probably talked this out pretty extensively beforehand, which is good to see. But yeah, I'm like hoping to see a couple of maybe R&Ds and thermals, maybe UCC in there would be pretty nice. Have we seen a bomb map yet today? I don't think so. I think it's been all point capture and domination. So yeah, maybe some destruction would be nice. Actually, UCC is the only destruction left here, I believe. Yes. So, I mean, that's what I'm rooting for to get picked. I don't know about you, but it'd be. I think it would be nice. Nice change of pace.
Yeah. I mean, I love bomb maps. Honestly, it's a really interesting kind of like like you get the chance to show how a team is on offense and on defense on both sides, if that makes sense, right? Because everybody, once you get a plant, suddenly you're the defensive team in a weird way, right? And then suddenly the defending team is an offensive team because you have to retake that. And it's a little bit more time than, for example, like retaking a point in just point capture, where it's like, okay, yeah, like we lost the point, we're just gonna move back to the next one. With bomb, it just takes so long that there's a pretty good chance that you're gonna get that re-push, at least 1 or 2 or something like that. And So I'm a big fan of that type of map in general. It does seem like first map pick though will be Ironworks, so we are going to get at least one repeat, and we'll see if anything else gets repeated. I would have liked to see large conveyance facilities, but that one unfortunately banned as well. So pretty decent chance that we're going to get some sort of domination map, I think, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to. I don't know. I feel like it's hard to hate domination maps as a team. Like, I don't really know any teams that are like, we don't like R&D or thermal plant or anything like that. So hopefully see one of those get picked for map 2, just a little bit more close quarter action, obviously following up with Ironworks. Again, I'm pulling for UCC, but we'll see if it ends up happening. But yeah, I mean, just sort of some of the players in these teams I want to point out. So on the side of, obviously we just saw, what Nebulous has, but on the side of Principality of Zuon, we're going to have Saguchi, Oyoyoi, Zlux, Jimmy Jazz, Dakarada, Sandow, Rovace, and Thanatos. So, some pretty solid names there in the community. I mean, I don't really think they have any like weak points, to be honest, across like their whole team. And I mean, neither does Nebulous either, really. So I think it'll just be interesting to see sort of how the comps end up playing out, because I know, Nebulous has a couple of players that like their specific suits, and Zuon has a couple of players that like some other suits. I think we're probably going to be seeing like Jimmy on Ash, for example, Oyoyoi on Pale, which, I mean, those are pretty standard suits overall, but those are definitely their comfort picks. So we'll see if they're able to just out damage everyone on Nebulous. But looks like we're still taking some time to think about map 2 here. Probably Nebulous's pick, if I had to guess, but maybe they're talking it over.
Yeah, there's some pretty varied options here. So they're taking the time, which I do appreciate, and we're definitely getting something different. I'm a big fan always of Mountain R&D. I feel like the fights on Mountain R&D are just always such a good signifier of kind of like how a team plays, and we are going to see it. Oh, UCC. Okay, it's all coming in here. All right, so UCC is going to be picked, and then Thermal Plant as the tiebreaker. So, all right, you get your wish. I get my wish. Oh, I guess I didn't get the Mountain R&D wish, but still, I wanted to see UCC as well.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see. But I mean, first of all, map 1, obviously we're going to go back to Ironworks. So I think our second actual back-to-back map of the day. I think our first series going into second series, we saw back-to-back Flak Fort. Now we're going to see back-to-back Ironworks. So we're going to get our fill of these maps. We should all be experts on these maps by the end of this series. But I mean, we'll see if we end up seeing like different strategies or different comps come out, because even though it's the same map, and maybe it gets played a different way, and you see different sort of insights as to how the map can be played. So we'll see if teams take advantage of that.
Zuon, I did get a chance to see some of the previous tournament, but I haven't seen them recently, so they're going to be a little bit more of like a let's see how they're doing currently to me type thing. Obviously, Nebulous is literally the most recent thing that I've watched, so the exact opposite. So we knew pretty much how well they're going to do. And like I was saying earlier too, just like looking back at the rest of the bracket, I know I'm saying as we're getting to this next map, but there are just strong people all together. Like Skyfall is another one of the teams that we haven't seen yet, but I got a chance to see them scrim recently, and they were looking really good. And then we see ARS against, I can't remember who they were playing, but it was Kovacs team. But obviously ARS we saw quite strong as well. So good matches all from here on out for sure. And this is going to be the first, I think, of banger games here. I'm liking it. I'm liking the coordination from everybody. Guntank, woo!
And I just want to point out Error actually on Team Nebulous finally changed his portrait to match the rest of his team. I think the last match he was the only one that stood out, but he probably got verbally assaulted after that match. So good to see that everyone's now on the same page, and maybe it'll reflect in their coordination for these fights, because they're going to need it, because they have some pretty solid opponents now. So they're definitely going to need every bit of chemistry that they can squeeze out here. Looking at some of the picks that people are highlighting preliminary, so there's still 40 seconds, so maybe there's a little bit of time to change, but overall I think it's basically what I expect. I mentioned Oyoyoi on Pale, Jimmy on Ash. That's exactly what we see. We see Saguchi on Dom, Thanatos on Susan, Sandow on Saz, and Rovace on the Unicorn. So pretty solid suits all around. Not really any like crazy off meta picks, and everyone's I think on their comfort characters, so pretty straightforward there. Looks like we're gonna get a timeout coming in here, maybe someone DC'd. I don't know if it's one of the spectators or whatnot, but we'll see just in a second Oh, it looks like his Lux actually crashed. So yeah, it might be a minute. Might have to reset this lobby, but we'll see. Maybe he's able to rejoin.
Lux is not playing. Oh my god, they're trolling here. All right. The team's trolling us. Give him a DQ. We can say that now. Let's do it. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. So we get an extra few seconds to look at the comps, and like you said, pretty normal. One thing, obviously, we got a chance to see Pablo on the Barbados on the second round of Ironworks the last time they played it. Not sure if that was more just because of who they were playing against, or if that's something that they might switch to eventually in the end. But obviously, starting with the gym seems like the Pablo kind of classic at this point. So we'll see how this comp, a little bit more of an interesting comp coming out from the side of Zuon, I think. But they already pick up this high ground very, very quickly, and they are going to be kind of hiding in the hut on the side. This is going to be a really nice spot for the Susan that we're watching right now to be able to guard. They are going to jump over, try to get a little bit of damage, just poke damage over this little wall, the awkward little wall that somebody placed there for some reason. And ooh, pushing in with the axe, and Sendo's gonna go down immediately. They are gonna trade 1 for 1, now 1 for 2 though. Unfortunately, just being able to get up into that little hut was a little bit too difficult, and it does seem like we are going to have a pretty strong Xeon, maybe first pick, but I don't know, they're still getting flanked actually by the Exia.
Yeah, and we can already see sort of the difference in playstyle that these comps naturally want. Like if you notice there, the Zuons were pretty stacked up in that hallway. I think they had literally like 5 or 6 people all together there, which is exactly how these characters like Unicorn and the Sazabi and even like Susan want to play. But on the side of Nebulous, they took a bunch of different angles. They had people on the flank, they had people on that little mid ramp there, they had people coming up to the main, just sort of surrounding the enemy. It looks like for the first fight at least, it was more so the Zuons that had maybe the advantage as far as playstyle is concerned, but we'll see if that wasn't just like a mechanical or execution failure on the side of Nebulous, or maybe they have to rethink their strategy. But in any case, almost the whole point going the way of Zuons, and we're going to transition over to B. So let's see if they can't turn things around here.
See, it's because they needed to have Mahiru on the side of Nebulous, obviously, to be able to break that hold. No, they're holding this high ground. These little hallways, again, are going to be quite good for the Susan, so they've got to deal with that. Exia versus Susan, I like this fun little kind of mobility melee-ish matchup. But right now, I feel like Exia has to use that sort of mobility to be able to take some sort of high ground. Otherwise, they're not getting a lot of mileage quite yet on B. 2 members already going down for Nebulous, and it's going to be a third one going down. We do see the Hades pop to be able to enable that. The punch as well, trying to stop it, but is not going to work out. So Nebulous losing a few more points here, and Xenon just continuing to hold really dominantly. I like the forward hold. Sometimes you do really want to try to move forward and hold very far forward once you get the at least most of a team life on B, because you're pretty vulnerable from a few different angles if you're just sitting on B, I feel.
Yeah, there's definitely a few different angles that you can play on these sort of high grounds, and even like within the point, like under the high grounds on this B point, which it looks like Nebulous and Pablo is trying to take advantage of here, although he's trying to get pressured out by Ash. He's going to be unsuccessful though, so maybe they're able to flip this last 10 seconds, although if you're Z1 at this point, if you just have someone touch, you shouldn't be able to flip this point. They do end up getting flipped with 5 seconds, but it really doesn't matter that much. I mean, the scary part if you are Nebulous now is you're down 75 to 8, and Z1 has 1 ult so far. They have 5 ults in the chamber waiting to be used, so you have to think if they pop those, I mean, that's like a guaranteed team fight win. They popped 3 already, and yeah, it's just going to be a pretty easy wipe here for Z1. So the good news is if you're Nebulous, they just used a lot, so although you're going to lose this initial cap, you are going to get a chance to retouch and flip things. You have your GM ult, you got Exia, Saz, Dom's coming up on theirs, so you know, you got one good attempt at this, I think, and if it ends up not working out, then it's going to look pretty rough.
Yeah, I mean, well, literally, there's only 1 attempt. They do have, I mean, 4 ults. Ooh, oh no, that's actually a huge member to lose right there, the Dom. The Dom needs to get back, and there's only, I mean, a few percentage left, so they're gonna maybe, I mean, they should be able to get back in time, but they're gonna have to just really, really try not to lose anybody else. We're gonna see the gym ult pop to try to control a little bit more of the side hut as the Exia is in there. Everybody's gonna have to back up a little bit, and there we go. Dom ults are going to come out. Actually, we're not gonna see the Dom ult on the other side quite yet. They're just trying to hold out till a little little bit longer before they pop all of their ults on the side of Zuon. Looks like they will have some pretty interesting trades. We're down to about a 3v3 on point here. Hades getting a pretty good amount of damage. Not going to be able to follow it up once it's gone, though. And still, Pablo hanging on just slightly, getting picked before they can get down off the point. And now that's going to be the last of their chances. This is going to be a pretty clean team fight win there, even against all of those ults.
Yeah, pretty solid on the side of Zuon to just sort of stay alive through the chaos and, you know, find value where you can. You see Oreo with the Hades. Didn't really find any kills with it that last fight, but he was able to put out a lot of damage and pressure. He basically shut down Pablo from doing anything else but shielding him, and shot a lot of people in the back and forced him to back up. So yeah, just good stuff, like knowing sort of how your character and your ults get value without necessarily killing people. Looking at some of the stats here, it's looking like Zuon with a pretty hefty damage and kill advantage overall, which makes sense given how the round ended up playing. Really, like Jimmy Jazz is like 22k. He's pretty far ahead of basically everyone else. On the other side, it's the same two, right? Tabaret and Pablo at the top of the team there for Nebulous, which is not too unusual at this point. So overall, I'd say nothing really surprising, nothing standing out to me really here.
Yeah, I do want to point out that last team fight again, though. I mean, just like you said, it was really impressive to just be able to kind of weather the storm for the side of Zuon. They didn't immediately pop something like the Dom ult. Like, I thought they did, and I was wrong. And they held on to it for a really long time. So they just used positioning to prevent themselves from going down, then counter use all their ults within the same fight, which is a really tough thing to do when you've got 5 ults on the other side. But we're going to start on C once again, so an immediate rematch of what we just got. We get see a few actual changes as far as comps, but we'll talk about that later, because already 2 picks from Zuon. They are looking really good. Huge flame grenade, though. I mean, that's going to be a lot of damage, and they are going to reverse pick, but I mean, the high ground is still just completely held by them. No contest.
Yep, early picks are pretty detrimental if you're, well, just in general, I guess, in Gundam, but
Yeah.
especially onto this point, because, you know, you really need full strength in order to make it up this ramp if the other team beats you there. So once you go down one, it makes it basically impossible to just push to the front. So I'd like to see them take some more angles and just play for picks more than maybe coordinated pushes. It's going to be really hard against Susan and Unicorn. I mean, there's nothing more that they want than for the entire enemy team to just sort of walk at you in a death ball. So we'll see if they're able to get some flanks or off angles going, maybe find a couple picks on Dynamis. I think that's their main win condition on the side of Nebulous. We actually see Pablo on the Gundam instead of the GM. I think probably, you know, keeping consistent with that theory, right? GM is not really much of an off-angle pick character. Gundam is. It's not working out so far, though, because Jimmy's just sort of wiping the whole lobby, but that's just Jimmy Jazz things.
Just Jimmy Jazz things. That was again a disgusting napalm right there. That was just, I mean, there was nothing you could do with that against that. Sometimes those feel like they're ults when they're not ults. They just do so much damage to a team grouped up. But yeah, I do agree. Certainly they're going for like a little bit more of a long range option. I mean, the biggest switch being the Exia to the Dynamis is going to be just, I mean, obviously the biggest sign of that. So I do like this strategy, but so far it hasn't worked out. I mean, 43% already, as we're going to be on A this time. We are going to see the Hades popped, and already we're just seeing the other team just melted. Not even sure if you're going to have a chance to get that much more. Jimmy can continue to get more kills and more kills, as there's just so much follow-up damage on the side of Zuon. They're just able to close out all of these kills, whether it be with the Susan, whether it be with Ashimar. They're always ready to like follow up the damage that we're seeing out of stuff like the Pale Rider.
Yeah, and something that I want to point out with this Pale specifically, Oi, is he's doing something that we haven't really seen so far today, which is like he takes the first point to get ult, and then when he gets ult, he uses it. I think overall, like especially with some of the teams that have maybe struggled to take some maps, like a lot of what they do is they build their ult and then maybe hold on to it for a couple fights, and they try to like wait for the perfect timing. But Oi realizes like, look, if I just build my Hades and 1 point, and then I just use it, I can build 1 or 2 more by the end of the round, get way more value over the course of 3 Hades as opposed to just like 1 Hades that is maybe trying to be perfect in time. So we definitely see that it's working out so far. I mean, they're already up 80%, right, with the C point opening up, and they have, again, 5 more ults in the backpack to start this point on. So looking pretty tough on the side of Nebulous. They don't have much to really respond with. They have a Dom, which just died, and then
they had
the Dynamis, but yeah, it's looking pretty rough here if you're Nebulous.
They're getting picked. I mean, just trying to run up. They've got to back up. They've got to try and use this Dom ult, but I mean, they need to follow it up. I mean, they do have Hades now, so I mean, Dom ult Hades, obviously a little bit of a classic. We're not really seeing them on the other side on Zuon try to get that combination going all that much. They might have it though for a counter usage of ults if they do hold on just a little bit longer. And honestly, at this point, it doesn't even seem like they need ults. They are going to be using their own Dom ult to try to counter the other Dom ult. Every ult glowing on the side of, well, at least the attackers here trying to get back in 6%. You need to capture this and hold it for so long, but they're just not going to get a chance as Susan is going to clean up so many of these kills. I feel like the kill count on Susan is really high. They're trying to push back in, oi, 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 trying to take down the one member challenging, and they did manage to get a recap for just a second, but now it's going all the way back. A nice attempt, but not quite making it work.
Yeah, there's only so much that a lone Dynamis can do to retake a point. He's not exactly the best character at doing so, but you know, Rafi gave it his best shot. He was alive for a few seconds. He was a bit of a threat, but overall, pretty comfortable win from the side of Zuon's there. I think they probably had a bit of a better thought out team coordination and ult usage there overall. So pretty solid map. Ironworks, you know, a lot of the same things that we saw from last time, I think, getting played, although, you know, a little bit of different strategy coming out from Nebulous this time. So it's interesting to see, you know, how teams adjust to the situation.
Yeah, I do really like the fact that Nebulous has shown that they're willing to change up their comps to be pretty different, right? I mean, in the first set of the day, on Ironworks, they changed up to be more melee heavy because they saw that the other team was running like a little bit more of like a tanky comp, and it worked really well. And then this time around, they decided to go a little bit more of a ranged comp because they realized that they weren't able to get as close as they wanted to. So I like the strategy. I feel like those decisions are really, really good. Unfortunately, it's just they're getting like really run over in an awkward way. I would say that Zuon is really good at pushing their advantage and then getting like one more pick and then maybe one more pick after that, and they just like slowly force a stagger onto you, which is obviously something that really strong teams can try to do. Is if anybody's out of position, you think like, oh, maybe I'm safe here, maybe, you know, this is where we regroup, and it's like, nope, because they are going to push like 3 members a little bit further just to see if anybody's there. And there were so many times where it seemed like we were going to see Nebulous like have a full push with a lot of ults, but then all of a sudden like the Dom would go down, or all of a sudden the Pale Rider would go down, and they just wouldn't get a chance to even make the push that they wanted to. So really good stuff from Zuon.
Yeah, the Susan in particular being really aggressive, always playing sort of off the point and forcing the other team to deal with him before they even think about the point, which they ended up not really being able to think about the point last map because they didn't really get much percent except for maybe a couple seconds of scrap time here and there. But in any case, yeah, that's map 1 done. We're going to go on to map 2 here, which I don't know if it's Thermal UCC. I hope it's UCC, but
should be UCC, right? Because it's the picks, and then the final map is always the one that neither side picked, right? So.
Yeah, and if it is UCC, it looks like it'll be Zuon on attack first. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see if they switch up the comp at all. I mean, UCC is definitely a map where, you know, it's sort of weird in that the first waypoint is a very, very open area, and we sometimes see snipers coming out there. Like, I know Rafi on Dynamis is probably going to love playing that first waypoint area. And then once we get inside, actually, it turns into like kind of a close quarters indoorsy battle. And then second point is sort of a similar situation, but you know, you have more like, you know, the one bomb on the high ground and one bomb on the low ground. So we'll see how teams elect to play it, but we should be hopping in any second here.
Right. This it's a map that you need to play very different, basically at like all points of the map, which I do like a lot. But this is one of my favorite Dynamis maps, just in general. I really like how it plays into the like attacking into the first point, and then also I quite like how it plays like literally on the first point. Like obviously, you know, it's like very open up until that first checkpoint, the respawn point. I forget what it's actually called, but then once you get to the actual bomb, I do like a lot of the angles that Dynamis can take, and like being able to pull people around some of the corners there that they're trying to hold. So we'll see if that does end up being an option, but we could see some pretty big shifts from either side. Obviously, as Ironworks is a pretty chaotic close range map, and now we're going to see how everybody shifts to being a lot further away. And then obviously once you even get past that, then things get even wilder. But sometimes, and certainly a decent amount of the time on UCC, it does end up getting held at that first point, because if you do lose your respawn there, you can have to fight back for it pretty tough, and there are just a lot of angles to make that happen. I mean, it's really, though, I think, a great map for showing people shooting skills. I feel like we always get to see people just kind of sitting there and trying to deal with the people running out in the open, and I do like that a lot, especially if we get to watch snipers.
Yeah, definitely a map where the aimers are rewarded for their efforts, especially on snipers in particular. But also the Ashimars and the Zetas, they can have their fun in that first little waypoint area. But once we get inside, yeah, I mean the Dynamis still have some pretty good value, and that's a character that actually sneakily has really good movement. When you switch between your pistols and your sniper, you can get a lot of dash recharges that way. And so he's like one of the few characters that I think can actually utilize on defense at least, the tunnels in the back pretty well on that first point. Or even on attack, if they get the bomb down, that you can just kind of rat back there and maybe walk out and like pistol people that are trying to defuse. But we'll see how he likes to play it. There's really like a number of things that he could do. And yeah, on attack, pretty straightforward. You're just sort of a sniper out in the open. So what more can you ask for, really?
Not much. But yeah, we'll see what these teams end up actually playing. It'll be interesting to see as well if we end up seeing Pablo on the gym to start things off, or if it's going to be, well, let's see, they're going to be on defense first, so probably gym at least to start things off. This is my guess, but we could see just normal Gundam as well. Our ARC-78 is so good on this particular point because you can throw it all the way up top and or on bottom. Like you can basically completely uncontested check the other point with your super napalm. So I really like that a lot. And obviously the long range, being able to fight outside before you even get to that point, is quite strong. And the maces have a lot of, I think, like hallways to be able to get through. So I like ARC-78 here quite a bit. And obviously I've seen a lot of people play it here and kind of everywhere, but we'll see what the choice is.
Yeah, definitely a strong map for RX. So it looks like he's hovering GM for now. We'll see if he changes his mind. But on the other side, on attack, we can see Jimmy is going to be on that sniper, just looking for a few picks on this first waypoint. I have to imagine once we get inside, he's probably going to change back to the Ashimar. But I mean, who knows? Maybe if it's working really well and the aim feels crisp, maybe he just stays with it, even if it's not the best position to be in on that first bomb site. But it looks like, I think, do we actually have a substitute coming in on the side of Zuans here? I think Zlux is in now instead of Thanatos, I believe. So we're going to see GM instead of that Susan. Kind of makes sense. Susan can't really do much on this first waypoint, right? It's just way too open for really any melee suits. Could get some value inside, but GM's also just a super strong pick overall. So, it kind of makes sense to see that sub come in.
Yeah. I mean, the ult's going to come into play here a lot if they do manage to get it, and just really small little points here on the first point, especially too. So we'll see how they choose to play it. We'll see where they actually decide to hold hook cam. By the way, always got to point out the hook cam. I didn't know where it was on this map actually. Now I see. Oh, it's in the offensive base. Interesting. All right. Well, we learned something about hooks today, which is, I know what everybody's here for anyway. But all right, everybody just holding back. Yep, nobody's going to be super far forward. We're not going to see like a cheeky little early flame grenade or anything like that because they didn't have an Ashimar. So just going to play pretty standard here.
Yep, and I think number one priority right now, if you're on defense for Nebulous, is just don't get picked. Once you see the sniper, I think you just ping his location, you just don't peek him. Looks like that's going to be easier said than done for Zarex, though. Didn't get sniped, but did go down into to the rest of his team. So no Sazabi now on the defense means you're probably just going to have to back up and give the waypoint. They're going to do exactly that. Then a couple people go down on the retreat, but still have 3 people here. Maybe they can stop a plant going off. Body blocks coming in, no really good body blocks. So they're going to get the plant down.
Wow.
That's a really fast plant on the side of Zuan. They're going to get set up here to stop any defuse as well. So really strong attack so far.
A great body block right there. One of the biggest things about these points and here, the waypoint into the A point, is that it's really scary. Like if you overcommit to defending the waypoint, you give up the bomb plant. But they didn't overcommit. The push was so good to follow it up. I mean, they still had a few members left, but like you said, the body blocking was amazing. They knew exactly how to push in and cover exactly who they were trying to defend. And now this is tough. There's so many different angles out here. I mean, that flame grenade is going to be great at dealing with the people up in that area, but they've already basically surrounded this A site. I don't know if there's any chance that we manage to take this back. No, especially not now. And this is another one as well where you really kind of want to back up as fast as possible if you feel like you're going to lose A, because there's this really strong choke point running to B between A and B, and if the attacking team can push through it before you manage to respawn, it's going to be really good. If they can't, I mean, it's just a whole different game.
And Oiloi knows that, right? And that's why he uses Hades now. Keeps the momentum. He's going to kill these people off his spawn. He's probably yelling at his team right now to go, 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 because they're still down a couple people. And I know Pale Rider probably doesn't usually want to be the one on the front lines to make the space for his team, so waits for his styles to come up, and yeah, they're going to go really quickly here. They're going to take a push this way before the rest of the team's back. Punch comes out from Ash to actually try to stop it. He does find one on Sazvi, but he gets traded in return. Probably not worth it. Doesn't really stop their push, but I mean, they still have some ults to work with on the side of Nebulous here. You have your Dynamis, which you can maybe find a pick. Your Zaz is coming up on his. But Zuon is already making a push right towards this A bomb site. They throw mines down to secure it. I have to imagine they're going to get this plant off pretty easily. And there's really not much that Nebulous can do to stop it. They're going to get pushed out on this Dynamis here, and the GM's just going to walk them down with his shields.
Yeah. Yeah, it's as the defending team to hold both of these points. If you get pushed so far past the waypoint like that, I mean, there's a lot of really weird angles. Like you can't really cover both points as well as you really want to on a lot of other maps, I would say. And so, like you said, pretty easy plant there. Well, not easy, but you know, pretty uncontested plant. And on the bottom, oh, it's tough. There's so much cover for the defending team to just kind of sit down here. You really need some sort of big clear out ult, which we are going to see an attempt here. We're going to see, though, I mean, this is looking like kind of a wrap here, as that's a full team kill. They're going to have time to fight back one more time. I mean, great users that Dom ult, but they've only got the Jim ult.
Yep, you basically got one try at this if you're Nebulous. I think you probably have to throw in Gundam ult somewhere. And if he actually goes down before they're able to get Dom ult, so that's going to be a pretty big loss on the side of Nebulous. Probably going to make it basically impossible to get a defuse, especially when they have already Hades back up. And yeah, it's going to be a pretty quick explosion there on the side of Zuon. It's a really strong attack. It might be the strongest attack we've seen so far today. They have 3 minutes 10 seconds left. I think we saw one that was like 20 seconds earlier today. But yeah, I mean, overall, really, really strong attack there, and it's going to take a lot for Nebulous to respond.
Yeah, I think I think the other one was Nebulous up against like the Mahiru comp, I think, was the other really quick attack. But this is not against the Mahiru comp. This is just, I mean, strong teams and strong teams. But like you said, Zuon looking like a potential to win today. They are really showing that. And I don't even really feel like a lot of the decisions being made from the side of Nebulous were like, I don't know, were like questionable or anything like that. Like nothing that I saw. It was just such good coordination from Zuon, and they just knew exactly how to push forward. I mean, like you pointed out perfectly, I loved Oiloi using the Hades to be the first person through that choke point and make sure that they didn't get stopped there. I mean, that is such a huge risk, but obviously they were super well prepared for that to happen. And I mean, look at the damage off of Oiloi, and it's almost double what almost anybody else has, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, and if you're someone like Jimmy right now, you're probably just chilling because you're 10-0, you haven't died, and you're 14k. Yeah. It's like, whatever, this Pale Rider's just popping Hades every other fight. I'm down for it. But yeah, I mean, it's sort of a similar story to the first map. Like, nobody on Nebulous is really looks like hard carrying this. It's sort of a struggle across the board, but you know, maybe on attack, I mean, we know Rafi on Dynamis is going to really get some value here because nobody can really shoot him back except for maybe Pale and Ash, but obviously he has a shield, so should be advantage for Rafi on this waypoint at least, and we'll see if they're able to transition a fight win into a bomb plant maybe. I think that's their best bet.
It looks like the comp here coming from Zuon is going to be like a much more like hold tight angles, hold close angles, and just be tanky. I mean, they're double tank Unicorn, which we saw a little bit earlier today, but they're just not even given an opportunity to try and snipe, I think is the goal here. And we are going to lose one off the bat, Unicorn going down, but it's a 1-for-1 trade against Pablo. It does look like they are just going to back up. We'll see if we can see Nebulous try to take this super aggressive push, just like we saw Zuon take in the last game. They can take a really, really quickly push in while they're still waiting for at least one member to maybe run back, although it does seem like the full team has recovered.
Yeah, and so Zuon did better what Nebulous tried to do that last time, which is, once it looks like you're going to start losing control of that waypoint, just back up and hold the bomb site. We saw Nebulous, their saws went down, they tried to do it, and then a couple more people got staggered, and they ended up not being able to really stop a plant from going down. But this time, Zuon, they gave up a lot of the space, and they were like, alright, let's make the call, let's go hold the bomb. And so, yeah, they gave up waypoint, which, is not ideal, but it's still better than letting a plant go down. And it looks like they're going to be able to equalize here and maybe even retake the waypoint if they get enough picks.
Yeah, it's looking pretty decent. There's the annoyance of the Z2R always going to be a big deal, but actually right now they're going to be able to get this plant. Oh, so close to getting that plant off. Yeah, that could have been a huge difference. Big game changer. They are going to maybe get off that res. It looks like, yeah, they did manage to get that res off. Not going to have the space to try for the plant again, but that does mean they're going to be able to continue fighting here. And obviously with that waypoint, the respawns are pretty quick behind them, so the rest of the team coming back as well. But right now it's just a big skirmish. I like this, trying to fight up to deal with the Dom on the high ground. That can be super difficult to deal with, but right now the angles that we're seeing home from Zoan are just so good. Oh, that's actually a huge big pick. This might lead at this point to the plant. It's looking like there's a pretty decent chance that it will if they can finish off this Sosby, but no, actually, they're going to get cleaned up a little bit in reverse.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the ult situation again, we still have Dom, Hades, and GM on the side of Zuon, so, I mean, with 2 minutes remaining, you have to think that's at least one fight that they're going to be able to secure, and then they're definitely going to have Saz and Unicorn for the next. So on the side of Nebulous here, I think the important thing is to just use your punches in Z2R and Ash in order to try to get a couple picks before Zuon's able to group and use their ults, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Although he doesn't end up finishing the GM with a punch, the Dynamis is able to get a couple picks. There's the Axe that comes out to find the Hades, and I think this is probably going to be Nebulous's best attempt at trying to get these remaining kills, although Domal also comes out. That's probably going to put a stop to things because they don't really have anything left to kill him. Looks like a sneak B plant coming out. He's going to be able to get it down. Don't know if it's going to last that long though, because I think the rest of his team is still respawning, so it's going to be an instant defuse. But I like the attempt from Pablo.
Yeah, and at least it did push them back, right? Like having to go run and turn away to defuse B does mean that you're like slightly out of position for this next push, and they had managed to come back a little bit quicker. Maybe they could have taken advantage of it, but it does seem like everybody was down in time to be able to rotate, and they're just holding back again these same angles. We haven't seen a huge push over through the side quite yet. I don't know if that's maybe an attempt that they want to make, but only 45 seconds left and 3 ults on the side of Zuon. Only the Jim and what is it, the Sazabi? Not great pushing ults for the side of Nebulous quite yet. Can they hunt him down? They will too. Error going down, 5v6, 30 seconds left. This is rough.
Yeah, and they just lost other players. I think the only hope left is to just respawn and pop Dom ult and get in there. Although they're actually, the Z1s are going to make a push for this waypoint now that people are respawning. Although they're going to probably spawn in by the time they manage to step on the waypoint. So it might be a little bit more chaotic than they had hoped. But looks like they're still able to get the kills that they need anyways. Those Rex finds a couple picks on Saz and Eevee's on the point. No one's going to be able to start touching the bomb though. And yeah, that's going to be it. It's going to be a first point hold for Zuon, and it's going to be a 2-0 victory in the match. So Nebulous, we will see in the losers bracket still, and Zuon's going to move on to winners finals already. So already guaranteed top 3 at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, great showing. I mean, what a strong showing. We got to see how strong Nebulous was in just a previous match. Oh my god, my hair's a little crazy. We got to see how strong Nebulous was, and it looked like, I mean, it was still a pretty one-sided game there altogether. So really, really good stuff. And it does look like, by the way, ARS that we got a chance to see earlier is been knocked down to losers. So Kovacs and Skyfall are the other side of the winners semis. So a lot of really strong teams playing right now. We'd love to see it. And the losers bracket, like you just mentioned, is going to be a very, very scary place to be, as everybody's still in. Nobody has been eliminated that I know of quite yet. So we'll see what the results of the other matches are. But Zuon looking like the team to beat for sure. And I mean, that was such an excellent showing. They're a team that I love. Their specialty to me is punishing anybody for being out of position. I have very rarely seen a team that's so good at making sure that if there's any available picks after they win a team fight, they get the stagger. And one of the biggest things that I think was happening a lot was they were able to chase down the Dom in particular on the side of Nebulous and take them out before they had a chance to use their ult. And that was in every single map that we saw, I think, which is obviously a really going to be an important part for like pushing onto any single point. If you don't have that and they're the one that's staggered, it just gets so much more awkward. And they just created a lot of awkward situations for Nebulous, who already had proven that they're a strong team.
Yeah, really tough. I mean, really good on the side of Zuons to recognize that, they didn't use Dom ult yet, and so that's sort of the target priority in some of those later fights. I think Eevee died a handful of times at like 97+% Nimbus, which is obviously one of, if not the biggest team fight ult in the game. So yeah, really good on Zuon to recognize that and shut that down before she gets a chance to use it. And yeah, it just shows their strength of, recognizing what the main threats are and being coordinated and taking it out early.
Yep, and we get a chance to see the bracket with Kovacs, the only team that we haven't seen. Oh no, I'm sorry. Well, we haven't seen Skyfall on broadcast either, so I'm not sure if that's what we're going to be moving to next or not. But that should be another quite great match. And I'm just getting word that the next thing that we're going to watch, the most amazing match of all time, is going to be a break. So real quick before the break, first I'm going to just look at this bracket. Side 2, Gundam 7 Stars in the losers bracket, Sled Society, Rosenritter, who we got a chance to see both of them. Just the way as Neo Armstrong, I don't remember the rest of their team name, but they have not had a chance to play on broadcast. But everybody else in the losers bracket has been playing on broadcast. So Principality of Zuon, they are going to be sitting in our winners finals, and we'll see who will be playing up against them very soon after this break. It looks like this may be the end for me, so we'll see. But Kovacs and Skyfall coming up right after this. I'll see you all later.
Show up in the party, fire than everybody.
We show up in the party.
We show up in the party.
I could probably.
We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just picking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and couch.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on
Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move.
All right, all right, all right. Welcome back, everyone. Of course, I'm back, Tyrannism, and if Wonder Chef looks a little bit different, that's because it's actually not him. It's my favorite Japanese player in the whole world. It's Himitsuko. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Unfortunately, I'm not Japanese. However, こんにちは。こんばんは。皆さん、私はひみつこです。今回のことからね、ワンダーシェフのことから、One moment. できないから、私が。We can't hear your mic. Oh, you can't hear my mic? Wait.
Guys, this is an absolute disaster. We're having technical difficulties. We're working on fixing Himitsuko's microphone here. Let you know as soon as it's ready.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello. All good? Alright. Fantastic. Alright.
We're ready, bro. We got this shit.
Alright.
We're back.
Hello. Is it time for me to introduce myself now? Or do I-
Absolutely is. Go for
okay.
it.
So as I was saying earlier, hello everyone. I'm Himitsuko. I'm not Japanese as Tyria said earlier, but こんばんはみんな。私がひみつこです。今回のことはね、ワンダーシェフさんからに、さっきからに、移動して必要から、私は今回に、コメンテーターにします。I'm not going to continue doing Japanese, but I am going to be commentating alongside here. So I hope to get along with, not get along, but I hope I will be able to capture everything that's going on the screen properly.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, some things get missed here and there, but you know what? We all try our best, man. We're all human, you know? I'm probably going to miscall some random stuff too. But anyways, I think we're ready to get into our next match here. A couple of results happened, I think, since we went on break. So we'll take a look at that in a bit. But for now, we have our other winners semifinals match. It's going to be Team Kovacs Binding 90 Armor versus Team Skyfall. Two teams we haven't seen yet. So it'll be interesting to see sort of, their strength that they're bringing to this tournament. Obviously, both these teams had to win, I think, one match to get here. So they should be a couple of the better teams so far in this tournament. Kovacs ended up taking down Team ARS. They were in our first match that we watched, the Japanese team. So Kovacs able to win that one. 2-0, and then Skyfall able to take down Gundam 7 Stars 2-0. We didn't see anything from them either, so we don't know how those matches went. But in any case, we're heading right into the map picks and bans here. It looks like we are playing Flak Fort, Thermal Plant, and UCC. So Flak Fort, obviously, we've seen plenty of times today. UCC, we just ended up watching last series. Thermal Plant's been picked a couple times, but we haven't actually seen it yet. So we'll see if that gets play here today. Unfortunately, I don't know the map order yet, but I'm sure we'll hop into map 1 here in just a second. But yeah, finally seeing a couple of the stronger teams coming through here. Maybe Himi, you can talk about a couple of the players if anyone stands out to you from either of these teams to look out for.
Particularly, from what I see, so far, on the bracket itself, a lot of teams have been like getting too old. Seems particularly like everyone is bringing out their A game and no one wants to back down from a fight. Kovac on Kovac's side particularly, I've had a run-in with a couple of the members themselves, and they are quite. Kovac's team is looking to be the stronger team on paper, but Skyfall's team has the potential to maybe give them a fight or even win a point back on them and not make it a complete one-sided game. Beats Creeper and Nidus himself have proven to be relatively strong players, so we'll see how the game goes.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say before like this whole tournament, I would have given probably the advantage just based on like players alone to Kovacs here. But I know Team Skyfall's been putting in a ton of work in the past few couple months, putting in work on scrims and VOD review and coaching sessions and training and stuff like that. So it'd be interesting to see how much that's going to pay off for them here. And I think we're just about ready to hop into map 1 UCC here in a bit. So that actually, coincidentally, it makes the third time today where we're watching a map back to back. First with Flag 4, and then it happened with, what was the second map that it happened with? Ironworks. And then now we're going to again, all coordinated on the side of Kovacs. Yes, that's good to see. And okay, it looks like a bit of like a unique coordination coming in from Skyfall here. They all have different portraits, but it's the same sort of theme. All of like the Side 7 made anime girls or whatever. I don't really know.
I think they're trying to
Gundam
just
lore,
represent. They're just trying to represent who they support in the Gundam universe. I feel. I think it's quite fitting for Beast Creepers team to display such a showing for their banner. Meanwhile, I think not Beast Creeper. Kovac's side is more of a more serious and down to earth like team. Not down to earth, but aiming to win. You see Free Zombie. Do you have any comments on what hashtag they're putting out, Tim?
Free Zombie? I don't know, maybe having like technical difficulties or something, but I don't know. But I mean, looking at comps here, pretty interesting on the side of Kovacs here. They have a lot of melee players. I mean, Derpatar, Soccer, you know, Gary Cap, AK, Basic, Wang Yang, like a lot of these people play a bunch of melees. I don't know who Jose Josters. I can't even like read that name properly, but maybe Valid or something. I don't know.
I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen that player in Publix playing, so I've no grasp of what they potentially play, but looks to me like now on Dynamis surprisingly, and not on the two suits he does pick quite often, which being Pale and Heavy Arms. That is quite a surprise. Meanwhile, on Beast Creeper side, it's a more standard looking comp with that doesn't deviate from normal.
Yeah, on Kovacs, I mean, okay, he's back to Heavy Arms already, so they're not gonna have any. Well, they still have a sniper, but they're not gonna have any like really base damage going out except for Pale. I mean, Heavy Arms theoretically has DPS, but we'll see if Neo now can make it work. I know, Heavy Arms is a pretty bad character, but he's one of the better Heavy Arms players, so we'll see if he's able to make that up.
Yeah, on the side of that, already Beast Creepers team losing 3 members. This is gonna be rough. I don't think they can walk it back and save it. Looks like Kovacs does have one down, but they are able to take the waypoint, and I think they will put the pressure on to potentially cap A.
Yeah, they haven't gone for a plant yet, which is maybe a bit of a misplay because it's going to give Beats Creeper's team a little bit of time to sort of get back and regroup. And so now if you're Kovacs, you kind of have to play for a couple more picks. I mean, Dervitar does find one onto Big Toe. That's going to be a big piece down, although I see that he's really low HP. He's able to find another one onto Nidus, actually, so that's really good for Derp. They should be able to reset the plant down here. Most of the teams going down on the side of Skyfall, and yeah, they are going to try and get the safe plant down.
Nice act onto the Susano, but it's not going to be enough. They lose another big member. The stagger is quite harsh on Beats Creeper's team. I wonder if they are going to be able to regroup for a big fight and try to defuse A.
Yep, they're only going to get probably 1 or 2 cracks at this because there's already only 35 seconds left and they're already losing some players here, so it might have to regroup quickly and maybe you can try to recontest. Blue Boy does good to find Dervitar and actually res Nidus, so...
Hopping a pillar already to pressure them and make sure to stagger them harder. It looks really hard to recontest this unless Nidus is able to build up a punch to maybe look for a pick, but he does get picked off along with 2 others. This does look like they will have to give the initial first point.
Yep, so that's going to be a pretty comfortable first bomb going down there, forward set of Kovacs, and just looking at the ults a little bit, they have 3 ults already up, they're coming up on 2 more on Z2 and Sniper, so really just down the Hades, and on the other side, of Skyfall here, they have a couple ults already, they're coming up on a bunch more. It's a huge punch coming in from Nidus, but it actually gets denied by Wanyang on the Hyperion, gets 4 with it. That is a crazy hype ult. That's actually the second big hype ult of the day, which that's typically also hard to find many kills with, but really good use of it going out there, especially to block that punch. There's a 3-man punch from Nidus, and Wanyang just says no. Secures his team the waypoint, so huge play there. They're probably going to transition this into an 8 plan, I'd imagine, as Skyfall doesn't have much presence down there yet, but they do find a pick onto the tail, so ult's coming out now in the way of Saz, so we'll see if he's able to create some space with this. Looks like they're not finding kills with it, but the waypoint's going to start to go down.
Our Icon is quite equal on both sides, but on the side of Beats Creeper's team, they do have the Dom ult, which could change the flow of the fight. But Z2R, speaking of which, there comes the Dom ult, looking to get countered by the Z2M. This does look quite dire, considering that they are unable to. They don't look like they will be able to recontest the fight.
Yeah, all the fights are going the way of Kovacs, but it's actually a pretty solid job from Skyfall to just delay that plant for as long as possible. Like, they just got it down now, and that team fight was looking pretty lost for like a good 30 seconds there, so good job on the delay, but now it's time with the plant down to just regroup and make a coordinated effort at this. They're still losing a couple people, a couple stragglers, which is not great because now you have to wait for your Pale and your Dom to respawn, but we have an axe, maybe we have to look for like a close axe onto maybe the Pale who's coming up on Hades, or like a Trans Am Susan. We also have Gundam on maybe to buy a little bit of space for the teams like the drop, which is happening now. The fight's gonna start breaking out here. Oguri Cap's gonna find the first pick on the Saz. Trades coming out either way for both the Pale Riders though. It's looking like it's mostly gonna be Team Kovacs. It's gonna stabilize. Big Toe finds another pick. He's gonna find one more into Dervitar, but it's probably not gonna be enough because the enemy Hades is up and he's gonna clean up the rest of their players. So that should be round 1 going the way of Kovacs barring some, I don't know, crazy misplay, but it's not gonna happen. So there we go. Pretty solid first attack, I would say. It wasn't a complete steamroll, but I would say, you know, pretty strong coming out from the side of Kovacs. They're gonna end with a little over 2 minutes remaining, so definitely a chance for Skyfall to come back and retaliate with a strong attack of their own, but let's see if they'll manage it.
Yeah, we saw quite a lot of out trading from both sides. The punch being traded out for a Hyperion was quite interesting to see. You don't see that happen often. Most of the time when Hyperion pops in out, it does tend to leave more people not being caught in the ult.
Yep, just taking a look at some of the stats here from that first round. So relatively close. I would still say advantage Kovacs as far as kills and deaths are concerned for sure. But damage-wise, I mean, a couple people on Skyfall are keeping up. Point out Nidus almost at 16k. That's basically hovering around where most of the top damage dealers on Kovacs are at. Big Toe's also 12k. He's sort of hanging in there. On the other side, Neo Nile, we talked about that heavy arms sort of being that weird suit that he's just for some reason good at, and it's kind of showing here, right? 18k damage, top of the lobby. Definitely some good stuff coming out from him, and I don't even think he got a big ult there too, so that could have easily been another couple thousand if he got a few picks with that. But yeah, overall, pretty well-rounded effort from the side of Kovacs here. Pretty strong showing. We'll see if they're able to do the same thing on defense.
The damage numbers do paint an impressive picture, because two suits that are not usually seen in comp are doing the two highest damage in the game, especially Hyperion.
Yeah, Hyperion at silver is kind of crazy actually. But we'll see on the attack. Looks like Nidus is going to be on that sniper, just looking for an opening pick on this waypoint, although they do have a Guri cap on. Dynamis in response, so you have the 1v1 probably favors the Dynamis there, but we'll see if they end up fighting each other or if Nidus is just going to look for picks elsewhere. But it looks
managed to find a pick.
Comps. Find a pick on a Derptar, as you were saying, and that's probably just going to be a waypoint free for Skyfall.
Looking at this, they are managing to push them back quite well. However, the side of Nile's team, they are managing to regroup and they are stabilizing. Susano getting low, but he does get picked off. But they do trade. The Sars is unable to continue with pressure, and I think they're relinquishing space again.
Yep, and the Z2M actually ended up coming back and shutting down the rest of that push on that right ramp though. So, I mean, UCC, there's a couple of different ways you can attack this map. A lot of teams usually put focus on this sort of, from the attacker perspective, you usually put focus on that left side ramp on the far left to get high ground control. And at the same time, you usually send like one or two people not main and not Z, maybe even a Z2R on like the back tunnels just to sort of get a different angle. But we'll see how they decide to change their approach this time around. It looks like they're going to regroup towards this left side again. Let's see if they go up the ramp. They're kind of posturing forward a little bit. And yeah, so 4 people go off the ramp. Z2R goes back in the tunnels, as I mentioned. But this is kind of what Kovacs is looking for, because they have the Z2M and the Susan that just prey on people that are all grouped up, right? So when you see 5 people come through that choke and you're Susan or Z2M, you start foaming at the mouth, because that's exactly what your character wants, and they're just gonna feed off of that every time. So I think if you're Team Skyfall, you probably have to rethink how you approach this map a little bit, considering we're going against heavy melee and close range shoots in general.
Right, that's what you're saying. They did get cleaned up there really well by Nile's team. I think the biggest thing they don't expect is how much damage Heavy Arms actually outputs with its fire missiles and its double barrage with Gatling.
Yeah, and Dynamis ult, they just pop a couple ults on the side of Kovacs. Transam from the Susan, Dynamis ult is gonna shut down this next push from Skyfall pretty handily. Looking at the rest of the ults here, I mean, they have basically everything else. They have the other 4 characters with theirs. On the side of Skyfall, they do have the Dom Hades ready, and the good news is that Kovacs is not playing any punch characters, so that doesn't really just get shut down by one ultimate on their team. You just have to be careful not to get pierced by the Hyperion ult, I guess, which was easier said than done last round, so we'll see if they're able to avoid it this time around. But I would think that that's the comp right now for Skyfall. Let's not use it. See if we can make anything happen, although Nidus goes down first, so that doesn't help. There it is.
I'm popping his out. They do have more outs on the side of Nile's team. They don't even have to pop most of it. Only needing Hyperion out to counter what seems to be a big push from Beats Creeper's team. 3 outs, 4 outs down actually. They have to regroup and fight this because 4 of them went down with 4 big outs. This does look like a situation where the refight seems quite harsh.
Yeah, and that was basically worst case scenario for Skyfall. They used all of your big teamfight ults and ended up not winning the fight. On the other hand, Kovacs still has 3 pretty solid ults of their own. Just look at that spin, Hades, and of course the heavy arms. And spin actually gets cancelled out pretty effectively though, so Derpdar's not gonna find any value with that, but Neo Nile comes in with the heavy arms ult and cleans up the rest instead. So Skyfall does get sort of a sneaky plant down on this A-bomb, but it's probably not going to make a difference. Although I say that, and they find 2 picks, which is pretty good, because now they're only going to be a few people up to sort of clean up the rest of the team and get the fuse off. But Hyperion Bubble is not going to quite stop it. The rest of the ults are coming in though, and I have to imagine they get this diffuse off, which they do, and that is going to be the game. So overall, pretty strong showing from Team Kovacs. They definitely had the advantage as far as ult coordination, and I think Skyfall just played into their cards a little bit too much. Obviously, the heavy melee just feasting alive on the really grouped up comp that Skyfall is running. So we'll see if they end up changing their comp or strategy going into the next map here. But if not, I think it's going to be probably a pretty similar showing for map 2, considering how Kovacs looked to that map.
Yeah, hearing what you're saying, if they don't change up their comp, they will have a rough time going against Now's team, considering the fact that they're not only having to deal with the pressure of the 2 melees, the heavy arms is a huge damage for against Sazabi shields, and also the fact that the fire missiles do a lot of damage in those close quarter maps where it can spread out to everyone and burn them all for good sizable damage.
Yeah, if I were Skyfall and I were thinking about sort of how to counter that, I would try to maybe look more towards the ranged game, because once you get to a certain point, like heavy arms isn't gonna out DPS some of these like Gundams and Dynabees and Pale Riders at a certain range. So I'd be looking to definitely play the long angles, play the ranged characters, and try to find some picks before they're able to close the gap. Because once you're up a couple picks, then you can sort of take the range to a Z2M, right? Because he's not gonna 1v6 you unless you're a particular player in the community. But
that is true. Speaking of changes that I think would on the side of Beats Creeper's team, they might want to swap off the Salas, because the shield isn't looking particularly strong, as they are just chewing through his health pool instead of his shield. They should look towards going for a more shooter based comp, like you said. Maybe look for Marasai, maybe even, considering the ping difference isn't that high between 2 teams.
yeah, Marasai would be a great pick. Actually, he has the range, and he's also obviously easy hooks on people like Susan and Z2M. So we'll see if they end up thinking about that one. But going back, looking at the maps here, so obviously UCC went towards the side of Kovacs. I think we'll be loading into either Thermal or Flak Fort here in a second. Probably going to be Thermal Plant, actually, map 2, I think. So another sort of close range map. I mean, you have to think that characters like Susan and Barb and Z2M and those sort of melees also like Thermal Plant. So it's always kind of tough to deal with if you're going to be on Skyfall here. If you had problems with it on UCC, you're probably gonna have problems with it on Thermal. But like you said, I think the Marasai is actually a really good solution to that, and just sort of thinking about your position, taking high grounds more, etc., etc. But yeah, I mean, something that we didn't see actually from Kovacs that I was kind of surprised by was we did not see a Barb at all. Which, I mean, looking at their comp, they have like 3 Barb players, so kind of surprised to see none of them ended up going for it. But who knows? I mean, maybe we'll see at this map. Maybe they just weren't feeling it on UCC. But yeah, I mean, sort of, I think the hole in their comp for Kovacs is you kind of, like, every team does need shooters. So if you have a bunch of melee and close range players, it's like, well, someone's got to be Pale and Ash and Dom Trooper, stuff like that, which, Guricap was doing good enough on Pale. I don't remember if they had a Dom, but couldn't have been doing that bad considering how that map went.
From what I remember, right, they did not have a Dom. What I think the team will be struggling against is if the enemy team decides not to group as hard as they did. As you saw within UCC, whenever they went to the corridor, they would group really hard, and that would lead to a lot of them getting splashed and pierced through by Susan and all the melees, which caused them all to collapse immediately. I think as long as Beats Creeper's team learns to spread out and take more diverse space around the map, they will have a winning chance against a more melee heavy comp. And speaking of the Barb, Ogre Cap now swapping to a Barb, looking to be triple melee on the side of Nao's team.
Yeah, we see some flashes of the XDA here. I don't know if Wanyang's that much of an XDA player, but maybe he's feeling confident with it on thermal. Who knows? But if there is a map that you can run triple melee on, it's probably this map. We can see Neo still switching back and forth between a couple people. On the side of Skyfall, it actually looks like they are going to go with the Marisai, so maybe they're stream sniping a little bit here. A little bit of a cheater McBeaters, but you know, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. That's what my grandfather always said, so good to see that Beach Creeper's listening in. Hopefully it works out for him.
Yeah. Okay, with a 4 melee comp on Nao's team side, this looks to be a huge bog that's gonna drop it in here. Let's see which team picks up the first picks and who will come out victorious. Looking on the side here, Soccer does go down. Silas, however, getting a huge pressure from having to do 4 melees, his shield not coming to any sort of helpful nature.
Yeah, it's looking like Team Kovacs is gonna end up finding the better of the trades and get the initial point cap. Nile does go down, now he's gonna get rezzed. So it's gonna be early point control on the side of Kovacs, and now this is a tough position for Skyfall because you have to push into them, right? So, I mean, I don't know about walking everyone through main, because that's sort of what C2M wants you to do, although he overextends a little bit and dies there, so maybe that's the opening that Skyfall needs to walk in. But overall, I'm looking to play angles more on thermal, especially going towards the mid ramp. You can probably send a couple people on flank, because if you have 3 different angles looking at the point, you're going to be able to shoot people in the back. Someone's going to be able to shoot people in the back because you can't hide from everyone. So I think that's the way that you have to approach this. You have to sort of suffocate them in. You can't really just roll those to the front because that's just not going to work against Kovacs' comp.
What you say is completely true, and it seems like they aren't picking up on this yet, as on A point they kept trying to push through main instead of looking for the side ramps where they could just shot them from a different angle. Ogre's team cleaning out 3 people, 4 people now. The 4 melee comp is proving to be super effective. They don't have a response to whatever this team is doing because it's just so out of the norm.
Yeah, it's kind of it's always a hard thing to deal with as a team. Like, you know, you're scrimming and everyone's playing normally, and you take your normal strats. And now
What
you
a
go into
huge
tournament,
ult.
and it's just the heavy arm is killing half the team here. But you go into tournament, and it's like, okay, now we're against Exia, Barb, Susan, C2M, and heavy arms. And didn't really practice against that probably, so you know, now they have to sort of scramble mid-tournament to figure out what to do, and you know, it's always a tall ask for any team, so we'll see if they're able to muster something together before this round is over, but it's looking kind of unlikely. This won't be the last point. We will go to a B point, at least if you're Skyfall, so maybe just an early rotation, try to get something set up. I see the hook comes down to someone, and it's looking like he does not find a pick for it though. The Barber should be going down here. He does go down. Does he get finished? He does, but Big Toe trades his life for it. So, not the end of the world if you're Skyfall. Nidus also finds another one. I think you have to use some ults here in order to secure the point. Fortunately, Wanyang comes in and goes to people back with his ult. So, that just goes to show, you know, being the first ones to use ult and get those picks to deny the enemy team from using theirs. That's sort of the best case scenario. Big Toe pops his Hades, probably just recognizing they have to do something in order to get point control. He almost finds Mirai's able to finish it though. Punch comes out, it's going to be a good one on the Z2X, so a couple picks coming up from Skyfall. I think they're going to be able to cap this point. I mean, the early point control goes the way of Kovacs, but they're only down to 2 people now, so it should be easy cleanup for Skyfall, and there we go. They win a team fight. They still have Marisai ult, and they have point control, so let's see if they can turn this around.
Yeah, but as we saw earlier, the big thing about Nao's team is how slippery they are. Even with the Pale Rider in his ult, he's unable to completely chase anyone down and kill them without assistance from the Ash Punch. So, looking at this, we might they might have a lot of issues with using their ults to completely secure kills.
Yeah, and you can see Beatscreeper actually end up going down with his Maricel. He gets the res off though, which is actually going to be a huge res because he's going to need to use this ult in order to get a couple picks, but he goes down again to heavy arms. And that's going to do it. He's not able to use his ult there, and it's going to be round 1 in the way of Kovacs. A little bit of signs of life there for Skyfall at the end. I think they did a good job finding, you know, a couple picks with their ults. Like I mentioned, use them early, kill who you can. But let's see if they're able to do that more in this second round to try to maybe sneak one away. But overall, again, looking pretty strong on the side of Kovacs, even with their wacky comp. I think they can make it work on this map.
I think the good thing about Kovacs' team is purely how unorthodox most of their players are, and the wacky picks they have do throw off a team like Big Toe's team or Beatscreeper's team, as they are more they have been trained to fight against a more standard shooter heavy U-trade damage from a distance, not like fighting against melees, just bashing it out in a brawl in the center, right? I think what they need to learn is that they can't be too aggressive fighting for space, and they do need to take that distance to fight off, pick off like 1 or 2 melees, and then push in with that momentum.
Yeah, and we see a couple of character changers coming out from the side of Skyfall. So Beats is gonna looks like Beats and Big Toe are swapping characters. Big Toe's gonna try his hand at the Maricai. I think we also have a Susan now. I think Astrip was on XCL last round if I remember correctly. So see if the changes end up working out. It's looking like a good start so far. They do find the pick on the Soccer, trading out with Nidus, but then Derbitar is gonna also find 2 of his own. So they're gonna get cleaned up pretty handily here. It's gonna be opening quick controls going the way of Kovacs. And yeah, I mean, already looking at ult percentages, Soccer's already at 40%, Pale's already basically halfway to his 80s, so if they're able to build their ults very quickly, then this is going to get pretty brutal for Team Skyfall on this first point.
Yeah, Skyfall is getting picked apart. One at a time. It seems like Skyfall is just unable to find a coordinated push or to any angle to find a pick onto their team. One by one, they do get picked off, like with the Z2R earlier, and the Pale getting just picked off by themselves, completely out of position.
Yeah, and I have to imagine at this point, Skyfall's probably just going to play for the next point. I mean, we see a couple of people walking into the main here, but you know, if they're able to flip 10 seconds, then maybe it's okay, but they're not going to be able to even do that. So it's going to be a full B point going the way of Kovacs, and they're going to be set up early on this air rotation as well. I mean, Beatscreeper's here, but there's no way he's going to be able to test all these people. Manny's just trying to help him out from behind. But Derbitar is just going to heal up. Probably going to maintain pressure on this off ankle, if I guess.
Maybe Skyfall's team is looking for a push on the left side, it seems. However, now with the big out, they do capitalize on it and find 4 big picks. Now has been showing off how good Heavy Arms is, making him look like an S tier character, getting multiple picks every single out.
Yeah, these Heavy Arms ults have been pretty brutal. I mean, he's getting like, he only killed 1 person with it, but he got 3 people, basically 1 shot, right? So it's technically like a 4K, really. Even if the kill feed didn't give enough credit, but that was basically all him. On the side of Skyfall, I mean, we have a few ults to work with. We got GM, we got Z2R, we got Susan coming up on a couple more, but I mean, they're already down a lot in this fight, and Wang Young's in their back line with Trans Am, so probably a team fight lost here. You probably just have to regroup, and by the time you respawn, probably just head towards C. Although they do end up getting a flip, so that's a nice, you know, 6% that they end up getting. It's not going to last very long though, but now we just go towards C for sure. Just set up the ults there.
I mean, yeah, a percentage is a percentage. At least it's a slight fighting chance to claw their way back in. I would like to point out that I think the combination they have with how aggressive their Susanoo is paired with how aggressively Now Pops out lets Susanoo play as recklessly as he wants, chewing through everyone, giving that armor to replenish and continue that fight. People going down on the side of Skyfall's team, and they do have 3 big outs lined up to try and fight for C point. but Wanyang responds with an alpha of his own, gets cancelled immediately by a Z2R. Actually, now Steam looking in super dire, but Pale Rider here trying to find an equalizer. He do manage to stabilize somewhat, but currently the fight looks like this could be anyone's side.
Yeah, and we see the outcome of Master. It doesn't find much with it. He ends up going down, but luckily his teammates found a couple picks in order to compensate for it. Niall's gonna go in. Probably looked for an ult there, but no one was really up there, so we decided against it. But early point control going the way of Skyfall. Marasai ult doesn't really find anyone. Maybe just needs to go there. But still with point control, Wanyang ends up going down. They end up finding a Gray Cap as well. So I think they can stabilize this on the side of Skyfall. They should be able to get the rest of this 20 points here. Even if they start going down, they can just like sort of staggering test, right? So I think at this point we just start an early rotate towards B, and if we can get another solid point like that, then suddenly we're back in the game.
Yeah, it seems like Skyfall has found their way to, has found their answer to this unorthodox form. They seem to be able to, get like random picks here and there, and they're capitalizing completely to put pressure on the team to not let them run around and brawl whoever they want. Now coming in on the top, completely isolated from his team, doesn't get picked. He manages to escape with an inch of his life.
Yeah, and early picks coming out from Skyfall again. I mean, Nidus invested the punch on that pair, which, you know, maybe wasn't needed. I think they already had 3 picks by that point, but it's good enough just to secure the fight win and the early point control. So still advantage for Skyfall. Nidus does end up going down though, and Soccer's going to be focusing on Soggy's Trans Am, gets him out of the picture. They find a couple more picks on the side of Kovacs, but they end up being traded out, so the point does get flipped, but it's still winnable here for Skyfall with Sawzult, especially if it gets burned down too fast. And it's going to look like Kovacs is going to pick this up probably unless Marasai says something about it. He's actually coming in as well. So we'll see if he's able to change the tides. The point does end up flipping. Let's see if he can kill this Exia. He's not going to be able to. Heavy Arms is going to clean him up. But trades are still coming out. I mean, it's still a super scrappy fight. Wanyang's on his like 4th Trans Am of the round or something like that. Doesn't end up finding one more, and maybe trades come. I mean, Skyfall finds more picks still, so this fight is still not over yet. Finally, ult's coming out. Kovacs, that's probably gonna do what I have to imagine. They find 3 people with it. Nidus is on his own. He also gets killed. Point's gonna flip.
There's
Beats
still a
is
chance of
alive.
this.
There's still a chance. Beats is on his own. It's just too much at this point. Someone has to touch, and they're not gonna be able to. Oh, so that was a super scrappy last fight there coming from Skyfall, which is really good to see. Unfortunately, that is going to be the end of the match, though. It's going to be 2-0, going the way of Kovacs. But, you know, you'd like to see them, you'd like to see Skyfall coming back a little bit at the end, maybe carry that momentum to the losers, and then, you know, maybe they make another appearance back up in Grands if they if they're lucky. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how they do, but ultimately really strong showing, I think, from both sides, but especially from Kovacs. I mean, the melee's, you know, definitely a unique comp coming out today. We haven't seen much melee usage, and Kovacs is making up for all of those previous matches in one match alone with the quadruple melee comp. So love to see it.
Yeah, especially for Kovacs team. Kovacs team is a very unorthodox team. You don't really see 4 melees ever played. You only really see those in pub plays, not any kind of comp, team comp. I would love to see what their team would, how their team would handle against some a team that's more, I say, stable. As Beats team seems to be all over the place with what positions they want to take on the map. I do wonder how strong 4 melee is when they run into maybe a Dom that can shut them down effectively, a Marasai who can constantly put pressure on one of the melees, keeping them out of the game. It would be interesting to see how far quadruple melee can get them. But I think overall, Kovacs team has put on quite an amazing show. You don't see that kind of performance every day in any tournament.
Yeah, definitely really strong showing from them. I mean, they also got kind of good maps too. Like obviously Thermal is probably the best map for them to run quadruple melee on. So if I'm going against them in the future, probably got to think that maybe you like more open maps, or maybe flyers are more involved. So like, you know, maybe you pick Zeta maps with like maybe Harbor City. I mean, I'm sure they're gonna first ban that instead of Kovacs if they're planning on running melees. But other like Ashamar and Zeta maps, and get your Marisize in maybe. So we'll think about. We'll see what the strategy is like, but it's going to be Kovacs versus Zuon in the winners finals, which I don't know if we're gonna get to today. We might save that for next week because I know we have a bunch of losers matches still to catch up on. We'll end up seeing how that goes though, but maybe a little bit of a break for the winner side for now. But yeah, overall, really well done by all teams so far.
Yeah, what a spectacular showing for the teams that have fought in the tournament. Both sides are trying their best to win, and it is nice to see in this tournament how creative people are with their team comps, not going for the standard, just shooting people at a range. They're experimenting a lot. You saw that previously with which team? Sandal's team, Principality of Zeon. And now again with Kovacs team.
Yeah. Super.
Seems like we will only be seeing loser brackets today and not be moving on to the winners final.
Yeah, which makes sense because if we play winners finals now, then someone's gonna be sitting in grinds for like the next 6 matches. So in the interest of time, we'll probably do some losers matches first, which needs to be caught up on a little bit. But yeah, I mean the two teams that I sort of pointed out at the beginning of the tournament, I said were gonna be Kovacs and Zuon, and those are our 2 winners finals. So in a sense, there's no real surprise there. But a couple of these other teams have put on some decent fights, so glad to see that. But the losers matches probably are going to be more competitive, because now we're going to see a bunch of teams that have already played, and we know sort of their strengths and weaknesses a little bit. So I'm just going to take a look at the bracket here a little bit. I know we have a couple of results that happened since we looked at it last time on stream, but it's going to be Gundam 7 Stars taking the win over side 2. Soleta Society ends up beating Rosenritter. Obviously, Phaseon with the DQ earlier today, it's going to give Just Away basically a free pass. But yeah, I mean, we have a couple matches now going on. It's going to be ARS, which was the first team we saw today, and then Gundam 7 Stars. We haven't seen them yet, but hopefully we get to them at some point. They're going to be playing their match, and Nebulous will be waiting for the winner of that. And on the other side, we got Soleta Society versus Just Away's Neil Armstrong. And the winner of that will be going on to face Skyfall, who we just saw. So should be good matches down there, and we'll get to it after this quick little break. So hang on, everyone. We'll be right back.
Stop us, flying at them like choppers. Better took those risks, hold one of my fists, we fire starters. Let's go. One of them a million will reach those heights. Always had a feeling that I won't deny that work. Never could toss me, look in my eyes, I'm on the rocks.
cliche. I see the sparks you throw my way. I know your name is written on everyone's mind. Your whole show is captivating me, but don't think that I can see right through that disguise. But when you got close to me, you had me falling so hard, baby, yeah, now I get it. You got heads turning, and you don't even try. Well, would you look at that? My glass is empty, How about I get another drink, baby, Okay, I get it. You got fire burning, right there in your eyes. So when you got this whole thing, I like the way you look at me. How about we just go with the flow? Now you know I feel it too. But I don't think this could be something that becomes a thing. Maybe just for tonight, then I'll be over you. But when you got close to me, you had me falling so hard, baby, yeah, now I get it. You got heads turning, and you don't even try. Well, would you look at that? My glass is empty, How about I get another drink, baby, Okay, I get it. You got fire burning, right there in your eyes. Oh yeah.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy, but it's so insane. We must merely make a stride. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Lions gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty
Savannah. I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah. The beauty of the world, Savannah. Let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Ready for our next losers match, I believe. I don't know actually who ended up winning that 2-1 match, but it's going to be Nebulous versus either the winner of GSS or ARS, depending on how that match went. But I think for now, this is probably going to be the last match of the day that we're going to have on stream. So we're going to reserve the losers semis, losers finals, and grand finals, and winners finals, I guess. So 4 matches to go for the next time, which I believe will be next week, same time, same day. So be there or be square. But I believe GSS versus ARS is still finishing up. So we can just chill here for a little bit, maybe talk about the bracket and like some surprises that we've seen, maybe some things that, maybe we were expecting to see coming in. Maybe even talk about Legends Reborn a little bit. Maybe now would be a good time. So, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, maybe anyone in the chat would like to ask some questions. Who knows? So far I do speaking of like upcoming matches, I do want to see how well the AP side team is performing, the full JP team, as you rarely do see JP team that participates in the tournament due to timing issues or finding a team in general for Asia side.
Yeah, I mean, good suggestion with the AMA in the Twitch chat. Maybe any personal questions you guys want to ask? Maybe someone I can ban someone for asking bad questions. If anyone's feeling spicy. But yeah, I mean, I guess just thinking about Legends Reborn a little bit. So we have 4 teams currently sitting there waiting for the winner of this tournament to join them. So it'll be 5 teams total, right? And a couple of the teams are going to be the same from last time. So we have Exponent's team, which I don't know what they're going by this time. It's always something new. There's going to be my team, which Amy's also on. So, the caster duo, maybe we get some good juju for that tournament. But it's going to be us 2. There's going to be a 3rd team, which is like sort of an amalgamation of a bunch of players from last time. So I don't know. I think it's Dice from Cringe is the team captain there. I don't know what they're called, but our 4th team is going to be Team Serenity, who, if you watch the last Rising Stars tournament, you will recognize them as the winners of that one. And yeah, they're going to be in Legends Reborn moving forward. So should be some familiar faces coming up in, I believe May 2nd is going to be that tournament day. So we'll be on the lookout for that.
Yeah. If you enjoyed so far like all of the action that's been going on in this tournament, I think Legends Reborn will definitely be a step up in terms of the level of play that you might see. I'm not saying this to glaze myself or Tier here, but the players in Legends Reborn are notable names prior to the shutdown of Gundam Evolution. There are people who have made it far and big in the scene. They have participated in tournaments when the game was live, especially people on Expo team. So look forward to seeing how they play and how much different it is from what Rising Star teams are doing. Not to say anything less about Rising Star teams, we definitely do see more interesting team comps that don't get brought out often. Looking forward to those kind of team comps actually because they do provide more interesting dynamics, I'd say, to fights in general. So yeah, looking forward to what team comps they will bring out, especially on the side of Zayun and Kovacs, which unfortunately we won't be seeing this week.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Team Rosenritter. I think they have the comp of the day so far with the I don't even remember all the units, but it was like Mahiru, Guntank, Z2M, something something. So shouts out to them for keeping it interesting. Always love to see it. But I think we finally are ready to just about hop into our next match here. We were waiting on the match between ARS and Gundam 7 Stars, and it looks like ARS was able to take that one down 2-0. So they will now be playing Team Nebulous, which for those of you that maybe forgot, that's going to be EV's team. So I think it's EV, Rafi, Pablo Sanchez, Tabaret, Zarex, and can I remember the 6 off the top of my head? No, I can't. I'm sorry, bro. Whoever it is. I'll be rooting for you in this game, though. Hang on, let me check real quick.
Let's see, Heroic Sandwich. Is that the one you missed out?
I know he's on that team, but I thought he wasn't playing because he had like work or something. So we'll see. Error.
I see.
My bad. Error.
Ah, okay.
I'll be rooting for Error this match. But anyways, yeah. So again, probably gonna be the last match of the stream. We do have another side of the losers bracket that's gonna have a couple matches going on, but probably not gonna end up getting to those on stream. But we'll keep you guys updated as we see stuff come in. So moving on to the map picks and bans, it's gonna be ARS with the first ban coming out here. Let's see what they like to go for. If I remember correctly from the first series of the day, I believe it was Canyon, Flak, and Thermal, maybe map 3. So we'll see if we end up seeing any of those.
Banned.
First ban Conveyance, yeah.
Really,
Not a fan of the ice.
lots of teams seem to be banning that map. If I'm not wrong, from what I've seen, previous teams all have had that map banned, along with most point capture maps, no?
I think so, yeah. I mean, we haven't seen any Conveyance at all today. It's usually been in favor of like Flak Fort or something like that, but I'm hearing that we have a little bit of a technical issue going on with a couple of the teams, so we might have to reset the ban process a little bit, but we'll get right back into it as soon as they're ready to go. So maybe Conveyance wasn't the first ban, maybe a misclick or something, who knows, but
maybe they want to pick Conveyance.
They wanted to pick it and they banned it by accident. Wouldn't be the first time.
Certainly wouldn't. Hopefully we do see more diverse map picks. I am, as a personal fan of Harbor City, I know most people aren't like big fans of the map in general, but I do hope to see it being played in the tournament. Maybe we'll see it this time. I'm not really sure what maps these players have practiced on, so it's gonna be interesting to see. Hopefully not another domination and maybe more point captures. Maybe we'll see, other than Flag 4, maybe Canyon, or not Canyon's not a point capture, but like it is a different map that we have yet to see.
Yeah, I think Canyon was actually like the first map on stream, and then we haven't seen it since then. So, but it was an ARS game, so maybe they're gonna pick it again. We'll see. But I mean, just like talking about maps in general, like you mentioned, Harbor is kind of unpopular, and like I understand why teams don't want to play it, because like, you know, if you think it's a bad map and it's like too open or whatever, then sure. But like at the end of the day, your map ban and pick strategy should be based on what you think your team is good at relative to other teams, or what your opponents are bad at relative to other teams, right? So I don't want to give any like strats for the rest of the tournament, but if I were going against, for example, Kovacs team, like I know they're heavy melee, even if I'm not necessarily like a strong sniper team, maybe you want to pick it anyway, just because you know that a lot of their players are gonna feel at home on the Barb and Susan and Z2M, but you know, they don't want to play on Harbor City, obviously. So maybe you just pick it, even if it's not your favorite map, just because you know that you have the advantage there. But we'll see. We'll see if teams end up going that route, or if they continue to just pick the maps that they're most comfortable with, which also has some merit to it. So yeah, we'll see how this pick ban phase goes, though. But you're right. Hopefully some diversity.
Speaking of that, I completely agree with you on picking and banning maps more specifically for what your team is good at and what your enemy team is bad at. Knowing what your enemy team, knowing what the enemy team brings to the table is a very important thing to picking your maps, because you can't just be picking all these random maps and hoping it just works out. Picking something like canyon base and not and fighting melees is quite rough due to all the tight spaces and corridors you do have to push through. Rather than like if you pick something like canyon, where canyon has the A point and the huge open waypoint that you can fight with aerial suits to push an advantage for.
Yeah, and it looks like we are back into the pick and bans for each team. So it looks like Conveyance, Lunar Common Missile are already out. We should be coming up on our first pick here soon. Ironworks also just gets taken out by ARS. So I believe, nope, Harbor also gone. So I think we have one more ban, and then maybe we're ready to pick our first map. There goes Harbor, actually, I just realized. So unfortunately, no Harbor in this series, no Harbor today. Maybe next time.
There will never be a time for Harbor.
I guess
Ironworks
not.
is getting banned though.
You know what? Next in Legends Reborn, I'm gonna first pick Harbor every single series just to get some reps in there. Why not? What else hasn't seen left? We actually haven't seen any R&D today, which is pretty surprising. Usually that's like one of the more popular maps, but I don't know if they've been playing it on other games that haven't been on stream, and we've just like been unfortunate. But kind of surprising that none of the series so far hasn't even been picked. It's not like it's been map 3; just no one's picked it, which is pretty surprising.
Yeah, you you think most teams would just pick the domination maps to not have to deal with all the rotation, all the planning that comes into rotation, because when you play maps like Flag Fort or like where maps where destruction especially, you have to be so careful about losing people before you even have to defend or push into a point, unlike domination maps where you can just kind of throw people in and try and contest the point. If you just get the point in, you're already able to stall out for a win. We do see Colony Trading Post get banned, another destruction map off the table, leaving only mostly two maps, and Flag Fort getting picked as the first pick. We'll finally be able to see a different map for once.
Yep, Colony I think is the other map that I don't think we've seen at all today. So there it goes, and yeah, Flag Fort getting first picked. Seen it a couple times so far, but it's been a few series, so we'll revisit this to see if teams have changed their strategy up on it. Have we seen both of these teams on? Yeah, we saw both of these teams on Flag actually. So not playing against each other obviously, but we'll see how they end up matching up. Finally, ARS picking R&D from map 2. Hallelujah, we will see Mountain R&D today. God is real, everyone. And we'll see what ends up getting selected for map 3 here. I think we have a couple bans to go through, but thankfully some R&D. I was hoping to see some of that.
I'm hopefully looking for Canyon Base because personally speaking, I think Canyon Base is a pretty fun. And there it goes. Never mind.
Caster Curse, man.
Yeah, I
You
just
gotta-
had to open my mouth.
You gotta pick something that you don't want to see. Like, oh man, I really hope we see some Ironworks today. Oh no, I got man. But any case, last map is going to be either Thermal or UCC. It's actually going to be Thermal because UCC was just banned. Okay, so now we have it. Flag Fort, R&D, and Thermal Plant will be our 3-map set. Now we're obviously going to pick, sides and whatnot. So ARS electing to go on the defense for Flag Fort, and R&D is not going to matter, and neither is Thermal Plant. So actually, that's the only map where the sides actually do anything. Okay, so thinking about strategy a little bit here. I know ARS has that turn A player, right? I think they actually have a couple turn A players, but we've only seen one so far. And he was doing some crazy things against the first team that we saw, which was, I believe, Soleta Society. So we'll see if he's able to continue outputting some crazy damage and huge butterflies against Nebulous. Because theoretically, maybe Nebulous should be a bit of a stronger team, but we'll see. I mean, maybe Nebulous also has some strats here for us that maybe we didn't see the first time around.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see something new from each team. Speaking of butterflies and Tourney in general, Flag 4 being a very strong map for Tourney, especially on the first point, you can ult and try and clear out the entire first point with it. But especially on the choke for the second point, that Tourney ult could be the big decider on whether you get in and capture the point and secure the win. It's a huge turning point, especially having a good turning player can change the outcome of Flag 4. So looking forward to see what ARS does on that on Flag 4 especially. Defense side is a good way to set the pace, I think. Considering if your defense is weak, likely your attack side won't be able to match up, in my opinion at least.
Yeah, there's always a little bit of like theory crafting that goes into playing defense or attack first. So, I mean, at the end of the day, the most important thing is just like comfort and personal preference, but there's a little bit of nuance to it. So, it's interesting to see why teams elect to go defense or attack first, if they want to conserve momentum or if they want to like know what they're up against. But in any case, we should be just about ready to hop into the map any second here. Again, thinking about sort of other suits that we might see. So Raffi probably going to stick to the Dynamis, at least for the first sort of outside portion of the map. See if they can't find a pick. I'm curious to see if anyone swaps the sniper just to find an easy headshot on either side. I know ARS, I think, ran it last time. They actually held outside last time on defense. So we'll see if they do it again, especially against Dynamis. They might just choose to play indoors instead, but who knows? I mean, anything could happen.
Yeah, speaking of which, playing outside on Flag 4 is really risky, however, considering the distance from your spawn point all the way to the A point. If you're playing outside, you damn better have a chance. You damn better have like a good hold, or know when to back off safely into the building to make sure you don't get picked out. One pick could spell huge misfortune for the team, especially if maybe the team runs the SARS and that gets picked out. That's a huge time loss, especially considering SARS can't get back as fast. At least not get back into the fight immediately and try and hold the position, since he'll be strolling in instead of already on point holding off whoever comes in.
Yeah, there's always a little bit of like strategy that goes into holding either inside or just outside. Because on the one hand, if you hold outside, yeah, you like hold them a little bit closer, right? So it's a little bit harder to make some room for the attackers. Like they have to leave their spawn and immediately they're in a fight. But the bad news is for the defense that if they lose that fight, obviously they just give up like complete point control, right? But on the defense, you probably will have a chance to recontest if you end up holding outside, because by the time the attackers win their first fight, and then they have to get to point, and then they have to get point progress, and then by the time they get to their third tick, the defense might be able to get back. But if you hold inside, easier to hold. Obviously, it's going to be more of a break the attack has to engage in. There's going to be high grounds and health packs that they have to fight for control over. But the good news is once you are able to win that fight, you probably just secure the point, because you take the fight, everyone's on point immediately, and then by the time the defense respawns, the point's already gone. So they're just going to have to resort to holding the choke. But here we are. We're loading into the map now. We'll see if they're still coordinated on their banners. Looks like on the side of Nebulous we are, so that's good to see. ARS, not so much.
I mean, that's completely fine. I think coordinating your banners is a good sign of your team spirit and how much you guys wanna show that we are all on the same page. But on the other end, I like to see the individuality that all players have with their own banner picks instead of going uniform.
Yeah, for sure. There's always a bit of a buff there, and you kind of want to root for the team that's a bit more coordinated in that regard. So yeah, I'll be rooting for Nebulous in this one. Definitely not caster bias at all. I'm also gonna look to Error as an apology for getting him earlier.
as an Asian, I will be supporting the JP side as expected, because I do want to see more action from the Japanese community, especially after the huge onboarding that happened for Side 7, considering the AP side. Hoping to see that maybe this tournament will bring more light to JP players, and it will encourage more JP players actually to participate in tournaments.
Yeah, and so far it's been a good showing from them. They had a pretty convincing win over Sleta Society that we saw, and then we haven't seen them since then, but they've had a couple more wins against a couple more of these losers teams. Who did they lose to? They lost to Kovacs in winners, so you can't really blame them because Kovacs is obviously a really strong team. But let's see what ends up happening. I believe I saw them holding outside, and yeah, the suits on the side of Nebulous look pretty right. Pablo actually on the Zeta. That's the first time that we see it today. I know Pablo personally to be a Zeta player, but haven't seen that so far. Here we go though. If we know we're going to hold outside, obviously it's a good idea. We do have the sniper on the ARS side. We also have Mahiru. So I was not expecting to see a Mahiru come out, but here we are. Turn A as usual. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be a pretty interesting way that this fight goes. Some new suits that we haven't really seen much action from yet. A lot of people are weak already.
A lot of outcharge being put on the side of Rafi's team. He's already 50% to his Trans Am, and so is Z2R to his ult. Meanwhile, the Japanese team seems to be struggling quite hard building an outcharge. I think they should should try to start backing off towards the building, but they are losing people fast. Finding a pick out to even the odds, but he does get picked out himself, treating people down already. It's gonna be quite a rough hold, especially now that they've managed to worm their way in.
Yeah, and I mean there we kind of see the problem with holding outside, right? Is they tried to take the long fight, but they ran into a Zeta and a Dynamis, and Sniper is not particularly good at killing either of those players in a 1v1. So Cyber Nebulous is just able to find the opening picks and just hop around to point. But it does allow ARS to contest this for a bit. It looks kind of rough though, and they're not going to be able to end up stalling it for much longer. So there we go, Nebulous, pretty quick first attack, first point capture here. See if they'll be able to transition this at all into the choke. Obviously fast spawns coming in for ARS, so it's going to be another fight coming up here very shortly. Although, like you mentioned, Rafi already has his ult, which is good to see. We also have Zeta ult, we also have Z2R ult, and on the side of ARS, we don't have anything yet. Coming up on a couple big ones. Most importantly is going to be that butterfly already at 92%.
Zeta looking for an outcharge. Huge out5, man! They get the break in. Like I said, this choke, having an ult that can break through this choke is truly like the game changer. Looking at that Zeta flew in with looking for an opportunity, got that opportunity, completely dismantling the side of the JP team. They do have Butterfly coming in, looking to change the odds, getting one pick, and the Hades also getting one along with it. Punch misses the Butterfly completely. They do turn around the fight, however there is a lot of outs going down for the ARS team. Hopefully they are able to recoup some outs and hold back the next push, but on the side of Rafi's team, they only have one out, so the JP side can stabilize for now.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a disaster going into that fight for ARS, because obviously they just got completely team-wiped by a Zeta ult, and they ended up getting 3 ticks off of that second point, but they ended up committing Butterfly and a Hades, which is, maybe a little bit of overkill, but when you have 3 ticks secured against you, you kind of just have to pop whatever you have to stop that push, which they are able to do, so good on them, and they also got Ash Punish out of the way, so still definitely fightable here for ARS, although the Susan goes down with his Trans Am still in his pocket. Punch comes out, completely whiffs, but he does end up killing Dom anyway, so it should be able to be cleaned up here on the side of ARS, with only Trans Am remaining now for them. And on the other side, Pablo's already got another Zeta ult up and ready to use, and Rafi's still holding on to that Dynamis. They also have Saz ult and Dom ult coming up, so ult decode definitely in the favor of Nebulous so far. Just a Trans Am coming out as well, just to sort of be a nuisance, maybe find some things where we can. But once they regroup, I have to imagine that some ults come out here for Nebulous and makes this Really awkward.
Zeta with a high charge on his Biosensei. If he does land this ult, it will be huge damage on the side of the JP team. Maybe there seems to be quite a big push coming out from Rafi's team onto the point, but nothing's happening yet. Margin does go in trying to look for something, however does get picked out in a 3v1. Quite a bit reckless. Udon coming in trying to support him, gets picked out as well. This is looking quite rough for the JP team. One more loss and I think they're gonna have to either give or spend some outs here.
Yeah, and Nebulous is playing this really like positionally correct. Like they're trying to maintain high ground control before they end up focusing on the point. Which I mean, at this point they can kind of do whatever they want because they have free ticks. So like maybe a strategy is to just force the point and force them to contest. But going for high ground first, still a very viable option. Obviously, your Dynamis and your Zeta love playing on that height. They don't end up committing really any ults besides Dynamis and Sazui though, so they have everything else ready and available. Problem is ARS also has ults available now. They were able to build up another Butterfly and Hades. Gunmelt's also ready to go for whenever the next push starts to come in. So ults are a bit more even now. We see Punch come out and finds one. Hades on the other side though is going to get popped. I don't know where he's at right now, but he's probably trying to find some picks in the back line or something. He's actually just on the point, but he's pretty low. He's going to force it back up. Domwolt's going to go onto the point, so now this is going to be the last fight coming in. Butterfly's going to come up to try to stop the Dom, and everyone else is on the point. He's not able to find anything yet. He finally finds the Dynamis. Domwalt finds one to return though, and people are getting traded left and right. Still an issue on the point. People are getting rezzed. We're getting axed. Shit's just going crazy. It looks like Nebulous is maybe able to get this. They have 4 people still alive. It's only a Hyperion. There's going to be one more guy coming back. He's not able to touch, so there we go. Nebulous finally gets the cap after a pretty scrappy last fight.
No, despite seeing the initial first break and getting 3 blips off like the first push, they held the Japanese side, ARS team, held on quite well considering the fact getting 2 butterflies within that span and trying to hold back the fight. If that butterfly had gone a bit better, they could have completely stopped that fight and ended it with only 3 pips in. So seeing that, honestly, they do seem to have a good chance to maybe bring this to a tie or even out the fight. Looking at the scoreboard here, Zeta with 30,000 damage, Pablo putting in heavy work with the Zeta. Honestly, what a dominating performance over everyone. Ari Sato on the on the JP side, Ari Sato with the highest damage on his team. No, actually no, it's Master Drive. I'm not exactly sure what they were playing earlier as they've swapped to a Z2M and Hyperion. What an interesting team comp. Very melee and shield focused.
Yeah, I think Ari was the turn A there, and Master Drive was the pale player, so it kind of makes sense. It's still a lot of damage for turn A. I mean, they're definitely like way above the rest of their team, so they've been putting in some work. And like you mentioned, yeah, Pablo at 30k is definitely carrying a bit on the side of Nebulous. The next highest there is going to be Error at 17, so definitely a big step up from first to second there from gold to silver. So we'll see if he's able to continue that on defense, or maybe someone else steps up and takes the reins a bit more. But interesting to see on the attack side if ARS ends up changing up their comp at all. It looks like we see a heavy arms come out from Wacky, so that's definitely something new, something I wasn't expecting.
Maybe they're doing it to put more pressure on flying units, as this is not too open of a map where long sight lines are available. So maybe he's going to use the heavy arm to whittle down the shield, get him low so that he doesn't build and maintain biosensor over a long time.
Yeah, and we can see already the difference in defensive strategy coming out, right? Nebulous electing to hold inside rather than outside. Obviously, all they really have to counter to play outside really is Dynamis, but just not really that worth it. Just let them come to you and take a disadvantageous fight. Raph is able to get some decent charge anyway just by holding that height right there and looking at main. So we'll see what ARS ends up coming up with to break this. Looks like they have a couple people on point, maybe probably just a Susan causing a nuisance.
We did see a pick going on early on Rafi's side. they did lose one person earlier, and they have lost another person. They are managing to. ARS team is managing to find picks. However, they are finding a struggle to push in, finding another pick onto the Ashamar. Maybe now they're finally getting there in. Two people are traded. However, on the side of the attackers, they have a shorter time to get back in. So, on a long drawn-out sustained fight, trading even actually losers for the defending team. They finally managed to break through and cap. No, they actually lost. Ash being the only one here, having to retreat, waiting to regroup with his team to maybe find another pick here.
Yeah, and I mean, they do lose the fight, but they end up getting 2 ticks, so just something similar to that, and they probably get this point secure. They do find the opening pick here, so that'll be a really good start for ARS. And ult-wise, they're coming up on a few things. Raffi has his Trans Am ready, so maybe he pops it in order to try to hold this point for a little bit longer, but I think they're losing too many people at this point. They might just decide to give it up and do just that. So they're going to move on to the choke, where it looks like we're going to have Hades and basically everything on the side of ARS coming up except for Heavy Arms and Saws. And on the other side, they're coming up on, again, basically everything except for Saws and GM. So we'll see what ends up getting invested here. Early aggressive ult on the Susan, which is probably the correct play. Just wants to find a pick here. Maybe this lone Saws and Dom that's out of position. There it goes. Now moving on to the Sosby, that should be an easy cleanup as well. Hades gets popped in addition from Master's Drive. He's going to use this to take height control. He's going to push Raffi away. Probably the Astro as well. He's probably going to need some help. Yeah, he gets solo punched. Looks like his teammates aren't really there to follow him and trade him.
Following in on
Ternay.
that,
Yep.
Ternay immediately pops out hearing that Ashamar no longer has his punch. Doesn't manage to find much, gets one pick, however, they're gonna need a bit more if they wanna break through. Losing another member off the side with Arrow on camper and losing their Saz as well. They've invested 3 ults and they've not managed to make a dent into getting in and finding a pip.
And it kind of sucks because it's big ults too. It's not like they use like random, like who cares? It's like they use Hades and Butterfly. It's like those are your probably your two biggest teamfight DPS ultimates that you have. And on the other side, they have 5 ults still to work with for Nebulous. So with 2 minutes remaining, like if they're able to use ult eco properly, you gotta think that this is gonna be pretty tough on the side of ARS to win this. On the bright side, Nebulous only capped 0 seconds remaining, so you still got 2 minutes to work with to get even heading into overtime, but the problem is you gotta make it there first, and you're not in a good position to do so far.
They're losing their Saz again. The Ash trying to find something, make something work, gets picked out by Raffi. Being held out of the sky by a Dynamis is pretty harsh, especially when you're playing Ash, because it is quite easy for Dynamis to just body shot you and just keep you full so that you don't peek out. Yeah, he's probably gonna have to play more grounded if he wants to find an opportunity to get them low without getting shot out of the sky. Either that or the Dynamis has to die first, which doesn't seem to be a likely option.
Alright, Hades coming out here from Master Drive once again. They do have a couple picks this time, and he's going to be forcing the issue on the point. Dombolt comes out in retaliation. It's a really good counter by EV, but I think they're probably going to get cleaned up here by the rest of the Hades, and they do. Almost takes down the Pale with them, but not quite able to, so good position here for ARS, although Pablo is going to end up finding 2 counter picks on the GM, which is always going to make it a lot harder because they still have a full point of progression to go. So you have to think any trades at this point are going to be good on the side of Nebulous, and that Butterfly gets completely shut down by Raffi on the Trans Am. And that is probably not good because you needed that and your Hades to... I mean, again, they use Hades and Butterfly and don't win the team fight, right? So now you're kind of stuck with like okay-ish ults to break this. On the good side, they used everything on the side of Nebulous. So, I mean, you know, maybe Trans Ams and Saz ults aren't the most impactful, but it's better than nothing. So we'll see if they're able to convert that into picks here. The Susan's just going in. He's gonna be doing a lot of damage, causing a lot of distraction, but he gets killed without actually finding anyone. Rez is coming out in the back line, and the Rez is coming out back and forth, and looks like it's going to be shut down by Nebulous here.
Heavy Arms are finding 2, finding 3. Heavy Arms actually managed to equalize the situation. Jim's above trying to find the damage to maybe stop the push, but everything's looking quite stable now. They do see 9, however, they've backed off from the point, looking because of the HP situation. Okay, I want to point out that for the side of Nebulous, they have been very wary of the turn A out, and whenever they do not have punch, they have someone else ready to counter him, or they do give the space to respect the out, which is impressive planning on their side.
Yeah, they're definitely playing correctly against the butterfly for sure. On the side of ARS, I think like if your butterfly is gonna get focused down that hard, then the rest of your team kind of has to like use that opportunity while the focus is away from them to sort of take the space and find the picks where they can with some of their ults too. So I think we saw, I mean, a good attempt there, obviously on the attack. I mean, they got a couple ticks, so definitely not too shabby of an effort. But I think the defense was just too strong from Nebulous there. They just played it super well and super coordinated with their ult usage as well. So really well played, earns them the 1-0 advantage heading into R&D. So we'll see if they're able to continue that, or if maybe we finally find a map 3 for once today.
Yeah, hopefully we do see a more equal back and forth. I do wanna see a team that's not like completely just getting too old every single match. Likely, but from what I've seen from Flag 4, they did manage to put up quite a good fight. If it wasn't for the fact that the turn A outs were just getting shut down, maybe they could have potentially looked for a draw there. Nebulous played just too well, countering the turn A out, being constantly wary of the fact that they know that turn A is quite a good player, like decent enough to play around his out and be wary of it.
Yeah, really well done from them. And ARS had a couple opportunities where it was looking pretty good. Maybe one or two small things goes their way and they end up capping that point. Like Heavy Arms made it pretty close on that last fight, finding 3 picks. Just wasn't quite enough, but we'll see if they're able to make that small adjustment that they need to make into R&D to hopefully make this a good series. Finally, we get to see some R&D. Though I'm just excited to see R&D. It's a fun map. I think everyone for the most part likes R&D. There's really not much to hate about it, except for maybe that it's a Zeta map, kind of annoying. But
I mean, regardless of it being a Zeta map, I think people quite like R&D purely because it's such a enclosed fight. It's not like other domination maps where it's like you go far to different points. Ironworks is a domination map in the same sense of R&D, but it's a much bigger map where travel time between each point is quite long. While R&D is such a condensed map where fighting happens everywhere, no matter if you're in the point or outside the point, fighting opposite or not, there's always a fight going on everywhere on the map.
yeah, it's always a very, very scrappy and brawly map. So love to see it and see if JP decided to change their portraits at all. I'm gonna guess probably not. Nope. That's okay. I mean, that would have won them the last map. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, it's the individuality that shines, that truly makes them a more unique team. We've seen every single team, like almost every single team, bring out the similar portraits. Nice to see some team that shakes it up, you know.
Yeah, I liked what actually Team Skyfall did, I believe, which was they didn't pick the same banner, but they picked banners with like similar themes. So it was pretty creative from them instead of just picking, everyone picked this one and this title or whatever. So good on them. Hope they're doing well in losers. But network connection is unstable. Toki.
Oh no, we're looking at potentially some technical difficulties once again. Um, this this is unfortunate. Seems like we'll have to buy some time as they work on getting the lobby back up and running, and we can continue watching the fight.
Yeah, hopefully it's just like a small issue that someone is having, not like a internet outage or whatever, because that'll obviously be more obstructive to getting the match restarted. But in any case, I mean, I guess a quick update on the loser side for you guys. So I know we're not watching the other matches right now, but we had Soleta Society going up against Justaway Neil Armstrong, and Justaway ended up winning that one 2-0. So they are currently playing Team Skyfall now, and the other side of the losers bracket. We're obviously watching Nebulous versus ARS, and our winners are still chilling in winners. I think they're done for the day. They'll resume next week, right? Suwon versus Kovacs. So apologies, everyone. We'll be getting right back underway once the server's back up and running and the lobby's restarted. So shouldn't take too long.
Honestly, looking at these brackets, it's quite interesting to see that not a single team managed to bring it to a 2-1. Whether that says anything about the matchups or just the fact that the teams are just I guess it's mostly just the matchups, right? Because a lot of the teams are putting up roughly equal fights from what I see, but it's just not enough to score them one map win.
Yeah, part of it's just the matchups. Part of it's also just sort of like the nature of Rising Stars, because like if you think about it, you know, we have Legends Reborn, which is like the top 4 teams, and then if you're a player who's maybe good but not good enough to be on a top 4 team, like maybe you're like the 5th best team in Gundam, you're still going to play in this tournament, and along with like brand new players or people that are just playing for fun and not necessarily to be competitive, right? So it's just sort of a variety of people and teams in this tournament all across the board. So naturally, you're going to see definitely a good amount of one-sided matches, but yeah, I mean, still to not see one map 3 so far is pretty interesting, I gotta say. We've seen a couple close rounds, but the fact that no one's taken anything to a map 3 is, yeah, pretty crazy. There's been what, like 1, 2, 3, 6, 8, 10. There's been 13 matches so far. They're all 2-0. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, speaking of which, it has been a very long tournament. Hopefully you've been well here, hydrating regularly throughout this. Like, how long has it been? Like 4 hours for you, I guess.
Yeah, quick little 4 hours. I mean, I don't drink water. I'm a robot, so.
It's
Bit
a
of refueling.
monotonous voice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully next week's continuation of the tournament will bring forth a more equal fight that will lead to 2-1. Because I see both, what team was it again? Kovacs and Zaylen possibly throwing down and trading blows with each other equally.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be a good match for sure. I think this series also has the potential to be a good one as well. I think if we were going to see a 3 map match today, it would be this one. That's just like how tournaments go, right? Obviously, the further you go into a tournament, theoretically, the closer match to the teams should be. So now we're already on losers round 3. So we're starting to get to the point where if you're still in the tournament by this point, you've had to have won, I think, at least a couple matches. So you're probably pretty decent at the very least. So, you know, it's good to see some good teams starting to get matched up. We'll see if ARS can finally end up stealing a map.
Yeah, as always, said earlier during the start of this bracket, but like I'm rooting for the JP team because I want more JP team representation. Oh, and speaking of which, we are getting into the start of the map. Seems like the server side is finally fixed. Hopefully, this time when we load in, there will not be another technical difficulty and we can proceed smoothly with the match.
Yeah, and then last time, I think I caught it, but I think we were on Tokyo servers last time, so I think that must have meant that we were on NA servers for the first map, if I'm thinking about this correctly. So ARS maybe had a bit of a disadvantage that first map, but hopefully they're compensated for it now. We'll see if that ends up making the difference for them I see a Z2M being highlighted. I don't know if that's going to stick. It might end up sticking. It's not the worst Z2M map for sure. I mean, we have Susan and Turne, which are pretty standard. I know Mazin likes his GM as well, or Miss likes his Ash. So I think those are pretty much the suits that they're going to be playing. On the other side, Raffi's going to go towards Exia rather than Dynamis. Kind of interesting because it's still a pretty decent Dynamis map, I feel, once you get high ground control, especially. Pablo's going to stick with Zeta, again, a good Zeta map, and he did really well with it last time, so not surprised to see him sticking with it there, and I think everyone else is basically on their comfort suits, so we'll see some slight adjustments on both teams, but see how it ends up working out.
I think ARS has made a pretty decent call, swapping over their SARS for a more melee-oriented comp because they already find Dom exploding and killing himself. Quite unexpected, but speaking of the comps again, they are more because of the more melee-heavy focus, they can break through the SARS shield and eliminate the threat that is SARS more easily. Speaking of which, there he goes again, dying to the two melees as I was pointing out earlier.
Yep, and there we go. So ARS is going to secure the early control onto that C point. They're still going to find a couple stragglers on the way out. So already looking better compared to last time around on the side of Nebulous. Pablo's already at half of his Zeta ult, and the rest of his team is pretty far behind still. He's already doubled the arc charge of his best teammate. So he's putting in some damage for sure. The rest of his team, maybe not so much. Looks like we're getting a timeout here. I think we're having some connection difficulty maybe on one of the players. Yeah, EV's having some router problems.
Seems like EV91 is that death earlier wasn't an accident. It was most likely him getting a freeze and disconnecting, or not disconnecting, but a huge freeze that causes your suit to explode. He's asking if he can unplug his router. We might be back to another slight technical pause. I see. Yep. Quite an unfortunate series of matches, especially on Tokyo server side. This is not particularly a great showcase of what games are like on Tokyo. I swear most games we've had on the Tokyo servers have been completely fine. We've never really run into these issues.
Yeah, I mean it's always tough when someone has to DC because you don't really know whether it's going to be like, oh, can I just reconnect, or are we going to have to restart the whole lobby? So, I mean, we'll see. I mean, it shouldn't take too long in either case, but hopefully we'll end up getting this resolved in the next minute or so here. Yeah, just a bit of a series of unfortunate events between the server and the internet problems.
Hopefully everything gets resolved by the time we're back. Honestly, seeing the fact that the Nebulous team might be playing a man down because of it is quite a rough situation. If unplugging his router and plugging it back in doesn't fix it, there might be some subbing in that might have to happen. That will be up to the organizers to decide, but hopefully he does get it solved and we can continue on with the match.
Yeah, hopefully they have someone on standby just in case, but I mean, we'll figure things out. I'm sure they're scrambling to get everything in order right now, so apologies everyone. We'll just have to sit here and chat about life for another couple minutes, I suppose, but yeah, so I think this, along with the other losers matches, the last match of the day. Probably don't know how that one's going yet, but yeah, I mean, overall it was I would say it's a pretty straightforward tournament so far. Like, just looking at the bracket, I don't think there's really been any upsets that I would say, or any big upsets, I should say. Like, if there's, maybe there's a couple close matchups or one team ended up doing better than we thought, but yeah, overall, I think the teams that we expected to be still in are still in. Especially on the winner's side, I'd probably have a perfect bracket so far if I were doing like a March Madness thing, or April Madness, I guess. But yeah, we'll see how things go.
Goes to show how much you do pay attention to who are on the teams who are playing tonight. They are tonight. Well, tonight for me. they are. You can roughly gauge how well a team does based off just the players you do know and their strengths and weaknesses compared to who are on the opposing teams in this tournament. But but as much as we know a player and how much we know about each and everyone's strengths and weaknesses, upsets can happen because it's not always just an individual's capabilities that causes a team's win or downfall. A simple team play issue could just very well be as detrimental as having a worse off player, not worse off player, but someone who's not as technically better than the opposing team.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see the comparison between like, you know, individual player skills and like how they work on a team, because, you know, a lot of these guys I don't know them from like their team background, but I just know them from like playing in casuals and whatnot. So it's always interesting to see how they mesh with other people in a more controlled environment. So far I think it's going pretty well for most people. I haven't really seen anyone that's particularly crumbled or anything. Like, I think everyone's doing pretty well, so it's good to see.
Unfortunately, Derpita, I have been told to turn off my fan. I'm dying of heat right now. It may be 2 a.m. but the heat is very unrelenting. I'm roasting alive here, and the humidity is not helping.
Can we get an LA source spam in the chat, please?
28 degrees and a 94% humidity, quite rough. I'm hearing a lot of turn the fan back on and LA are actually. I'm being unfortunately staff has told me to cope instead of allowing me to turn the fan back on, so I guess no fans and no servers apparently as well.
This has got to be racist.
Okay.
I guess just so if no one else is aware, then I think the way that Legends is going to work is once the winner of this tournament is decided and we go into Legends, I think with 5 teams instead of like a typical double elimination bracket, I think the way it's going to work is we're going to do like just a round robin format. So basically every team is going to be guaranteed to play each other once, and then the 2 teams with like the best records at the end of all of it will play again in the grand finals to sort of determine the winner, which I think is going to be best of 5 grand finals and then best of 3 otherwise for every other series. So more interesting in the sense that like, you know, everyone is going to play each other, so it's like the standings at the end should be pretty clear as to like who the best teams are. Obviously you can't do that once it gets to like 10 teams, right? Because that's just going to take forever. It's going to be 30 matches. But the disadvantage of like a bracket like this for Rising Stars is there's going to be some matchups that maybe you were hoping for that you're just not going to end up seeing, right? So like, who knows, maybe if you were really hoping for a Team Skyfall versus, I don't know, ARS matchup, it's like, well, too bad. Just well, you might still get it actually, because if Skyfall and ARS both win, then they're going to play each other. But for 2 teams that are already out, so like let's say Gundam 7 Stars and Soleta Society, like, nope, never played each other. We'll never know how that would have gone.
Yeah, it comes down to, unfortunately, the size of tournaments are a big limiting factor for how we play. And let's continue back with the match. Seems like maybe the side of Nebulous is having their player can continue playing now. EV91 hopefully having his connection issues stabilized. They have lost the lead because of it. However, they can still equalize if they play it right and play it well. Losing already more than half of their HP, 2-1, the task going down. Most of them are struggling to find a way in. They do manage to cap the point. However, can they hold? Only having the 10% to go off of.
Yeah, I mean, they find 7% as a sort of little sneaky back cap, even though they lost a couple people early. So they did what they could to recover a few percent at least out of that last team fight. But the problem is when you do that, you're going to have a couple people that die trying to stall the point, and now it's going to be an easy early rotation for Team ARS. They're going to find that early Saws pick again, and it should be easy point control once it opens. Taking a look at the ult a little bit, it's looking like nobody really has ult yet. Actually, Pablo is just about to get his now. The rest of his team is still a bit behind, and on the other side we're going to have Spin and Hades up pretty shortly here. A couple other ones are just following up a little bit behind. So maybe we'll see Zeta come out right here. Yes, it does. He's probably going to get a few. He's going to get 3 people with it. Finishes 1. GM's super low. He finishes the GM as well. But the rest of his team is just dead. So we'll see if he's able to sort of get on the point. Maybe him and Tabaret can do something. But Rider's probably going to say no to that. Hades is going to come out. Make sure no one's flipping that point. He's going to force Pablo off the high ground. And should be stabilized here pretty shortly. As long as he doesn't get killed, he's not going to. Okay.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of resistance from Nebulous' team. However, them not changing out that SARS is proving to be quite a detriment to them, as he's just getting picked off by the 2 melees on the team, putting heavy pressure on the SARS, unable to even get in, not even getting his out with the rest of his team.
Yep, and so going on to this B point here for once, it's going to be probably Z2M's best point. They just pop everything. Holy crap, they just pop Butterflies, Spin to win, and an Ash Punch. Just want to guarantee this team fight win. And Dom is also out of the game. It might not even matter because they're probably going to end up capping this anyway. But yeah, we should still obviously give them a chance. So they do have Zeta ult again. Somehow, actually, Pablo already built it again. It's been like 30 seconds since the last one, it feels like. But he's putting out some damage. Tabaret has punch as well. But we'll see how they like to use it once we get EV's problems resolved.
I would like to say on the side of Nebulous' team, them having that Zeta on point, having it be built that quickly, be used almost off cooldown, just goes to show how oppressive Zeta is on this map and how much work he can put in. We see, and this goes to the player himself, not the suit, but Pablo has been finding very big outs with Zeta, almost changing fights in an instant, whether he picks off the whole team or just picking off 2 or 3 players. He's putting to show that the Zeta is a force to be reckoned with, especially if you don't respect him, if you don't shoot him down immediately, he will be a thorn in the side of ARS's team, and I think ARS should keep that in mind if they are to face them on the next map, if they do end up winning this and bring it into 1-1.
Yeah, Pablo on Zeta is pretty deadly. He was definitely the MVP of map 1, and so far he's definitely, I would say, the standout from his team in map 2, but of course ARS is just, as a team, a little bit more coordinated and superior so far, but we'll see if Nebulous can regain. Hopefully the internet issues are not causing too much of a problem for EV, because I'm sure that's part of the reason why they're struggling in these team fights, is Dom's maybe having a hard time, but hopefully it gets resolved soon and we can see some pretty smooth 6v6 gameplay.
Yeah, unfortunate on the end of Nebulous' side, especially the fact that it is on their Dom, which means they do not have Dom online the entire fight, as he keeps disconnecting and losing all of his ult charge. Hopefully that isn't the reason why they're losing so badly, but just seeing how ARS side is playing, it seems like they are just winning neutrals even without ult exchanges because of the way they adapted to the team the match is starting back up again. We hopefully won't be seeing another DC. Oh, it seems like EV91 did keep his ult charge, so maybe we will see it. Oh, never mind, it's John.
Even if he kept it, I think it might not have mattered, because ARS is about to get to 100%. I think they were only at like 65% or so of their Dom ult, but maybe their first bit of ult got cancelled from the last DC, so who knows. But in any case, there's really not much of an option now for Nebulous. They're going to have to just pop ults and go. Raffi's able to find one with the Trans Am, and another Zeta ult comes out, finds a couple more picks onto that, so it's going to be a flip coming in from Nebulous. Bad news is you have absolutely no else to work with. You're not even close on coming up to another one. Your closest member is Z2R at 40%, so it's not a great sign. On the other hand, I mean, it's not like you have great ult eco on the side of ARS either. You have a Trans Am on Susan, and you're coming up on Fines. We see now, actually, Susan gets picked, and that's a huge pick, because now they really are even in this fight. It's really just going to be GM Mines, and maybe Pale can get 80s if he farms a lot in this fight. It's looking...
Doesn't seem
really
like it'll be
hard.
necessary at all. They do manage to wipe up the gym mines coming in just to stabilize the point, but they managed to push everyone off just using regular damage, showing off that this B point is just too hard to hold when you have two shield units who are just free prey for melee units.
Yeah, pretty convincing first round for ARS on the whole. Taking a look at some of the stats here, so it's going to be Pablo leading the way in the lobby with almost 18k damage on that Zeta. Way far ahead of the rest of his team, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. I mean, we have a few people on the side of ARS that are putting up pretty consistent damage. We see Ari and Master's Drive and Mazin, and a couple of people are also pretty close right behind them. So yeah, I mean, a bit unfortunate with the DCs obviously probably skewing some of the stats and the point capture percent a little bit, but what can you do? You know, it's just these things just happen, and you know, there's not really much you can do to prevent it. So I think even if Eevee played the Horon, probably they still lose that. I think ARS just looked like a more coordinated and just better team that round, so don't think it ended up mattering that much in the end. We'll see how it goes this round if that ends up continuing.
Yeah. Surprising on one hand, I'm surprised the Z2 Adam is getting more value in terms of damage from what we can see than Susano. You think it'd be the opposite, considering Susano has such a high damage potential in this game. Eric picking up the Ashe, this could be huge as they are more health. They have the people advantage, and they are that less healthier than the opposition.
Yeah, they do good to find the early pick, but it looks like it's not going to be enough because ARS is still going to have this point control and find a couple picks on the other end. Nashor is already back and kills them, so it's going to be early point control going the way of ARS again, and it's going to be have to be a pretty quick regroup on the side of Nebulous, and unfortunately Pablo is only at 32% Zeta ult, so you know, it's not like he's about to come up on his and guarantee team fight win. We're still going to fight the neutral bit. A couple good picks coming out from Pablo and Rafi though, so we'll see if they can transition that. They're probably not going to be able to because the counter picks are coming out and Z2M is enraged, so he's going to clean up the rest of these players pretty easily. It's going to be a full B point going the way of ARS.
Honestly, you see the beauty of this map. You see how even if Nebulous's team did get the first pick, because they didn't capitalize on it to put the pressure, the ARS side was able to easily regroup and just take over the point once they got their members back up. You really do have to press the advantage on this map. You can't just sit back and just poke them out. It's not a defense map where respawns take a while. This is a map where split-second decisions and trying to find that pressure to get in. Look at those Jin mines, offensive and trying to push them off point. This gives them space to like move up and just find the point again.
Yep, so I mean, now we're getting to the point in the game where ult eco is going to start to matter, so we can see from Nebulous, we got a couple error, just gets his ult and immediately uses it onto the Pale Rider, which is pretty much exactly how you want to do it. So that's really good on him. Pablo's also going to get his Zeta ult up and running. I don't think it hits anyone. It maybe hit the Susan, but it was pretty low anyway. So, I mean, good ult usage overall. Only used 2, and they're able to secure the point with 30 seconds left. So, well done by Nebulous to guarantee probably another 23% here, because I can't imagine they end up flipping unless they C9 or something. They end up committing a spin to win for this. I'm not sure that that's that worth it, because with only 15 seconds left, even if you start losing the team fight, you can just sort of stagger into point one by one, and you should be able to hold it for the remainder of the time. And it's exactly what's going to happen. So, yeah, bit of a waste of Z2M out there, but
they do manage to find a couple picks to at least even out. They have the advantage coming into the next fight, but it is 20 seconds before the point is unlocked. They are losing members now. They're slowly getting picked off. If they can't find another pick right now, they won't be able to find ground to hold when it comes to fighting for B point. You can see on the side of Nebulous, they have swapped off the stars and opting for a camper, which is the better pick. Finding 2 picks, however, they might be able to fight their way into this B point. Camper popping is out, finding 2. This is finding 1, possibly getting a second right here.
Really close on that Susan kill. He almost found 2 on his own, but not quite able to close it out onto the Susan. I mean, we still have the fuels to work with on the side of Nebulous here. We basically everything but the camper, and ZTR is going to be a little bit far behind the rest of his team, but on the side of ARS, we also have 4 to still work with, 3, I guess. But GM will be coming up on his relatively soon. So we're going to Dom ult now and just get in there nice and early. We're going to have to find these picks. Hopefully we know that Kale has his ult. He's the first kill, and there we go. Perfect target priority there from Nebulous. So this should be a counter cap coming in with 15 seconds left with some decent time. So good on them. We're going to have to get to this A point quickly though, and use the last couple ults we have remaining to get early point control.
Yeah, they could find that early point control by having Rafsky leverage his Transam, since none of the suits on the enemy team have a shield. This is a big moment for Transam to just cleave through all of AMRS's team.
Yeah, another unfortunate like network problem there from Eevee. I think saw her die in the kill feed again, but she's still in the game, so I see her on the high ground there, still playing, so that's a good sign. We'll see what ends up getting used here as far as ults. Nebulous does have the early point control and the early pick onto the Susan, so that's a really good start. We'll see if ARS still decides to end up committing anything to this, or probably just regroup now that they're down GM as well.
You can see
obviously
that
the opposite.
yeah, Pale trying to make that space on high for his team to push up, but it seems like they are not able to with the amount of oppressive onslaught that the side of AMS is showing. Rafsky gets punched out of his ult, and they are looking to fight this back. They commit everything to this. Gen Mine, Pale, Hades, and Butterfly all just retake, and they do manage to get it back.
Yeah, and you might as well commit everything, right? Because all you need is one team fight win until you win the game, so there you go. Just pop spin, butterfly, mines, whatever you need. Kill the people, get the point, and GG's. So, good news everyone, we will be seeing a map 3 in this tournament. If I remember correctly, oh no, what is it? Is it UCC map 3? Am I losing my mind maybe? In any case, Thermal Plant map 3, okay.
Yeah, my memory is just as bad as yours too. No worry. Yeah, but yeah, it's nice to see that team finally putting in even like fight against the opposition. This is a match that could go either way for both teams, considering it is another domination map. Maybe this might be ARS's win, considering how oppressive of nature, how oppressive their team comp is, with all the melees and denying them from using shield units. Xerex unable to find anything with SARS, having to swap off to Camphor to find at least one pick to equalize his fights.
Yeah, I mean the mid-game adjustments that are just kind of necessary if things aren't working out, right? If the enemy melees and Susan and Turnay are too oppressive, then you got to kind of try to work. So I think Camper is actually conceptually a good choice to swap into to maybe try to shut a couple of those units down, but ended up not really working out. But we'll see if things change for them on Thermal Plant. So I mean, another interesting sort of thing to consider is the server, because the NA team won on NA servers, and then the JP team won on JP servers. So we'll see what they end up playing here on map 3. But yeah, I mean, overall Thermal Plant, bit worse of a Zeta map than R&D, so maybe we'll see Pablo go back to GM or something like that, but maybe that'll make a difference as well. We'll see if Eevee continues her internet struggles. I really hope not, but in any case, we have looks like an update on the other side of the losers bracket. So we had Skyfall versus Just Away going on, and it looks like Skyfall was able to win that match 2-0. So they will be waiting for this match to conclude, where they'll play the winner in losers semifinals, which we're gonna save that for next time. So Skyfall, I think, is done for the day. But yeah, guaranteed top 4 for them, so that's pretty good. And the winner of this match will also be guaranteed top 4. So
Yeah.
big stakes on the line for sure.
Honestly, what a game we've been having so far. We've been seeing how teams are adapting to situations on the fly, knowing maybe that they don't have to run standard comp like always, because this has been a showcase of in this tournament especially. This has been a showcase of how the normal team comp just can't cut it when it comes to facing unorthodox matchups where you have to deal with melees, you have to respect melees.
Yep, and we can see already Pablo highlighting the GM, as I mentioned. Just an overall probably better map for that character, worse map for Zeta. So Aaron on Sniper, that's got to change. Rafi's highlighting Z2R, I imagine that changes as well. Looks like on the side of ARS, people still loading in, so we'll give it a few seconds. It's going to be, looks like C point coming up first for these teams. So the interesting gimmick with the C point is obviously you can cap the point from both the like height, sort of like middle area, and then also the lower ground, right? And you can kind of shoot through the grates a little bit, but ultimately if there's a Z2R or a GM down there causing problems, then someone's gonna have to jump down and contest. So we'll see if people end up using the different heights to their advantage here, or if they just elect to brute force their way through one direction.
Rafi really not giving up his Dynamis, playing in every single map so far. He really loves that suit, huh? But let's see, the first engage goes in, the first engagement is happening right now. Both teams are striking out. On the ARS side, they lose their SARS first, but they trade out the SARS and is fighting quite equally. Using another, they're both trading so equally right now. It could be anyone's point, but ARS having that more forward momentum to be able to capture the point, which they aren't doing for some reason.
Yeah, sometimes you get a little bit tunnel vision on the fight instead of the point, which happens to everyone, even my team. So not too surprising to see. The point takes a little bit to get captured here, but it does end up going eventually the way of ARS. So yeah, I mean, thermal plant, when you have Z2M and Susan, we kind of saw a little bit of that earlier with Team Kovacs. I believe they had the quadruple melee on thermal, so definitely a good map to run those suits into. So if I were on side of Nebulous here, I'd probably be looking to maybe switch up the comp again. Like, I know EV is a pretty good Mariside player, so maybe she decides to lock that in and maybe move down to someone else like Rafi or something. I don't know, but we'll see if they end up switching things around here. But it looks like full C point's gonna go the way of ARS for now.
Might be a better idea to leave Dom to maybe the SARS player, because as we can see, SARS is just getting beaten up by both of the melee players. I think an adjustment for the side of Nebulous might be needed for them to find something here.
Yep, and we can see already ults coming up from both teams. It's actually Nebulous, it looks like, that's going to have ults first. Like, they have basically everything coming up. The Dom and the Hades are a little bit behind the rest of the team, but on the side of ARS, they have their Hades up, and he's just going to use it immediately. Try to look for a couple of his picks. He's able to find one, he's going to have to back up, heal both him and his Gundam. They should be able to recontest this though and get back in there, while the rest of their team works on building up their ults. They're not able to actually break it though, so Nebulous does cap the point, and they're probably going to be able to hold this for a while because they still have a lot of players alive. The Saz is coming back now. So even though it's still an even team fight, all this neutrality is going in the favor of Nebulous, so I'm happy to trade it out if I were them.
Yeah, Zinmine's on the point, being able to stall any like potential ult pushes from the Susano, since it's very risky to pop it out and go in when there are Gem Mines on the point. So, but they do manage to somehow retake the point without spending a single ult. They they managed to pull up like the last 10% to pull up ahead, but we can see on the side of Nebulous they are setting up on C point ready to fight it out before before ARS even makes it over.
Yeah, they give up the last 10%, but in compensation they have the early rotate, so it's not the end of the world. And we have, again, 4 ults to secure this first fight with. The spin is actually the first ult that gets used on the side of ARS though, and it's going to be a huge disruptor. The Pale's going to be the one that ends up finding the final kill, but I think that was a lot due to the Z2M dealing some damage and disrupting the enemy backline to free up the kills for Dispel Rider. So good ult there, I would say, from Z2M. They end up committing nothing else. The Ash Punch on the other side does get committed. Not sure if it found anything. Even if it did, I think it probably wasn't worth it because they were losing that point anyway for sure, given how that Z2M ult went.
They do commit the side of ARS do commit a Gundam ult to secure the point. Completely sealing off the movements of Nebulous' side. But Nebulous is flying a way in. They're using the Dom mode to great effect right now, finding major picks, getting everyone low and finding helping their way in. They are fighting for this point for the last 15% to make this game more even, not letting it as one-sided as the R&D map. They do pop another out here to further push them in and hopefully stagger them, but I don't see this as a correct play, but they do manage to force their way into B point without any major troubles. So maybe on the side of Nebulous, this is a good trade. Wait, it's not even B point, it's A point.
Yeah, I mean, probably not the most optimal use of Hades, but as a little bit of compensation, you probably get the rotational advantage going towards A. And I think a couple players from ARS didn't realize that they were going to be, their teammates were going to be slow to the point, so they ended up getting picked basically for free. So ends up being a good use of Hades in the long run because they do end up getting the early percent for this point as well. But ARS 4 ults, basically 5 ults with Gundam coming up, including another spin to win, which was really, really impactful last time. So I expect to see that they're going to be able to flip this. I mean, the Saws and the Dynamics probably aren't enough to stop all the, okay, they stop everything. So I'm expecting ARS to flip this pretty easily, and yeah, there it goes. And this is the last point of the round, so there's only 20 seconds left, and actually the round's about to end sooner than that because with the progress going down. But yeah, I mean, for Nebulous, the only hope left is regroup and pop what you can, hopefully build a punch, maybe punch a couple people on the front line. You have to pop Trans M here, if you're Dynamines, there's no other choice. You find a Saw's pick, punch doesn't hit anything, but he is in, so time to go. For sure, the Gundam also goes down. I think they have chances here in this fight for Nebulous. They probably hit some shots. Get a couple picks going out. Z2M is being such a nuisance though, but so is the GM for Pablo. Looks like it's only GM left.
It's hard stalling the point, however. One-man army right now, holy, going crazy! He is managing to wipe out 2 extra people, stalling that extra precious time for his team to possibly regroup and help him, but we don't see that happening. But they do manage to at least form up right now, and they are looking to refight this. Lirex getting hammered and very low. Getting picked up right now. Rocky going in with his ultimate there. They find 3. They can turn this around. They push them off the point and they do secure the first point. What an insane turn and what a hold by the Z2M, honestly. One man by himself manages to take out almost 3 people and stall the point for as long as he did.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. I think he got a health pack and rage at like the same time, so it was one of those situations where it looks like he was going to go down, and then suddenly he just has 1,000 HP and double damage, and it's like, well, now we have a Z2M problem. So good on him to really turn the tides of that fight and stay alive for a long time while the rest of his team gets back to clean up his work. But I think it just goes to show you like how evenly matched these teams are, right? We're in map 3, and that first round just went 99-99 basically. I think it actually ended to time instead of percent complete, but in any case, it's still the same deal, right? These guys are basically even as far as performance so far. Looking at the stats, looks like a slight advantage for ARS, but not by much. I mean, a couple people on Nebulous are keeping up with them for sure. Nobody's really dragging anyone else down, so that's always good to see. But yeah, I mean, really close teams. I think ARS just slight advantage that first map or first round.
Honestly, we're kind of seeing on the side of ARS, their Pale Rider has been picking up quite the slack. Previous matches, he was not the highest damage by like a huge margin from his team, but we can see on this map, he's putting in numbers, being 7k higher than his, not 7k, but quite much higher than the rest of his team. Once again, double melee running over Versaz, but apparently they're leading numbers huge. This Z2M is just going unchecked completely. Free reigns to just walk all over. Pablo does find a pick, however, he is the only one on point trying to make space for his team to go in.
Yeah, I mean, the initial first few percent went towards the way of ARS, but Nebulous doing a good job able to find the counter picks, and they're going to be able to clean up this team fight pretty handily here, so I would imagine most of the rest of this point goes their way. Rafi already at 83% of his Dynamisol, so he's been putting in some good shots. Pablo's also right behind him, so they've definitely been doing a lot of work. On the other side, people are mostly even, I would say, across the board for all 6 members of ARS, so a bit more of a coordinated effort there, as opposed to Nebulous, who's had a couple of individual performances in that fight. Xerxes as well to find the opening pick onto Z2M. Other melee also goes down from EV, so I think the rest of this point will be headed towards the side of Nebulous, and they're gonna get an early rotation to B as well. So far through this round, Transam. Oh, from Rafi, yeah, just to secure the rest of that point. I mean, maybe not needed, but I think it's fine. But super early advantage now for Nebulous, which is what they need. They need to come out strong and retaliate after last round was so close, so good to see from them. See if they can continue.
You can see on the side of IRS, they swapped the unit over to Camphor to apply more heavy pressure on the offense side. They're looking to just break through and use pure force to just chunk everyone down so that they don't have to deal with long, prolonged fights against maybe something like the Dynamis, where he's getting big value over time as they stroll in, getting all that time to pick off damage, get potential picks before the melees even have a chance to walk in.
Yeah, I mean, and speaking of the melees, like, they're kind of struggling this round a little bit, right? Like, we're about to be done with the second point. We're still only 80% of our Susanol. We're just now getting spin to win. So, you know, last round we saw a couple of spins and Susan's going crazy in the backline, but not so much now. It's been a relatively quiet round on behalf of the melees, and I think it just goes to show the playstyle difference from Nebulous. I mean, they didn't really change their suits at all. I think they're just giving them a little bit more respect and a little bit more room to play the range from, rather than just walking in their faces. So good to see that they're adapting mid-map.
Yeah, I think most of the adaptation comes down to how the Jim is playing along with the Dom. I think they're letting them in instead of being aggressive and taking that space is really hampering the ability of ARS to find an opportunity to go in. B Magnum does come out trying to find a pick, but the Dom out disrupting the entire thing. Ariel popping the Pale, getting one pick, he's going in hard, trying to secure this and not let them even have a chance to go in. What a complete change from the previous round. It was so equal, and now it's just so one-sided, getting punched out of his ADs as well.
Yeah, huge retaliation coming. Oh, shut down. Z2M spin got completely shut down by Rafi there in the Trans Am. So yeah, huge comeback from the way of Nebulous there to really come back and shut him down in that round 2. I mean, round 1 was so close, they couldn't quite close it out. Round 2, they carried that momentum right away and basically 100 0'd them, right? I think only the first couple of seconds of the first point went towards the way of ARS, and the rest of that round was all Nebulous. Looks like we're seeing some network connection unstable issues again.
Oh no.
I mean, at
Please
least it
don't
happened
say
at the end of the
so.
round, so like we only have to play one more round, worst case, but
Yeah, unfortunately this has happened before in a previous tournament. but it is quite unfortunate to see we won't be able to see the damage scores for the post round, because I do want to see how well the gym did, because he was on fire for most of that second round, putting in the stops to this full melee team. Even as a fragile unit with a shield, 800 HP is very little and will get shredded immediately by Susan if it's one shot combo. So it's very impressive to see that he's managing to stop all this melee pressure.
Yeah, Pablo putting in work as always. Definitely been a key player for Nebulous this series. But yeah, I mean, look at how close these two teams are. Right, we're in round 3 of map 3. I don't even think we've seen. I mean, every series before this has also been 2-0, but I don't even think of any domination map that we've seen like a round 3 on Ironworks or Thermal or whatever. And I don't think we've gone to overtime on any point capture or destruction map. So yeah, I mean, it just goes to show you how close these teams are matched. And once we get this lobby re-going, I think we only have to play just one round of Thermal, and then whoever takes it just takes it. And we'll go on to play next weekend against Skyfall. So could be anyone's game. I mean, who knows? Maybe this reset is like the best thing that happens for ARS, just to stop the momentum of Nebulous.
Yeah, speaking of momentum, that momentum that they showed on the second round, where they displayed such a dominant performance, not even letting ARS get even 10%, not even the double digits, goes to show how well they adapted to it. They in the first round put out a camphor to maybe like uh, fend off like all the pressure from melees instead of having a SARS, but they realized that they can still play SARS. They just have to play more defensively, use their axe to ward off all of the pressure from melee. One, because that axe is a huge stopping power in terms of damage and the stun that it brings. One solid hit and any melee that comes rushing in dies on impact. They can't just disrespect an Ash, not Ash, but they can't disrespect the Sazabi X.
Yeah, we actually saw from I think it was ARS. I think it was the first map of the day, the Sazax. I think the first fight got like 3 picks or something like that alone. I just axed 3 people in a row. And yeah, Mate's ability you have to respect for sure. In addition to basically everything else that that team is running. So it's all about a game of like managing what enemy cooldowns they have, and knowing what your death conditions are. Right, like every character, most characters in the game have 1 or 2 ways of killing people, and as long as you avoid those, you should be all set. So we'll see if they continue to be cognizant of that into round 3 here whenever we load back in.
Yeah, hopefully the lobby does get set up soon so that we can finish up the final match of today. Yeah, it's been quite a long match purely because of all the technical difficulties. First match, having the technical difficulties on R&D disconnecting, and also having the same issues even now, even on a different server. This isn't Tokyo, if I'm not wrong. This NA, right?
I think so. I believe it's NA. But yeah, technical difficulties, and also just like we're going to round 3 of map 3, so this is definitely the longest match of the day so far, which is a good one to end on, because I'm sure everyone is. It's not gonna be as drawn out from here on out. Probably, I'm assuming most of the matches are probably going to be a little bit faster than this one going forward, except for grand finals. Obviously, that's gonna take a bit, being a best of 5. But we'll see in just a second here whenever we're ready to go back in. So we will just be playing 1 round. Obviously, normally you play 3. We managed to get through 2 before the crash, and each team won 1 round. So only need to play 1 of this next map, and then we can just end the map. And whoever takes this first round is going to advance onto next week, guaranteeing top 4. Whoever loses getting 5th, 6th place, which it's still respectable, right? In a 12, 11 team tournament, whatever it is, you basically are middle of the pack. So still good from both teams, no matter what happens here.
Yeah. So we have confirmed that we have confirmation from the administration that we are only doing one match, one round of the thermal plant. So here, and speaking of which, it's beginning right now. So let us watch the final battle. Hopefully, everything is more equal and we won't see a huge momentum shift like we did from the previous round.
Be interesting to see if anyone decides to switch characters on either side, really, because they've each won a round running these comps, but they've each lost a round. So we'll see if anyone feels the need to change. I see error highlighting the Zeta, but that quickly goes away. So
Sato looking at Exia, I'm seeing 3 melees. Maybe they're looking to copy what they're trying to copy what Kovacs is trying ran for Thermo, and it looks like they are locking in 3 melee currently. Maybe we'll see a 4th. Maybe one of them is a bar player. Maybe they have a hidden bar pick, but 3 melee so far. They're looking to double down on melee pressure.
yeah, who needs a pale? Just go on Barb. Should be fine. Get that quadruple melee going. I mean, it's like not a bad strategy on this map, right? Especially for like the GM and the SAWs are probably gonna have a miserable time playing against 4 melee characters. The shields just don't do anything against obviously the hammers and the cleaves, so they end up not going for barbs, so they're just gonna stick to 3 for now. They're gonna keep Tail and the Gundam. Still shield break, so it's still good. Let's see if it ends up paying off.
Honestly, I would love to see the SARS on the side of ARS be swapped to Bar purely because that Barbell can be very deadly in the right hands. You can stop so many ults with it, especially the big important normal. 2 slices and some follow-up from your team, and that thing goes down. But you can see that the melee comp is not doing particularly too well. It seems the side of Nebulous has adapted very, very splendidly to having a lot of melee pressure be put on them. Look at the respect they're giving to even the SARS, letting him push all the way into their team, letting him overextend and make a mistake.
Yep, so good so far from Nebulous to maintain that momentum going forward into this round. So it looks like it might just be the whole point going their way. I mean, some people from ARS still trying to contest, but it doesn't look like it's going to end up working out too well. Ash is going to still get a couple downs, and although they get a res and whatnot, I mean, really they're used for time. There's only 10 seconds remaining, so probably better to just start making your way towards A, give up the rest of this point. I mean, they do get the last 5 seconds, but the odds that 3% is going to change the world at the end of the day is pretty low, so probably better to just get an early rotate going.
They might catch error on this rotate though, but Rafi comes back to support him. He gets a heal grenade from Jim, and they're all the way on to A point. Not a single person being there to stop their advance. No one's even there to contest them at A point. But Saz is trying to look for an equalizer here against Pablo and the Dunamis, but he does get picked off. 2 of them actually get picked off. This is a huge pick. They will turn this and capture the point freely. Once again, holding that first point pressure, getting there, they look like they will be able to get another full take for this point.
Yeah, and ARS used a couple ults, I think, to try to save what was looking like a losing team fight, but ended up not working out, which, it's always sort of tough because when you get a person or 2 down on your team and you have ult ready to go, you kind of want to use it just to like make a hero play, but at the end of the day, it doesn't work more than it does, so you're just kind of shooting yourself in the foot by burning your inventory when you don't have to. But they do pop the rest of their ults now, and it should be enough to convert the remaining 20% towards their sides. That's Hades, that's C2M, that's Exia, all going out. All they're really going to have the next fight is with Saz and Susan. On the other hand, other team also used Punch and Hades for that, so it's not like they gave up nothing for it. So it's still definitely worth it, I think, from the side of ARS to get those ults out. But ult decode now is going to be in the favor of Nebulous. They're going to have that Dom. Nimbus especially is probably the most important one that I'm looking at as we head over back to C.
Not only that, they do have one very damaging ult that Transam looking to find picks. If he doesn't get focused right now and isn't taken out of the fight, the second they start pushing in, the Transam will pop and their team will start collapsing. Pablo finding another pick already. His gym putting in hard work to stop the push of the enemy team. Vex goes down and is on his way back. Rafi, 1 HP. Eevee coming out with her out, trying to stall that point, trying to get the point, trying to not allow the enemy team to capture the point. Rafi also popping us out, trying to find picks. They are not letting ARS have any room to breathe right now. Arjun popping is out, trying to look for something, but gets shredded immediately with the remaining charge left of Rafi's out.
Yeah, and this point is going to 100, so it's going to have to be on ARS to convert this if they want to see a B point this round. Otherwise, this will be the last point of the round and the map and the series and the day. They are not able to flip it just yet, so we're going to go into extra time. Susan Ult Transcend does come out though. They are finding picks, so they probably have good chances to convert this year. It's a big damage farm from Susan. They do end up flipping it. So, I mean, a couple of trades coming out from Nebulous, but I doubt they're going to be able to reset this team fight really. Unless Rex does something crazy here, which he's not going to be able to. They're all jumping him. So there we go. Okay, ARS not done yet. They do end up converting the point. They have a long way to go. They don't have much in the way of ults. They're going to have Hades and Exia up, and hopefully they can build a Z2M soon. On the other side, we do have a punch ready to go for probably the Hades on the side of Nebulous, and their Hades is also coming up as well. And Jam can probably build his own pretty fast. So ults are going to be first used by ARS, so they get a couple picks already based off of those, and they're probably not done yet. So I have to imagine this team fight is going to end up going their way, and this might end up being a closer round than we thought going into it.
Yeah, they are looking lacking in Alicon right now, especially having only Z2M be the only outcharge close to being 100%. The second one being close is SARS, and even then his out fight might not be able to make the difference. Both teams trading equal, one dom for a kill, but if this Z2M does not go big right now, they will lose. Pablo's out, the Gym Mines finding the pick. I think this is match and point. They managed to turn the tide completely on the ARS side, completely dismantling them with their ult. He's freaking out at the last second, but yes, I think.
And there we have it. That is going to be round over for Nebulous. Really good effort from ARS in the last round there. They came back by like 70%, but just weren't able to close it out. And that is going to do it. So obviously just this first round needs to be played. We don't need to play the rest of this map. So Nebulous will win map 3 2-1 on the thermal plant. They'll take the series 2-1. They're going to be playing next Saturday, starting off against Skyfall. Unfortunately for ARS, they're going to be out as of right now, but again, really good effort from there. This really was anyone's series, so happy to see that both teams put up a good fight here.
I honestly, I'm very proud. I'm very proud of all the contestants who have participated so far. Honestly, good effort from all of y'all to make the time to not only practice as a team and participate in this tournament, but to also show up and display such performance for everyone to enjoy. Honestly, I hope the teams here do stick around for the next tournaments and do continue to improve. Maybe one day these rising stars could become legends that, you know, they can put up a fight or even take down one of the established people within the server.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it happen last time, right? Serenity was in Rising Stars for a few tournaments in a row, and they finally go up to Legends, and they're competing. So definitely well-deserved promotion there. And you know, again, hopefully a couple of these teams can follow that same path. And yeah, for the people that are already out in the tournament, you know, we hope you guys end up sticking together. You guys got a lot of potential for sure. We saw a couple of close maps. So maybe like, you know, just sticking out for a little bit longer, getting some more practice in, maybe some coaching, utilizing our mentor program, like all that stuff to help improve as a team is going to be really helpful. I think I'm pretty sure all 4 teams left in the tournament are actually either in the mentor program or have used it quite extensively. So just goes to show how much that's paying off. And, you know, time is the best conductor for improvement. So really glad to see the 4 teams that made it and everyone that is out already. Really well played. Everyone, like, I think across the board, it was a pretty successful tournament so far, but obviously we're not done yet. So I think next weekend we're going to resume and finish out the rest of these matches. So just to recap, the 4 teams still in. Our winner's side, we have Principality of Zuon going up against Kovacs, Binding 90 Armor. And then in our losers match, we have Team Nebulous, who we just saw, going up against Team Skyfall. So yeah, we have what, 4 matches remaining. Should be pretty good day going up next week. So thank you everyone for watching. We'll see you next week to finish out the remainder of Rising Stars 3. So until then, take care.
Correction on one thing. It's not we'll be seeing you next week. Tier will be seeing you next week because I will likely not be there to commentate for the next one. It will be back to your regularly scheduled casters. So enjoy the rest of the tournament. I will be watching from the sidelines and I will be cheering you guys on. To any JP teams to any AP players who, not JP specifically, but AP players, I hope this does inspire you to maybe build up a team together and participate in the tournament. Who knows, maybe you could be the next one to win the tournament. Always believe in yourself, and if you ever need help, people are willing to mentor you. Remember, we are a community that wants to build up together, not knock each other down. All right, so thank you all for watching, and see you guys next week.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Fire makes the city look so bright. Close your eyes and just stay tight. We have to go. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will